Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Fire Dragon Slayer? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No one is born equal in this world, particularly in a society where a significant event shook the entire globe. It all began in China, where the first occurrence of superpowers was discovered, marking the dawn of a new era for heroes. In this age, 80% of the population had been gifted with extraordinary abilities known as quirks. Those who possessed these powers gained fame, wealth, and glory, while the unfortunate 20% faced ridicule and scorn. This was the reality for a young boy named Izuku, whose dream was to become a hero like his greatest idol, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, All Might. All Might inspired hope in the hearts of many, smiling even in the face of danger. His unmatched power made villains tremble at the mere mention of his name. However, Izuku's fate was sealed when he discovered he was quirkless. Overwhelmed with despair, he cried, feeling that his dreams had been crushed before they even began. His home life became a struggle, filled with bruises from bullying, while his mother, Himiko, could only watch helplessly. Yet, fate had other plans. A lingering soul observed Izuku, finding his plight deeply unsettling. Frustration and bitterness filled the boy's thoughts as he lamented, questioning why everyone else had a quirk while he did not. Suddenly, a booming voice broke through his despair, suggesting a connection between quirks and magic. Startled, Izuku searched for the source of the voice, feeling exposed and vulnerable. "I did," the voice replied, and flames erupted around him, filling the space with an intense heat. Izuku's heart raced as he sensed a powerful presence behind him. When he turned, he was met with the awe-inspiring sight of a gigantic dragon covered in dark red scales, with a beige underbelly and striking scars. The dragon's imposing figure, complete with sharp teeth and bony wings, radiated power. Izuku stuttered in disbelief, barely able to comprehend the creature before him. "Yes, I am a dragon," the creature confirmed, its deep voice resonating in the air. Izuku's initial terror transformed into awe as he marveled at the dragon's magnificence. "Awesome! Even if this is a dream, it's still so cool," he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his fear. The dragon, bemused by the boy's sudden enthusiasm, prepared to share an important message. "As much as I would like to continue our conversation, it's time for you to wake up. But first, you must listen carefully. When you awaken, go to your mother. Sit together, hold hands, and close your eyes. Everything will make sense then." Before Izuku could respond, a blinding light enveloped him, and he jolted awake, the dragon's words echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, Himiko was busy preparing breakfast, reflecting on her recent conversation with her son. Regret filled her as she recalled her words, wishing things were different for him. Just then, Izuku burst into the room, excitement radiating from him. He called for his mother, urging her to follow him. Concerned, she rushed to his side, asking what was wrong. "Just follow me," he insisted, leading her to the couch. Izuku explained what they needed to do, and though confused, Himiko complied. For a moment, nothing happened. "Izuku, what is going?" she began, but her words were cut off as she opened her eyes to find themselves surrounded by darkness. Before she could question it, Izuku announced that they were both present. Suddenly, a massive swirl of flames spiraled around them, and as the flames subsided, their surroundings transformed into a new reality. They were now standing in a volcanic wasteland, surrounded by lava and towering volcanoes. The intense heat radiated against their skin. Himiko held Izuku's hand tightly, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. She whispered, her voice trembling, asking Izuku what this place was. Before he could respond, a familiar booming voice echoed around them, announcing that this was a dreamscape. The dragon emerged from the flames, its massive form towering over them. Himiko turned to face the dragon that Izuku had encountered before. Before she could react, the dragon reassured her that there was no need to panic and that it meant no harm to her or her son. Himiko was taken aback when the dragon referred to Izuku as a hatchling. She asked if they were truly safe, to which the dragon confirmed that it was not that kind of dragon. It explained that it had been resting in the afterlife when it saw a bright light and found itself in Izuku's body. Inko was astonished and questioned how that was possible. Izuku suggested it might relate to his father's quirk, which drew confused looks from both Inko and the dragon. Then it dawned on Inko that the dragon was referring to her husband's ability to breathe fire. The dragon acknowledged the connection, expressing interest in learning about quirks. Inko explained that 80% of the world's population possessed unique abilities called quirks, granting them superpowers. Some individuals became heroes, while others turned to villainy. She shared that Izuku was among the 20% who did not have a quirk, despite both of his parents having one. The dragon listened intently, its fiery eyes gleaming with curiosity. It remarked on the similarity to its own world, where most beings were gifted with magic, and non-magic users were not discriminated against as they were in Izuku's world. Inko nodded, expressing her concern for her son, who was born without a quirk, which crushed his dream of becoming a hero. Izuku looked down, feeling a mix of emotions as his mother spoke. The dragon noticed this and lowered its massive head to be level with Izuku, encouraging him not to be disheartened. It assured him that the absence of a quirk did not diminish his worth, rather, it made him unique. With the dragon's presence within him, Izuku might gain abilities unlike any other. Izuku's eyes widened with hope at the prospect of having powers like a dragon. The dragon, introducing itself as Igneel, the king of the fire dragons, began to explain its world. Izuku listened with excitement, asking if it would be possible for him to learn magic. Inko was about to say it was impossible, but Igneel interjected, stating that he sensed an abundance of ether nano in their world that had yet to be utilized. Inko felt astonished again and questioned the safety of this endeavor. Igneel admitted uncertainty, emphasizing that the decision was ultimately hers. As Inko contemplated the weight of responsibility, she considered the opportunity for Izuku to gain the power to fulfill his dream. After a moment of silence, she looked up with determination shining in her eyes, expressing her trust in Igneel to guide Izuku safely. Igneel nodded in understanding, promising to do everything in his power to ensure Izuku's safety and help him unlock his full potential. Izuku, filled with impatience, asked what kind of magic he would learn. Igneel chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm and revealed that he would teach him Dragon Slayer magic, a type of magic meant for taking down dragons. Izuku's heart raced with anticipation, while Inko was astounded by the turn of events. Igneel added that there would be a side effect, motion sickness, meaning even a simple wagon ride could make Izuku feel unwell. Inko made a mental note to consult a doctor for medicine. Igneel continued, explaining that as a fire dragon slayer, Izuku would gain abilities akin to those of an actual dragon. This included immunity to fire, the ability to consume fire to power up and attack, as well as enhanced senses, speed, strength, reflexes, durability, and endurance. Finally, he would be able to engulf himself in fire without harm, prompting Igneel to recommend fireproof clothing. Izuku eagerly asked when he could start. Igneel smirked, telling him he could begin whenever he was ready. With that, the journey of Izuku Midoriya, the world's very first fire dragon slayer, officially began. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Izuku trained diligently under Igneel's guidance, learning to absorb the ether nano in the atmosphere through meditation. Slowly but surely, he learned to utilize it, demonstrating remarkable intelligence and adaptability that made Igneel regard him as a prodigy. Izuku's talent and combat skills grew significantly, far surpassing expectations. Under Igneel's tutelage, he developed a unique fighting style that blended Fire Dragon Slayer magic with advanced martial arts techniques. Enrolled in a martial arts dojo, Izuku trained rigorously, mastering everything taught to him, even without a quirk. His progress was impressive, and Igneel noted that if Izuku and Natsu, his fellow dragon brother, fought at the same age, Izuku would have the edge. However, Igneel also observed that Natsu had a unique ability to grow stronger as he fought, making any battle between them unpredictable. Under Igneel's watchful guidance, Izuku embarked on a rigorous training regimen unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Each day presented new challenges for Izuku as he worked to master his newfound abilities and sharpen his combat skills against formidable opponents conjured by Igneel's magic. Inko stood by her son's side, offering words of encouragement and unwavering support. She watched with pride as Izuku pushed himself to the limit, determined to become the hero he had always dreamed of being. As weeks turned into months, Izuku's progress was remarkable. His mastery over Fire Dragon Slayer magic grew stronger each day, enabling him to achieve feats that once seemed impossible. However, with this newfound power came greater challenges. Izuku faced trials that tested not only his strength and skill but also his courage and determination. Through perseverance and sheer will, he overcame each obstacle, emerging stronger and more resolute than ever. As Izuku continued to grow and evolve, so did his bond with Igneel. The dragon became more than just a mentor. He became a trusted friend, ally, and father figure, guiding Izuku in both magic and life. Izuku discovered that he was uniquely connected to the vast reservoir of ether nano in the surrounding area, becoming a central conduit after prolonged exposure. This magical energy significantly accelerated his growth and mastery of Dragon Slayer magic, giving him an edge even Natsu couldn't match. However, this power came with potential risks. Izuku learned that, unlike Natsu, he might actually transform into a dragon. The differences between the magical systems of his world and Earthland posed unique challenges. Aware of this transformation risk, Igneel worked tirelessly to slow down the process and find a solution. One evening during their meditation, Izuku asked Igneel about the implications of turning into a dragon. Igneel's fiery eyes softened with concern as he explained that such a transformation could lead to the loss of Izuku's humanity, with his mind and spirit consumed by the dragon within. They needed to find a way to balance the ether nano within him, ensuring his body could adapt to the immense power without succumbing to it. Until a permanent solution was found, Igneel would continue to slow the transformation, emphasizing the importance of vigilance and ongoing training. With this understanding, Izuku intensified his efforts. He trained harder, pushing his limits while maintaining a delicate balance within himself. He also dedicated time to researching and understanding the magical systems of both worlds, seeking any clues that might help him control the dragon within. Inko, too, was motivated to pursue her dreams, using the support from her ex-husband. She began working as a model at a fashion company where her friend Mitsuri worked, eventually gathering enough money to open a restaurant that flourished, providing stable finances to invest in Izuku's growth. Thanks to Mitsuri's influence, Inko maintained her youthful appearance through rigorous exercise and a healthy diet, inspired by her son's unwavering perseverance. Present day found Izuku at Aldra Junior High School. Inside the ordinary classroom, he sat quietly, busily writing complicated formulas. Tall for his age, he had a well-defined physique that reflected years of hard work. His messy green hair and sharp eyes gave him a fierce appearance, yet a sense of calmness radiated from him. A scarf wrapped around his neck served as a memento and gift from Igneel, who had connected with Inko to discuss Izuku in private. Izuku had transformed from a timid boy into a confident young man, capturing the attention of many female students, much to the chagrin of the male students. His skills as a fighter allowed him to exploit the arrogance and recklessness of others, making him a formidable opponent. Additionally, being a dragon slayer, or partially a dragon, instilled a sense of intimidation in weaker individuals. His rapid growth and unique magical system also gave off a certain aura that attracted others. As the teacher entered the classroom, announcing their graduation from junior high, Izuku remained focused on his research, choosing not to engage with those who often turned a blind eye to his efforts. He had faced ridicule in the past, but his skills had earned him respect, allowing him to protect weaker students and embody the hero he aspired to be. Izuku's experiences had illuminated a new perspective. He aimed not only to be a hero but also to help others become better. He realized that many sought fame, money, and glory, but he understood the deeper needs that drove people. Heroes were ordinary individuals who required sustenance to survive, and he was determined to be a force for good in their lives. However, these soon-to-be heroes had their egos inflated with nothing but praise, leading them toward inevitable failure. Unlike them, Izuku had learned the hard truth about being a hero. It often involved death and sacrifice to save others. He was not naive, he understood this through the teachings of his mentors. Never be naive and know when to act. Bear the consequences and stand firmly. Those were the words of one of his masters. If given the choice to save one life at the cost of 1,000, he would bear the burden of that choice. This principle extended to his mother. If she were ever in danger, he would not hesitate to protect her. Selfish? Perhaps. But Izuku would accept that burden and stand firm, unlike those children who would crumble when faced with reality. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him, "There's nothing selfish about it, Izuku." It was Igneel, his mentor. "I know, but my heart still struggles with the decision. Being a hero means accepting the responsibility to save as many as I can." Izuku was hard on himself, and despite his attempts to justify his feelings, it still felt wrong. Remember, Izuku, you're not alone. Your friends will be there to help you through those tough choices. Igneel reminded him of the friends he had gathered over the years. At that moment, a small green-furred cat named Mizuna approached him. She had been found by Izuku when she was lost and wounded in the forest when he was 6 years old. He had brought her home to nurse her back to health. Igneel had revealed that she was an exceed from a parallel world, and despite the mystery of how she arrived on Earth, she was adopted by Inko, who named her Mizuna Midoriya. Mizuna was the same age as Izuku, and they had grown up together, treating each other like siblings. However, Mizuna had developed feelings for Izuku due to his kindness. She had no memories of her past except for the time he saved her. She learned about her origins through Izuku's inquiries with Igneel. Most people on Earth believed Mizuna was simply a mutant with a quirk, unaware of her true nature. She could summon wings and manipulate ether nano, though Igneel lamented that he did not know transformation magic. "I'm fine, Mizuna. I was just talking to Igneel," Izuku assured her, causing her expression to soften. A loud voice interrupted them, declaring, "Don't place me with this extra, teach." Katsumi Bakugu, a childhood friend of Izuku and a rival to Mizuna, had a reputation for her strong quirk. She had developed a crush on Izuku after he helped her see past her superiority complex, saving her from being corrupted by the praise she received from others. Except for Deku, no one else is worth mentioning. "But I'll be number one, not you, Deku." Even though she was no longer the same bully, she still acted arrogantly, displaying her crude and aggressive personality. "Don't get your hopes up. You never know," Izuku teased her playfully. "Tsuke, just make sure not to disappoint, Deku." Katsumi smirked, her competitive spirit shining through. "Same here, Kaken." Both of them smiled, showcasing their friendly rivalry. As the day came to a close and their class ended early, Izuku, Mizuna, and Katsumi were about to head home when a hand suddenly covered Izuku's eyes, prompting a smile from him. "Guess who?" a familiar voice chimed in. "Itsuka-san, I know that's you," Izuku said as he turned to see Itsuka Kendo, a girl with long orange hair styled in a high ponytail. Her bangs framed her face, and her playful demeanor was a welcome sight. Itsuka was a fellow disciple from one of the dojos where Izuku trained, and unbeknownst to him, she had developed feelings for him due to his dedication and hard work. Despite his powerful abilities, he continually strived to improve and eliminate any weaknesses, though he still struggled with motion sickness. This was why Mizuna accompanied him on his journeys home. "Why are you here, Ginger?" Katsumi asked, her tone sharp, though she valued Itsuka as a friend who sometimes trained with them. "Still a firecracker, huh, Kaken?" Itsuka replied, engaging in a playful glare with Katsumi, both competing for Izuku's attention, who remained blissfully unaware. "Haha, good one, Itsuka," Mizuna said, giving a thumbs up while perched on Izuku's head. "Shut it, pee-pee grass," Katsumi retorted, causing the two girls to giggle at her frustration. "Calm down and play nice," Izuku said, placing a hand on Katsumi's shoulder, which helped to ease her irritation. "Anyway, I thought you had more training with Sensei?" Izuku inquired. "Nope. I came straight here since Sensei gave me a break," Itsuka replied with a bright smile. "Is that so? Then how about we all hang out? Izuku suggested, earning a smile from Itsuka in response. Sure, that would be awesome, but let's wait for Himiko and Kami to arrive. They waited for a few minutes until two girls joined them. One was Himiko Toga, a fair-skinned girl with inward-tilting yellow eyes and a pretty face, often blushing. Her pale, ash-blonde hair was styled into messy buns, giving her a wild appearance. The other was Kami Atsushimi, a young woman with straight, fawn-colored hair and large, dark brown eyes, known for her curvaceous figure. Izuku had previously met Himiko when she struggled with her quirk, empathizing with her feelings of alienation. Her parents had been arrested for neglect, and she had been adopted by her aunt and uncle, who provided her with the support she needed. This caused her to develop a crush on Izuku because he saved her and gave her a chance to have friends who accepted her. Himiko playfully hugged Izuku's arms, causing him to blush slightly, while Katsumi glared at her with irritation. Katsumi expressed her frustration, demanding that Himiko let go of him. In response, Himiko stuck out her tongue and teased Katsumi, which only fueled Katsumi's annoyance further. Kami then took hold of Izuku's other arm, adding to his embarrassment, even though he was used to such interactions by now. He pleaded with the girls to release him, but they both refused in unison, leaving Izuku to manage his overwhelming teenage emotions. As Katsumi simmered with frustration, Itsuka and Mizuna felt a mix of jealousy and annoyance. Despite their feelings, they respected their friendship, which was why none of them had confessed their feelings for Izuku. Katsumi, despite her fierce demeanor, hesitated to admit her feelings, fearing she wasn't the one Izuku liked. Meanwhile, Izuku remained oblivious to the underlying tensions, having grown accustomed to the girl's clinginess. Igneel, watching the scene unfold, found amusement in his foster son's predicament, believing it was important for Izuku to navigate these feelings on his own. Igneel recalled how Natsu had two girls vying for his attention, a memory that made him chuckle. Katsumi pouted at the sight of her friends, prompting Kami to giggle and turn to Itsuka, expressing surprise at her presence. Itsuka explained that her sensei had dismissed them early, suggesting they hang out together. The group headed toward the train station to reach the city, but Izuku was struggling with motion sickness, feeling increasingly unwell as the girls took turns offering him comfort. Mizuna, feeling left out due to her small stature, wished she could transform to help. Despite their efforts, nothing seemed to alleviate Izuku's discomfort. Igneel found humor in his foster son's plight, teasing him about the consequences of his strength. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his frustration, which only made Igneel laugh harder. Igneel acknowledged that Izuku's strength was impressive, perhaps even rivaling Natsu's, and he pondered how much stronger Izuku had become since their last encounter. As Izuku continued to struggle, he finally succumbed to his motion sickness. His friends comforted him, and despite Katsumi's earlier teasing, she now showed concern for his well-being. Himiko, having won the chance to let him rest on her lap, offered him a moment of solace, and Izuku, too preoccupied with his discomfort, felt no embarrassment in that moment. Katsumi remarked on the unusual weakness of his quirk, unaware that it was actually magic, which had been misclassified as a fire quirk. After enduring a challenging experience, Izuku finally found himself on solid ground again. Izuku couldn't be happier. He felt a rush of relief as he celebrated his survival, turning to the girls with a bright smile. His enthusiasm was infectious as he asked if they were ready to have some fun. Kami twirled a strand of her hair, confidently declaring her intention to win at the racing games. Katsumi, with a competitive spark in her eyes, challenged her, claiming she would take the top spot. As they arrived at the arcade, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere filled with sounds and flashing lights. The neon signs beckoned them, and the delightful aroma of popcorn and candy wafted through the air. Excited glances were exchanged before they plunged into the array of games. Izuku headed straight for the claw machines, his eyes shining with determination. Itsuka approached him playfully, offering her assistance with a teasing smile. Izuku, however, was confident in his abilities and declined her help. He inserted a coin, focusing intently as he maneuvered the claw with precision. The claw descended, successfully gripping a plush toy and holding on all the way to the prize chute. Itsuka cheered for him, her admiration evident despite the nickname she used. Izuku handed her the plush toy, hoping she would enjoy it. Her smile lit up the room as she embraced the toy, and in a moment of spontaneity, she kissed him on the cheek. Izuku was taken aback, his cheeks flushing at the unexpected gesture. Itsuka giggled at his reaction, enjoying the moment. Despite his usual self-doubt, he found himself blushing in the presence of the girls, feeling a mix of joy and surprise. Izuku watched his friends engage in various games, feeling a bit left out. He decided to take action, thinking about getting something for everyone, which brought a smile to Himiko's face. Meanwhile, Kami and Katsumi had discovered the dance machine, the lively music pulsing through the arcade as they stepped onto the platform. It was exactly 10 months before the UA entrance exams. Izuku and his friends had created a schedule to prepare and strengthen themselves. They found themselves at Dagoba Beach, where they had chosen to clean up trash as a way to contribute to the community while also using the area as a training ground. Normally, they would train at their martial arts dojo, but quirks were not permitted there, so they needed to find an alternative location to hone their skills. As Izuku was heading home after running some errands, he suddenly heard a noise that caught his attention. Izuku turned his attention to the distance, where a speeding truck was approaching a young woman who was wearing headphones and unaware of the danger. His mind raced as he slowed down his perception of time, generating a charge of electricity throughout his body. Flames flickered at his feet, and his gaze sharpened, his irises narrowing with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he planted his feet firmly, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that shattered the surrounding windows with a sudden flash. The spectators gasped in horror, fearing the young woman would be struck by the truck. But then, they witnessed a blur darting forward, causing the glass to explode outward from the force of the sonic boom. Izuku emerged, his clothes slightly singed from the energy he had generated, cradling the young woman in his arms. She was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, her eyes wide as she turned to see the truck collide with the building behind them. Fortunately, no one was harmed aside from the collateral damage. Igneel praised his son for saving the young woman, realizing he might have another ally in his life. Izuku was unconcerned about using his quirk in public, knowing it was illegal, but he felt it was worth it to save someone. He took a closer look at the young woman, who had a bob cut and earphone jacks in her earlobes. The girl felt dazed as she gazed at his handsome face and messy green hair, her heart racing at the sight of him. Moments later, she snapped out of her daze and asked what was happening and why he was carrying her. Izuku, feeling embarrassed to be carrying a stranger in a bridal style, gently set her down. She was trying to remember what had happened as he explained the situation, detailing how she had almost been run over by a truck because she was distracted by her music. She expressed her gratitude, relieved that he had saved her. Izuku smiled brightly, stating that helping others was what heroes do. The girl, Jiro, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She then asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. After a few minutes, heroes arrived to investigate the incident, and they answered their questions honestly, relieved that no one had been hurt. One of the heroes commended Izuku for his actions, noting that while using a quirk without a license was not condoned, he had the heart of a hero. Izuku inquired if he needed to pay for the damages, but the hero assured him they would handle it, as it was partially their responsibility for not being attentive. He advised Izuku to pay closer attention on the streets in the future. The hero noticed Jiro looking ashamed for almost getting hurt because of her headphones. After a few minutes, Izuku planned to head home. Jiro thanked him again, and he responded with a light-hearted remark about heroes always being willing to help. She smiled, appreciating his humility. Jiro then asked if he was planning to attend UA, to which Izuku confirmed he was. She shared that it had always been her dream, feeling a bit embarrassed discussing it with someone she had just met. Izuku suggested they train together to prepare for the entrance exam, and after some contemplation, Jiro agreed to join them. They exchanged numbers so they could coordinate their training sessions. Izuku's warm smile left a lasting impression on Jiro, who found herself thinking about him as she returned home. Once there, she lay on her bed, recalling the day's events, her heart still racing. She decided not to tell her parents about the incident and went straight to sleep, but thoughts of Izuku kept surfacing in her mind. Back at the Midoriya household, Izuku arrived to find his mother and Mizuna setting the table. Inko welcomed him and invited him to take a seat. She noticed the smell of burnt fabric on his clothes and asked if something had happened. Mizuna inquired if he had been in a fight. Izuku proudly explained that he had saved someone, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. His mother felt a twinge of worry but remained supportive, having promised to back him no matter what. She knew it would be selfish to scold him and risk crushing his dreams. Mizuna was surprised to hear that Izuku had saved someone, especially since he had always been protective of others, helping bullied kids at school. Inko sensed a spark of interest when she heard about the girl he saved, knowing how caring and good-looking her son was. She believed that even a few encounters with girls could lead to them developing feelings for him. Izuku continued his story, explaining how he had reacted instinctively to save Jiro from the speeding truck. Mizuna frowned, feeling worried about her own chances with Izuku as he seemed to attract new friends effortlessly. She wanted to confess her feelings but feared that being an exceed would make her less appealing compared to other girls. Izuku mentioned that he had experienced some collateral damage while saving Jiro, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Igneel reassured him, encouraging him not to be disheartened. He praised his son for his heroic actions. Inko advised Izuku to take care of the girl he had saved, leaving him puzzled. He shrugged it off, focusing instead on his training plans with his friends, Kaken, Kami, Himiko, and Itsu, in preparation for the upcoming UA entrance exam. Inko expressed her willingness to support him in any way she could, and Izuku felt grateful for her presence, especially after his father had left them when he discovered Izuku was quirkless. After finishing his meal, Izuku messaged his friends about the incident. Kami was surprised, while Itsuka reminded him to be cautious. Katsumi inquired if the girl was attractive, and Himiko confirmed it. Izuku thought she was cute and hoped to be friends with her. His friends felt the urgency to express their feelings for him before more girls entered the picture, knowing that Izuku's heroism would likely attract attention. Kami suggested they meet to discuss their feelings for Izuku, understanding the situation better than the others. They all wanted to maintain their friendships, even Katsumi, who was typically possessive. Kami asked Izuku to describe the girl, and although he couldn't send a picture, he provided a detailed description of Jiro. Mizuna, already aware of the situation, chose not to join the conversation. Izuku texted Jiro, who asked if she could bring a friend. He agreed and informed his friends, and they all decided to call it a day. That night, Izuku engaged in mental training with Igneel, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. The next day, Izuku and Mizuna made their way to Dagoba Beach, having navigated the train without incident. Dressed in jogger pants and a fitted gym shirt, he spotted Jiro, who had arrived with another girl. Mizuna, perched on his shoulder, inspected them closely. Izuku greeted them with a friendly smile, and Jiro explained that she had arrived early since her house was nearby. He introduced himself and Mizuna, and the other girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, seemed surprised to learn his last name. She mentioned that her family had recently invited Inko to cook for them, praising her culinary skills. Izuku recognized the Yaoyorozu name and noted their family's prominence. Jiro, feeling a bit left out, interrupted their conversation, having brought Momo along to meet the one who had saved her. Momo explained that she had heard of Izuku's impressive fighting skills from her martial arts instructor, who had spoken highly of him. Izuku shared his story, recounting his struggles as a quirkless individual and how he had persevered despite the challenges he faced. He emphasized that a hero's worth is determined by their determination and resilience, not merely by their abilities. The two girls listened intently, moved by his experiences and inspired by his outlook on heroism. Even after gaining his quirk, Izuku chose to refrain from using it until necessary, dedicating himself to intense training to reach his current level of strength. His heartfelt words inspired the two young girls, showing them that if he could become this strong without relying on a quirk, then they could achieve even more. Izuku believed that his character and determination defined his abilities, not his quirk, and this mindset allowed his magic to flourish. Momo was captivated by his charm, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks as she admired how he was one of the few who refused to let weakness define him, instead using those challenges to grow stronger. She expressed her admiration for him, noting how inspiring his words were. Izuku beamed with happiness, envisioning a future where he could be a beacon of hope for others, demonstrating that a true hero is born from the heart, not just from power. Curious about Jiro's quirk, Izuku inquired about it, noting that it seemed to be related to sound. Jiro explained that her earphone jack allowed her to connect to various devices, enabling her to either transmit the sound of her heartbeat or hear with greater precision. Izuku considered the potential for her quirk to be enhanced and refined with more training. He had always been fascinated by different quirks, conducting in-depth research on them, but All Might's quirk remained a mystery to him, as the information available to the public was vague. As he pulled out his notebook, Mizuna giggled at Izuku's enthusiasm for quirks. Momo, intrigued, asked about the notebook, and Izuku shared that it contained notes on heroes and their quirks. Momo was impressed, noting that he had information on heroes she had never even heard of. Jiro, however, felt a bit uncomfortable witnessing their interaction, unsure of why she felt that way. Jiro remarked that Izuku was so passionate about quirks that he could turn even a simple one into something formidable. Izuku then asked her more about her quirk, eager to learn. Jiro confirmed that while she could transfer sound, it depended on the device she connected to. When Izuku asked if she could control the volume or frequency, she regrettably shook her head. After discussing her quirk, Izuku inquired if she had designed a hero costume yet. Jiro mentioned she had plans to order one before arriving at UA. When asked to share her design, she showed it to him, and Izuku noted that some features seemed uncreative and didn't fully utilize her quirk. He saved the design to his phone and began taking notes. As he shared his thoughts on how to improve her costume, Jiro felt overwhelmed by his rapid-fire ideas and asked him to slow down. Izuku apologized, explaining that he often got carried away when discussing quirks. Both Jiro and Momo found it endearing that despite his strong exterior, he had a childlike enthusiasm for quirks. Momo asked Izuku about the new features he planned to add to Jiro's costume. He explained how different frequencies could affect people and their surroundings, suggesting that if Jiro could manipulate frequencies, she might be able to disrupt someone's balance. Momo blushed at the compliment, feeling genuinely appreciated for the first time, rather than being seen merely as the daughter of the Yaoyorozu group. Izuku praised Jiro's quirk, stating that it had great potential if applied correctly. Jiro was surprised to hear that her quirk could be so powerful. She expressed skepticism, but Izuku pointed out that her design resembled present mix abilities. Jiro admitted she hadn't considered using her quirk in that way. Izuku offered to provide her with notes and suggestions for her costume, and Jiro felt grateful for his willingness to help. He then turned to Momo, asking her about her quirk. Momo explained that her quirk allowed her to create anything, as long as it was not a living being, and that she needed to know the atomic structure of the object to reproduce it. Demonstrating her quirk, she quickly created a doll, showcasing her proficiency. She detailed her process of imagining the necessary parts, selecting materials, assembling them, and finally applying a coating. Izuku pondered the implications of her quirk, considering how she could produce both organic and inorganic materials. Momo clarified that while she could create non-living things, she used her lipids as materials, and the complexity of the object could affect how much she needed to use. Izuku recognized the potential of her quirk, recalling a story from his foster father about a power that could create anything through imagination. Momo, intrigued, asked him to elaborate on his thoughts. Izuku suggested that if she could create something like nitroglycerin and find a way to ignite it, it could lead to explosive results. Momo's eyes widened as she suddenly realized her flaws. Instead of always trying to create solid objects, she could explore other forms of elements, just as Izuku had explained. He recalled his good friend Bakugu and his quirk, which utilized his sweat like nitroglycerin. Izuku wondered if Momo could apply a similar principle to her quirk. He noted that she could create armor or even claws reminiscent of old comic book heroes. Momo was taken aback, grateful for Izuku's insight. She had always focused on solid creations and had never considered the broader applications of her quirk. The only aspect she truly enjoyed was learning the necessary formulas. Izuku then suggested that she show him her costume, but he noticed Momo becoming flustered as she recalled its design. She explained that she needed her skin to be exposed for her quirk to function effectively. Izuku understood and recommended that she consider a DNA-based costume to enhance her abilities while avoiding any issues similar to those faced by Midnight. He promised to send her his notes once he finished. Jiro, curious about Izuku's quirk, pointed out that while they had shared their abilities, he had yet to reveal his own. Momo and Jiro were intensely curious about the nature of Izuku's quirk. Jiro had observed earlier that he seemed to possess super speed, especially when he had saved her from an oncoming car. They finally had the chance to ask him directly about it. Izuku smiled, ready to clarify their confusion. He explained that his quirk was quite versatile. He could conjure and control flames, reshaping and manipulating them in various ways. To demonstrate, he extended his hand, and flames erupted from his palm, dancing and twisting under his control. Momo and Jiro watched in awe, captivated by the mesmerizing display. Momo expressed her amazement, her analytical mind already considering the many applications of such a power. Jiro nodded in agreement, still entranced by the flames. Izuku modestly explained that the speed they had seen was a byproduct of his training, emphasizing that the real strength lay in harnessing and directing his quirk. He also mentioned his high resistance to fire and the ability to absorb flames for energy. Jiro, intrigued, leaned in closer and asked what he meant by eating fire. Mizuna clarified that Izuku could consume flames, as long as they weren't produced by his own quirk. This revelation left Momo and Jiro astonished, as they had never encountered anyone with such an ability. Momo asked if he could consume any fire, and Izuku confirmed that it was a useful ability, especially when he needed an energy boost. However, the flames had to come from an external source. The depth and versatility of Izuku's quirk were beyond anything they had imagined. Sensing their awe, Izuku chose to keep some aspects of his abilities private, especially his vulnerabilities, until he could fully trust them. The three continued their conversation, with the girls increasingly intrigued by Izuku's extraordinary powers. Suddenly, four people arrived at the scene, and Izuku greeted them warmly. He was pleased to see Itsuka, Kami, Himiko, and Katsumi. Jiro and Momo were surprised to see all girls and wondered about Izuku's popularity. Mizuna quickly clarified that he was just dense, causing the two to blush at being read so easily. Everyone introduced themselves and quickly became acquainted. Katsumi asked Izuku if he was ready for their spar, to which Izuku confidently replied that he was always ready. They discussed a warm-up, but before they could start, Izuku turned to Itsuka, Kami, and Himiko, recalling Jiro and Momo. He assured them that he would handle the sparring and suggested training the girls in hand-to-hand combat, emphasizing the importance of self-defense. Itsuka agreed, and Kami and Himiko decided to watch the spar before joining in. Kami encouraged Momo to show her skills, while Himiko joined in their conversation. Itsuka instructed Jiro to attack her first, reassuring her that it was all right to try. She emphasized that hesitation in battle could be detrimental, as heroes must distinguish between allies and enemies, who would never show mercy. Her words resonated with Jiro, who realized how naive she had been about the challenges of being a hero. They often saw only the light and not the darkness that accompanied the role. Izuku and his friends had learned that a hero should be kind but never naive, brave but never foolish. As they prepared for training, Itsuka encouraged everyone to be ready. Jiro, eager to demonstrate her skills, attempted a punch aimed at Itsuka's face. However, Itsuka swiftly countered, grabbing Jiro's wrist and bringing her to the ground, holding her arm firmly while Jiro faced the ground in confusion. Itsuka explained that Jiro's punch lacked weight and precision, and that if she had been facing a real threat, she could have been in serious trouble. After releasing Jiro and helping her to her feet, Itsuka dusted off the sand from her clothes. Jiro admitted that everything had happened too quickly for her to react. Itsuka reminded her that a skilled fighter could easily spot weaknesses and that it was essential to eliminate those vulnerabilities. Jiro expressed her gratitude for the advice, realizing that training would be more challenging than she had anticipated. She was determined to embody Yue's motto of plus ultra. Itsuka encouraged her enthusiasm and turned to Momo, who stated that she already had a basic understanding of fighting. Momo believed Jiro needed more guidance and mentioned that she would practice the techniques suggested by Midoriya. Curious about their quirks, Itsuka asked Jiro and Momo to explain theirs. As they shared their abilities, Itsuka was pleasantly surprised by the suggestions that Izuku had given them. Kami playfully commented on Izuku's unique talent, while Himiko's dark curiosity about blood made Jiro and Momo shudder. Mizuna reassured them that there was no need to worry, as Himiko's quirk was currently suppressed. Itsuka remarked on how Izuku had a knack for turning a seemingly ordinary quirk into something extraordinary. When Momo inquired about Itsuka's quirk, she explained that it allowed her to enlarge her fist. Izuku had advised her on how to control the size of her fist to maintain the same force, regardless of its size. Itsuka admired Izuku's ability to improve and analyze his opponents, noting that he could identify weaknesses and exploit them. She felt a strong desire to grow stronger herself, wanting to stand by his side as he pursued his dream of becoming a hero. The memories of his determination inspired her to push herself further. Itsuka reflected on how Izuku's perseverance and discipline set him apart from others. His relentless training motivated her to strive for her own improvement. Jiro and Momo felt inspired by Itsuka's words, realizing that to become heroes, they too needed to work hard and refine their quirks. Itsuka, realizing she had been rambling, shifted the focus back to training. She instructed Jiro to pay close attention, emphasizing the importance of understanding fighting techniques. Jiro nodded, ready to learn, while Momo began experimenting with her quirk, applying Izuku's ideas. Momo envisioned a highly reactive chemical compound and worked to combine it with another substance to create a spark. After several attempts, she finally succeeded, producing a small spark in her palm. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, drawing the attention of Itsuka and Jiro. Itsuka congratulated Momo on her progress, impressed by her innovative use of her quirk. Momo humbly credited Izuku for helping her realize her potential. As Momo continued her training, she created scales and claws around her body, trying to deconstruct them back into their original form. To her surprise, she discovered that she could retract the scales and claws back to her normal hands as long as they were still attached. Excited by her newfound ability, she crafted a scythe blade on her forearm, but soon felt lightheaded and weak, causing her to fall to her knees. Jiro and Kami rushed to her side, concerned for her well-being. Momo reassured them that she was fine, attributing her dizziness to the side effects of retracting her creation. She took a moment to recover, supported by her friends. While they were helping each other out, Izuku and Katsumi began to spar. Katsumi crackled sparks on her palm, and Izuku smirked, conjuring flames on his hand. He was more than ready, fired up for the challenge. With a roar, Izuku and Katsumi charged towards each other, the sound of their footsteps echoing across the beach. Katsumi unleashed a barrage of explosions, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy at her opponent. But Izuku deftly dodged and weaved through the explosions, his own attacks coming in fast and furious. Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, the heat of their flames engulfing everything in their path. Waves crashed against the shore, but neither fighter paid them any heed as they focused solely on their battle. Katsumi's fists blurred as she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, each one infused with explosive energy. Izuku countered with his own devastating blows, the force of their collision sending shockwaves rippling through the sand. Jiro watched in disbelief as it appeared the two were fighting with everything they had. Mizuna explained that this was light work for them. If they went all out, the beach would be reduced to dust. The two primarily used their quirks to enhance their combat prowess. Katsumi's power had grown after she learned to sweat on command, even in cold weather, thanks to their training under their martial arts teacher. Momo suggested they stop the sparring before it got out of hand, but Kami insisted it was too entertaining to miss. When Itsuka took Kami's recording device, Kami protested, wanting to see who would win. Itsuka reminded her they should be training instead of slacking off. Kami shrugged it off, saying they could continue after lunch. As the two fighters stepped back to prepare their moves, Izuku took a deep breath while Katsumi extended her arms, pointing her palms towards him. Izuku unleashed a torrent of flames, and Katsumi responded with twin blasts of explosive energy. The two massive explosions clashed, pushing dust and debris around them, causing their audience to shield their eyes. The shockwave from their clash pushed the dust away as Izuku charged forward, his fists ignited, while Katsumi propelled herself with bursts of explosions from her palms. Izuku's flaming punch met Katsumi's explosive counter, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the sheer force of their blows. Katsumi spun midair, launching a series of rapid-fire blasts, but Izuku dodged with agile movements, weaving through the onslaught. With a powerful strike, Izuku aimed a fiery punch at Katsumi, sending her skidding back. Gritting her teeth, Katsumi created a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented Izuku. Seizing the moment, she closed the distance, unleashing a concentrated blast that struck Izuku with pinpoint accuracy, forcing him to stagger. Quickly regaining his footing, Izuku declared a fiery attack, sweeping his arms in a fiery arc that sent flames cascading towards Katsumi. She countered with a powerful explosion from her palms, dissipating Izuku's flames but leaving her vulnerable. With a roar, Izuku surged forward, flames swirling around him like a dragon. Katsumi braced herself, her eyes fierce and focused. Katsumi scattered multiple explosive charges around her, and the battlefield erupted in a series of fiery blasts, sending both combatants flying backward. They landed on their feet, breathing heavily but still ready to continue. The audience watched in awe as the two warriors exchanged blow after blow, neither willing to back down. The air was thick with the heat of their battle, and the ground was scorched beneath them. Izuku lunged forward, flames dancing around his fists as he threw a series of fiery punches. Katsumi countered with explosive blasts from her palms, each impact sending shockwaves through the air. The ground cracked and splintered from the sheer force of their battle. Izuku aimed a powerful punch at Katsumi, but she used her explosions to propel herself into the air, avoiding the brunt of the attack. A focused blast shot from Katsumi's hand, narrowly missing Izuku as he dodged to the side. He responded with a swift kick, flames trailing his leg as he aimed for Katsumi's midsection. She blocked with an explosive shield, the collision sending both of them skidding back. Panting, Izuku's eyes burned with determination. Leaping into the air, Izuku formed flames into wings at his back as he swooped down on Katsumi. She met his descent with a powerful upward blast, creating an explosion that momentarily disoriented him. Quickly recovering, he landed and sent a torrent of fire towards Katsumi. The heat was intense, the flames roaring as they closed in. Undeterred, Katsumi unleashed a massive explosion from both hands. The force of the blast met the fire, creating a colossal shockwave that rippled through the battlefield, flattening the surrounding terrain. They dashed toward each other, fists raised, meeting in an exchange of blows and attacks. Izuku's fist, engulfed in flames, collided with Katsumi's explosive punch, the resulting shockwave rippling through the air. Neither was willing to back down. Izuku spun around, his legs sweeping in a fiery arc, aiming for Katsumi's head. She ducked, countering with a blast from her palms that sent him skidding backward. Undeterred, Izuku leaped into the air, twisting as flames erupted around him. His foot descended, wreathed in fire, but Katsumi met it head-on with another explosive punch. The collision ignited a burst of energy that sent both fighters flying backward. They quickly regained their footing, and Katsumi grinned, her eyes alight with the thrill of battle. He charged forward, her palms crackling with explosive power. Izuku, bracing himself, summoned a torrent of flames to envelop his body. He unleashed a powerful attack, charging forward to meet Katsumi's strike. The two collided in a blinding flash of fire and explosions. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, the sheer force of their attacks creating a crater. The audience watched in awe as the smoke cleared, revealing Izuku and Katsumi still standing, panting heavily but ready for more. Without missing a beat, Izuku lunged forward with a flaming fist. Katsumi deflected it with an explosive swipe, spinning around to deliver a powerful kick. Izuku caught her leg, using the momentum to throw Katsumi to the ground. Katsumi rolled, using her palms to blast herself back onto her feet. They paused, both breathing hard, their bodies bruised and battered but their spirits unyielding. In unison, they charged once more, their roars of determination echoing across the battlefield. Flames and explosions lit up the arena as they continued their relentless onslaught, neither willing to concede defeat. As the battle raged on, it became clear that neither would emerge as the clear victor. They were evenly matched, their powers complementing each other in a deadly dance of fire and fury. Finally, with a simultaneous burst of energy, they leaped back, panting heavily as they surveyed each other's battle-worn forms. Despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, there was a glint of satisfaction in their eyes. After hours of intense sparring, both bore the marks of their efforts, having grown up together and developed alongside each other. One of them asked if the other was tired, to which the response was a spirited denial, insisting that it was merely a warm-up. The playful banter continued until a voice called out, reminding them that it was already lunchtime. Itsuka, who had just finished her training with Jiro, suggested they take a break. They almost lost track of time, and the question of where to grab lunch arose. Jiro mentioned a nearby place known for its katsudon, prompting Izuku to lean in excitedly, causing Jiro to blush at their close proximity. Itsuka, noticing, playfully chastised Izuku for making Jiro uncomfortable, while he sheepishly apologized, admitting his enthusiasm for katsudon. The group decided to head to the small shop that served katsudon, with Jiro leading the way. Once there, they ordered a generous amount of food. Kami noted the large order, and Momo asked about Izuku's eating habits. He explained that he needed to refuel due to his unique metabolism, while Itsuka shared how she had met Izuku at her parents' dojo, recounting the inspiring story of his dedication and hard work. Kami chimed in, recalling how she had approached Izuku while he was writing notes about his quirk, captivated by the sight of him surrounded by cats. As she got to know him better, she discovered a sweet and charming side to him, one that left her both impressed and intrigued. The more time they spent together, the deeper her feelings grew, solidifying her affection for him. Izuku, reflecting on their interactions, recalled how often she teased him, which he sometimes misinterpreted as flirtation. Kami playfully acknowledged this, striking poses that made Izuku blush, while Katsumi watched with a mix of annoyance and envy. As the conversation shifted, Himiko opened up about her struggles, sharing her experiences with her quirk and the challenges she faced. The group listened intently, their hearts aching for her pain and loneliness. Yet, amidst her struggles, Izuku had been a beacon of light, the first person to extend friendship and understanding. He had intervened when she faced harm, providing the support she desperately needed, becoming her first true friend. In doing so, he became more than just a friend. He became Himiko's savior, the person who showed her that she was worthy of love and kindness. Now, Himiko couldn't imagine her life without Izuku. She felt forever indebted to him, grateful for his presence in her life. The thought of losing him was unbearable, to the point where she couldn't fathom going on without him. In her eyes, Izuku was her reason for living, her beacon of hope in a world that had once seemed so bleak. Izuku was her everything. She belonged to Izuku. She was his and only his. No one would ever touch her. Izuku deserved the best. Izuku was the best. Izuku noticed that Himiko seemed distracted and asked if she was all right. Himiko brushed it off, saying she was just reminiscing about the past when he saved her. The two new girls were amazed by Izuku's heroism. Time passed, and everyone chatted a bit more before continuing their training and heading back home. As the days turned into weeks and eventually a full month passed since they began their training, everyone showed significant progress and growth. Momo embraced Izuku's suggestions, gradually integrating them into her quirk utilization. Her creativity and strategic thinking combined with Izuku's advice resulted in a noticeable improvement in her abilities. Jiro dedicated herself to learning hand-to-hand combat techniques under the guidance of Itsuka. With each session, she honed her skills, becoming more confident in her ability to defend herself in close combat situations. Himiko and Kami engaged in friendly sparring sessions with the others. Cammy focused on refining her glamour quirk, extending the duration of her illusions and expanding their reach. With each practice session, her control and mastery over her quirk grew stronger. Meanwhile, Himiko concentrated on enhancing her defensive techniques and takedown maneuvers. Understanding that her quirk lent itself more to espionage and infiltration, she sought to improve her ability to evade attacks and incapacitate opponents swiftly and efficiently. Himiko also experienced growth due to Izuku's blood, which seemed to grant her temporary enhancements in strength and physical prowess. While she knew she couldn't match Izuku's level of power, she reveled in the sensation of being superhuman, even if only for a brief moment. As Izuku walked around the city with Mizuna, he thought about how he didn't expect the others to be busy that day. Mizuna remarked that at least they were able to spend time together. As they passed through a tunnel, Izuku's instincts kicked in, allowing him to easily evade tendrils that suddenly emerged. He warned Mizuna to stand back as she used her wings to move away, watching him dodge the tendrils. The villain, who possessed a slime quirk, became increasingly frustrated as he tried to ensnare Izuku but failed due to his speed. Izuku analyzed the opponent, trying to figure out its weakness. He noted that the villain's body was malleable and couldn't be touched normally, but he realized that targeting its eyes and teeth might be effective. He continued to dodge the tendrils, determined not to harm the villain severely. The slime quirk user angrily demanded that Izuku stop moving and let him enter his body. Izuku playfully commented that it sounded strange, which made Mizuna snicker. When the slime leaped forward to wrap around him, Izuku vanished, leaving the villain confused. Everything slowed down as Izuku's body generated flames from his hands, and he took a deep breath before executing a powerful strike. The slime's body was obliterated by Izuku's precise attack, scattering it against the wall and creating a spider web crack. The villain was knocked down, and Izuku received praise from Igneel for his performance. Suddenly, Izuku heard a familiar voice and turned to see a tall, muscular man with blonde hair and a wide smile. All Might approached, expressing his admiration for Izuku's actions and checking if they were all right. Izuku was flabbergasted to see his idol before him, while Igneel playfully reminded him not to forget about him. Mizuna urged Izuku to calm down, knowing how excited he was to meet All Might. All Might, impressed by Izuku's firm muscles, mentioned that he would normally reprimand him for the illegal use of his quirk in public but would let it slide this time since it was self-defense. He prepared to contain the villain in a water bottle, and Izuku offered to help. After they finished cleaning up, All Might was about to leave when Izuku asked for a picture. Izuku took out his phone and snapped a photo with his hero, feeling the same joy he had as a child. As All Might prepared to leap into the sky, Izuku suddenly remembered something he wanted to ask. He called out to All Might, but before he could respond, Izuku found himself dangling from All Might's pants several meters above the ground. All Might expressed surprise at Izuku's actions, reminding him about personal space. Izuku explained that if he let go, he would fall, but All Might reassured him that he wouldn't get hurt. Izuku was concerned about the potential damage or injuries if he crashed down, and All Might acknowledged the point as he searched for a safe place to land. They landed on the rooftop of a building, where Izuku was dropped off, followed by Mizuna. All Might informed Izuku that he could get down from there. Izuku, filled with urgency, expressed his desire to know what it truly takes to be considered a hero. All Might paused, sensing that this moment marked the beginning of something significant. Izuku wondered if someone without a quirk could still be a hero. He shared his admiration for heroes, especially All Might, who always wore a smile. However, he had been labeled quirkless, and his dream had been ridiculed until recently. Despite the challenges, Izuku had not let negativity deter him. He had trained hard, dreaming of becoming a hero without a quirk. He sought All Might's wisdom on what it truly meant to be a hero. As All Might listened to Izuku's heartfelt declaration, he felt the pressure of time weighing on him. His body began to show signs of strain, but he remained focused on the young speedster's story. Izuku's determination shone through as he expressed his frustration at being dismissed by others. He turned to All Might, blinking in disbelief, then glanced at Mizuna, who seemed to share his confusion. They both questioned the identity of the man before them, realizing that All Might appeared different from the powerful hero they admired. All Might sighed, asking them to keep his condition a secret. He revealed a significant injury on his chest, shocking Izuku with the reality that even someone as strong as All Might could be harmed. As for Izuku's question, All Might took a moment to reflect on the complexities of a quirkless individual aspiring to be a hero. The path of a hero was fraught with dangers that required extraordinary abilities and resilience. Without a quirk, survival against such threats seemed unlikely, often leading to dire consequences. Yet, here was Izuku, a young man who defied those odds. Through sheer determination and relentless effort, he had transformed his body into a powerful instrument, rivaling those with quirks. All Might was impressed by Izuku's tenacity and resolve, qualities that made him reconsider the essence of heroism. While All Might believed having a quirk was important, he also recognized that true heroism came from within. He recalled a hero who, despite lacking a flashy quirk, had proven their worth through exceptional combat skills. This hero demonstrated that with rigorous training and an indomitable spirit, greatness could be achieved. All Might conveyed that it was the heart that made a hero. A hero is someone who saves others without hesitation and never expects anything in return. They inspire others through their actions and unwavering spirit. As All Might spoke, Izuku felt a spark of hope igniting within him. All Might's words lifted the heavy doubt that had burdened Izuku for so long. In that moment, he understood that his worth as a hero was not defined by his quirk but by his determination and character. All Might's encouragement reignited Izuku's resolve, assuring him that he, too, could become a beacon of hope. All Might expressed his belief that even someone like Izuku, who had once been quirkless, could become a hero if he was willing to work hard and grow stronger. Izuku thanked All Might, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He pondered where he would be if he hadn't met Igneel. All Might reflected that his perspective might have been different had he not witnessed the blazing determination in Izuku, reminiscent of his own youthful ambition. There was a chance he might have dismissed the idea of a quirkless individual becoming a hero if he had encountered someone lacking confidence. In All Might's eyes, the path of a hero required rigorous training and unwavering commitment. Simply dreaming of heroism without the will to improve seemed futile and dangerous. All Might felt a deep responsibility to ensure that aspiring heroes understood the gravity of their chosen path. His resolve to protect and guide those who sought to follow in his footsteps was as strong as his commitment to justice. As he prepared to leave, All Might reminded Izuku to keep his condition a secret. Izuku promised he would. All Might then checked his pocket, frantically searching for something, which piqued Izuku's curiosity. Concerned, Izuku asked what was wrong. All Might exclaimed that he had lost a vital item, and both of them were startled by a loud explosion nearby. They immediately thought of the escaped villain, causing All Might frustration for letting it slip away, while Izuku felt ashamed for inadvertently distracting his idol. All Might declared he needed to investigate, and Mizuna offered her assistance by summoning her wings, surprising All Might as she carried both of them toward the commotion. Everyone around was too preoccupied to notice their arrival. Upon reaching the scene, they saw the rising hero Mount Lady and other heroes struggling to take action, caught between concerns for civilians and the potential collateral damage of their actions. Izuku spotted a few female students calling for help, looking terrified as they faced a slime monster that was wrapping itself around its victims. Izuku felt a surge of determination, realizing he could no longer stand by. All Might cursed himself, feeling powerless despite being the symbol of peace. He hated that he was at his limit, forced to watch as the villain threatened the life of an innocent child. Turning to the young man, he saw flames beginning to swirl around his body. Izuku rushed forward without a second thought for his own safety. The young hero zoomed past the other heroes like a streak of red flames, moving so quickly that they were left stunned and unable to react. In an instant, he appeared before the sludge villain, grabbing hold of the person trapped inside. As he pulled them free, he realized they were wearing a female uniform. The girl's quirk seemed to render her invisible, making it difficult for him to identify her, but he quickly set that aside to ensure her safety. The sludge villain lunged forward, aiming to attack Izuku, but he swiftly countered by channeling his newfound ability. Flames erupted from his elbows, generating intense heat that sent waves of blistering energy outward, forcing everyone nearby to instinctively shield themselves from the heat. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating blow that sent a shockwave rippling through the air, dispersing the sludge villain into fragments that scattered across the ground. The onlookers stood in awe, their faces reflecting a mix of disbelief and admiration for the incredible display of power they had just witnessed. Izuku's voice cut through the stunned silence, urging the heroes into action. His words snapped them out of their daze, reminding them of their duty. Amidst the chaos, he focused on the young girl who had been victimized by the sludge villain, her form slowly recovering from the ordeal. As the invisible girl blinked and regained consciousness, her vision cleared to reveal the face of a handsome young man standing before her. Surprise flickered across her features, momentarily distracting her. Then, her gaze fell to where Izuku gently held her shoulder, his expression a mix of concern and relief. He asked if she was all right, ready to check her pulse, assuring her that the heroes were handling the situation. After a few minutes, the heroes subdued the villains, and Izuku faced a barrage of scolding from them. He paid little attention to their words, fully aware of his actions and without regret. If he had the power to save lives, he would not hesitate to use it. Igneel commented on the contradiction of human nature, noting that while Izuku's actions caused unforeseen consequences, they were not entirely wrong. Izuku felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a similar moment when he saved Jiro. Mizuna perched on his shoulder, glancing at the pair of female uniforms and guessing it was the one he had saved. The girl expressed her gratitude, apologizing for any trouble he might face from the heroes. As she approached him, Izuku smiled, warming her heart. He reassured her that it was simply what a hero does, and he did not regret stepping in to help. She asked for his name, and he muttered to himself as he took steps toward his dream of becoming the hero he always wanted to be. It filled him with joy that he had saved someone else, just like Jiro. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she responded with her name, Toru Hagakure, expressing her pleasure in meeting him. As he left, she stared at his retreating figure, wishing she could show him more gratitude but hesitating to take action. She hoped to see him again, feeling inspired to work even harder to achieve her goal as a hero. Meanwhile, as Izuku walked home, he contemplated the future of his hero career, feeling clarity in his life. He had no doubt that his dream of becoming a hero and all his training were worthwhile. Suddenly, he halted in surprise as All Might appeared in his muscular form. All Might explained that Izuku's earlier actions had drawn his attention. Just then, a voice interrupted, exclaiming in shock. Izuku and All Might turned to see a youth with ash-colored hair staring at them in disbelief. All Might paled at the unexpected encounter. Izuku recognized the voice as belonging to Kaken, his best friend and rival. Kaken was taken aback to see All Might in his true form, struggling to comprehend the sight of her idol appearing frail. All Might, feeling embarrassed, asked her to keep his secret. Kaken swore in disbelief, unable to fathom that the symbol of peace was weakening right before her eyes. All Might expressed concern over her language, while Mizuna chimed in, explaining that it was just how Kaken spoke. Kaken pressed for answers, asking who could have caused All Might's condition. All Might revealed that it was a powerful adversary they had discussed, explaining that his time limit had been reduced to 3 hours since that day. Kaken was shocked to learn that this was why All Might had been making fewer public appearances. All Might nodded, relieved that no one had yet noticed his diminishing presence. It was only a matter of time before people began to discover his secret. All Might explained that he was there because they had asked him what makes a hero, and he reiterated that a hero should act without hesitation, saving others despite the consequences. He noted that Katsumi had acted even knowing she would face reprimand from other heroes. Izuku affirmed that he had no regrets about saving someone. Katsumi frowned upon hearing this, while Mizuna confirmed that it was indeed another incident. Izuku, confused, tilted his head in response, prompting Mizuna to dismiss the topic. Katsumi sighed at Izuku's obliviousness. All Might then shared that what he was about to reveal was important and should not be told to anyone else. He disclosed that his quirk was called One for All. This quirk allowed its user to pass it on to someone else while accumulating power for the next user. As the 8th user, All Might was considered the strongest, though the full extent of the quirk's capabilities remained a mystery to him. The truth was that One for All could only reach its full potential when passed to a quirkless individual, allowing it to be fully utilized. Igneel, listening to their conversation, pondered whether Izuku would gain this quirk and if it would amplify his magical abilities, as he had yet to unlock his second origin. Izuku expressed his astonishment at the idea of a quirk that could be passed on, mumbling rapidly about the various theories surrounding All Might's quirk. His excitement caused Katsumi to lose her patience, and she interrupted him, demanding he stop his mumbling. Izuku, annoyed, reacted strongly, but quickly apologized to All Might, attributing his behavior to habit. All Might reassured him that it was all right and asked if he would accept his offer. He saw in Izuku the heroic heart he had been searching for. Izuku hesitated, caught in a dilemma about accepting the quirk, as he already possessed one, albeit uncertain of its classification. Igneel encouraged him to accept, assuring him that gaining the quirk would not diminish their bond and could enhance his abilities. With determination shining in his eyes, Izuku decided to embrace the opportunity before him, realizing that denying it would be a mistake. He declared his acceptance, promising to surpass All Might's expectations and strive for greatness. All Might smiled, his body beginning to transform into his powerful form. Katsumi, excited by the prospect of Izuku acquiring All Might's quirk, remarked that defeating him would mean defeating All Might by default. She expressed her eagerness to fight Izuku, even in his weakened state. Suddenly, 5 young women appeared, causing All Might to pale as he realized his secret had been revealed to more people. Katsumi remarked on their predicament, and Mizuna echoed her sentiment. Izuku inquired how long they had been there, to which Itsuka replied that they had been present since the discussion about One for All. All Might cursed under his breath, realizing the implications of their discovery. The next day at Dagoba Beach, after explaining everything to the other girls who promised to keep it a secret, All Might felt a mix of shame and acceptance. His long-hidden secret had been exposed, and now he had no choice but to include them in his training. All Might arrived in his muscular form, greeting the kids with his trademark smile. "Good morning, everyone," he said, transforming back into his slimmer self, which surprised them all. They admired his resilience, knowing he bore the burden of being a symbol of hope while enduring great pain. They wondered if they could ever be as strong as he was when they became professional heroes. "In this form, you can call me Toshinori Yagi, whichever you prefer," he told them. Momo felt guilty for accidentally discovering the number 1 hero's secret. "Once again, forgive us for piquing All Might." "It's all right. Now that you know my secret, there's no going back," Toshinori reassured her. Jiro expressed her disbelief, still in awe of standing before the legendary hero. Cammy, though not a die-hard fan, admired All Might for his deeds and found the situation surreal. "No offense, Toshinori-san, but it's hard to believe you're All Might." "None taken, young Atsushimi," Toshinori replied. Cammy insisted he could call her by her first name, feeling her last name made her sound older. Mizuna then asked about the process of passing on his quirk to Izuku. "Actually, I was planning to train young Midoriya before giving him my quirk to prevent any mishaps," Toshinori began, but Izuku interrupted, panic rising in his voice. "Wait, did you just say I might explode?" All Might scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. "Well, if your body isn't strong enough to handle the power of One for All, there is a chance you could, well, not survive the transfer. But don't worry. You already have a body strong enough for my quirk." The group exchanged skeptical looks, questioning his teaching methods. Katsumi remarked on his poor teaching skills, and Izuku agreed, both feeling a mix of concern and disbelief. "Well, young Midoriya, it's finally time for you to inherit One for All. You have the strength to withstand it," Toshinori declared. Izuku's determination shone through as he clenched his fist, ready to embrace the change. "I'm ready, All Might." After a dramatic pause, All Might reached into his hair and pulled out a strand, holding it out to Izuku. "Now eat this." A moment of silence fell over the beach as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. Katsumi felt nauseated, and the others shared her sentiments. Is that really necessary to pass it on? Momo asked, covering her mouth in disbelief. To obtain one for all, you must ingest the current wielder's DNA. Hair is the least disgusting part of my body you can eat, Toshinori explained, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Izuku hesitated, staring at the strand of hair. He had imagined a more dramatic transfer of power, not this. Just eat it. I use special shampoo, so it's sanitized, Toshinori insisted, trying to reassure him. With a resigned sigh, Izuku prepared himself. Well, here goes. He placed the hair in his mouth and quickly swallowed, struggling for a moment before finally managing to gulp it down. He gasped for breath, feeling the discomfort. Everyone winced, imagining the struggle he faced. After recovering, Izuku looked at his arms, stretching them out. How do you feel, Aizu-san? Itsuka asked. I don't feel much different. Izuku replied, confusion washing over him. He hoped it had worked, not wanting to eat more hair to find out. It's normal, your body is adjusting. In the meantime, why don't we introduce ourselves? Share our likes, dislikes, hobbies, and goals, Toshinori suggested, knowing Izuku's body was still integrating the quirk. As Izuku clenched his fist, he felt the energy from One for All surge through him, pushing his limits. The sensation was intense, but he stood firm, knowing that pain was a familiar companion on his journey. His high-speed healing factor allowed him to gradually adjust to the foreign power. Without it, Izuku would have long since passed out. He took boxing stances, breathing deeply to regulate his energy and maintain circulation to evenly distribute the power. He noted to himself that it was much harder than he had anticipated and considered revising his suit to incorporate a regulator that would allow him to use 100% of his power without harming his body. Finally, he planted his feet firmly into the ground, causing a fissure to crack beneath him as his whole body emanated energy along with flames. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his technique, creating a shockwave that split the water in half and sent a hurricane of wind that forced the others to shield their eyes. The impact was so intense that it nearly shattered his bones. They all stood in awe, staring at the rift in the ocean, while All Might felt a swell of pride, realizing his successor had surpassed his expectations. In his first attempt using One for All, everything had felt natural, yet Izuku's strike was far more powerful than his own. All Might chuckled, feeling confident in Izuku's potential. The others were equally astonished, with Jiro exclaiming about the incredible feat. Momo remarked that the force of Izuku's strike could equal 100 or more sticks of dynamite. Mizuna commented on how Izuku was already impressively strong, while Katsumi confidently claimed she could take him on in a fight, which led to a playful exchange with Kami, who teased her about it. Itsuka approached Izuku, concerned about the backlash from the force he had unleashed. Izuku turned to her, offering a reassuring smile despite the pain he felt. He admitted to being a bit sore but reassured her that he was fine. His Dragon Slayer physiology allowed for faster recovery than a normal person, and soon after, All Might returned to his slim form. Now that Izuku had grasped the power, All Might felt it was the right time to discuss his training and mentioned wanting to speak with Izuku's parents. He explained that since he had chosen Izuku as his successor, it was only fair to inform his mother and seek her consent, although he wouldn't reveal his true identity. All Might was determined not to train Izuku without his parents' knowledge, understanding the importance of keeping them informed about their child's training, especially considering the risks involved. He realized that in another timeline, this consideration might have been overlooked. Izuku agreed, suggesting they visit his mother after training, excited to share her cooking with All Might. As they resumed their training, All Might found himself ignored, sulking in a corner while muttering to himself. Izuku continued to experiment with his Fire Dragon Slayer magic alongside One for All, working to integrate the quirk into his body. After several hours of training and cleaning up the beach, he felt exhausted and suggested they head to his mother's restaurant. Itsuka praised Jiro for her improvements, while Jiro expressed her eagerness for Aunt Inko's pasta. Momo chimed in, sharing her anticipation for the meal as well. Katsumi, impatient, urged them to hurry, while Izuku encouraged All Might to join them, bringing a smile to the hero's face. They soon arrived at the Western-style restaurant, and Izuku called out for his mother, who was busy cooking but heard him. When she welcomed them, All Might froze in shock at her resemblance to someone he had lost long ago. Inko noticed the skinny man's reaction and expressed concern about his appearance. All Might, caught off guard, explained that Inko looked like someone important to him, but quickly shook off the thought, reminding himself that she was a different person. Inko introduced herself, and All Might introduced himself as Tashinori Yagi. She insisted he call her Miss rather than Mrs., and he complied, sensing the need to change the subject. He then expressed a desire to discuss Izuku's future more privately. Understanding the gravity of the conversation, Inko asked Izuku to take them to a small room on the second floor while she prepared their meals. Once settled, Izuku inquired about All Might's earlier comment regarding his master. All Might explained that Inko's appearance reminded him of his master, the previous user of One for All. Intrigued, Izuku asked for more details about her, eager to learn about the quirk he now possessed. All Might nodded, but hesitated, knowing it wasn't the right time to delve into the more complicated aspects of his past. So All Might had once been quirkless too, which surprised everyone in the room. Momo expressed her astonishment, while Jiro echoed her sentiment, noting the irony of the symbol of peace having once been quirkless. Himiko and Kami chimed in, sharing their disbelief. All Might then shared a bit about his past, reminiscing about his master and the dream he had to become the symbol of peace. He smiled as he recalled his youth, reflecting on how he had once been the same age as his successor, who had a dream that he eventually achieved after many years. This made him wonder if his master would be proud of him, especially after her passing. He always tried his best to honor her memory by smiling every day. As he contemplated retirement from his hero work, he thought about passing the torch to Midoriya. He felt a connection between what his master had seen in him and what he now saw in young Midoriya. He assured everyone that he would not disappoint either of them. Just then, Inko entered the room, pushing a cart filled with food. Her warm and welcoming demeanor captivated All Might. Despite being in her 40s, she maintained a fit physique that belied her status as a mother. Inko had worked hard ever since Izuku began his journey, choosing to improve herself rather than stress over her circumstances. She greeted them, hoping she hadn't kept them waiting, and offered the meals she had prepared. Then she inquired about the important discussion they needed to have. All Might explained that what he was about to share was significant and would impact her son's future. Inko felt a wave of anxiety but nodded, understanding that this was about Izuku's dream of becoming a hero. She wore a determined expression, ready to support her son no matter what. All Might saw the spitting image of his master in her expression, compelling him to make a decision that could change their lives. He urged her not to panic and revealed his true identity. Inko was initially startled but quickly calmed down, realizing that the #1 hero, whom her son had idolized since childhood, stood before her. She apologized for her reaction. All Might reassured her that it was all right and began to explain everything from the beginning. Inko listened intently as he shared how her son's dream was becoming more attainable. She understood the weight of the responsibility her son would carry but felt grateful that he had friends supporting him, glancing at the others quietly enjoying their meals. She felt a pang of sadness knowing that someone had to bear the burden for 5 years to ensure the safety of others. Inko admired All Might for everything he had done to inspire her son to become a hero, never asking for anything in return. All Might expressed his belief that her son would one day surpass him and become an even better symbol of peace. He asked for her consent to help guide Izuku on his journey. Inko understood the importance of All Might's role in her son's life. She acknowledged that since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, All Might's smile and words had motivated him to keep moving forward. She urged All Might to guide her son and help him achieve his dream. All Might and Inko exchanged smiles, while the others in the room noticed the chemistry between them, except for Izuku, who seemed indifferent. Playfully commented on their connection, and others joined in, sharing their thoughts on the budding relationship. It had been 2 months since Izuku gained One for All, and he had steadily adapted to it, developing new moves. He was cautious not to abuse his newfound power to avoid unnecessary damage. His friends were also growing alongside him, each finding ways to overcome their own challenges. Momo was creating more complex items for her combat style, while Jiro was experimenting with her quirk. Meanwhile, Igneel sensed a new presence within Izuku's soul and noticed 8 figures, one of whom appeared as a golden silhouette. They were taken aback by the volcanic surroundings and the enormous dragon before them. A bald man in leather exclaimed in surprise, while another prepared for a fight, though Igneel found their bravery amusing. A white-haired man urged everyone to calm down and asked Igneel who he was. Igneel introduced himself as the Fire Dragon King, explaining that he was the reason behind Izuku's quirk, which was actually magic. The revelation shocked everyone. One of the figures introduced himself as Yoichi Shigaraki, the first user of One for All. Others followed suit, each revealing their identities as the subsequent users of the quirk, creating a sense of awe among those present. The last one was the woman in a hero costume as she looked at the dragon. She introduced herself as Nana Shimura, the 7th user. Curious, Yoichi asked Igneel about the meaning of magic, and Igneel began to share more about himself and his world filled with magic and dragons, surprising them all. Yoichi suggested they create a place to stay, and Igneel agreed. He expressed that he was sure they all wished for his son to grow. Nana inquired about Igneel's son, to which he responded that he considered Izuku as his second foster son, certain they would all like him. Kudo frowned, disapproving of these heroic ideals, having come from a time where survival was paramount. Daigoro wondered if he could be the cool uncle, prompting En to remind him not to get ahead of himself. Yoichi expressed a desire to create a space to meet the 9th user, and Igneel nodded, allowing them to proceed. They fashioned a platform with thrones where they settled down. Igneel asked if they could communicate with Izuku, and Yoichi confirmed they could, expressing his eagerness to meet him. They waited for Izuku to fall asleep, and when he appeared in the dreamscape, he was shocked to see them. He asked who they were and if Igneel knew anything about them. Igneel advised him to wait and let them explain. Yoichi stepped forward, apologizing for their sudden appearance and introducing themselves. He explained that they didn't want to overwhelm him but felt it was essential for him to know the history of One for All to understand its significance. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of the history of One for All. Yoichi continued, revealing that long ago, there was a man named All for One, who had a quirk that allowed him to steal the abilities of others. This man was his older brother. He shared that he had once been weak and sickly, yet he possessed a strong sense of justice, despite being quirkless. He had refused to partake in his brother's twisted games, which led to All for One forcing a quirk that could stockpile power into him. This quirk merged with his own, giving rise to One for All. Izuku was left speechless by this revelation, having believed that One for All was a gift from All Might due to his innate heroism. Igneel noted the interesting history of transferring an innate ability to another person. Izuku then asked about the purpose of One for All when inherited. Nana, surprised that Toshi had not informed him, expressed her disbelief at the symbol of Peace's oversight. Daigoro exclaimed his confusion over All Might's actions, while Nana expressed her disappointment, wishing she could confront him for forgetting the purpose of One for All. En recalled how they had witnessed Toshinori defeat All for One 5 years ago, though it had led to his injury. Izuku, curious, asked for clarification. Yoichi explained that One for All was a power meant to defeat All for One. Although All Might had defeated his brother, he had sustained a scar due to a mistake during their battle. Yoichi then revealed that because Izuku was quirkless, like Toshinori, he might be the last user of One for All. Izuku questioned how he could be the last user, wondering if others could inherit it. Daigoro explained that after All Might took One for All, the quirk would not accept anyone with a quirk, meaning only quirkless individuals like Izuku could inherit it. He added that the majority of the population with quirks was making quirkless individuals increasingly rare. Izuku understood, realizing he was an empty vessel capable of wielding One for All. Daigoro expressed his excitement to see Izuku use his quirk, leaving Izuku confused. He turned to Yoichi for clarification, who explained that his quirk allowed him to transfer it to someone else. When it merged with the stockpile quirk to create One for All, it gained the ability to incorporate a piece of a user's quirk without stealing it. Daigoro elaborated on his own quirk, Black Whip, which allowed him to produce energy tendrils from his body and control them at will. He explained its usefulness in capturing villains and enhancing mobility, while also noting that negative emotions could cause it to go out of control. And due to One for All growing stronger with each transfer, its power evolved. Nana explained that the second quirk she used to make herself float was called Float. As she activated her quirk, she levitated gracefully in the void. Float allowed her to suspend herself in mid-air. With the enhancements from the stockpiled energy of One for All, Float became significantly more powerful, enabling the user to fly at high speeds. Izuku watched in awe. Hikage then stood up and introduced his quirk, Restore. He demonstrated by breaking his finger, which healed itself almost instantly. Restore allowed him to recover from injuries, though more severe wounds required time to heal, often leaving scars as a drawback. However, with One for All's energy, his quirk evolved to mitigate this issue, although some scars would still remain. En chimed in, stating that his quirk was called Smokescreen. As he spoke, thick purple smoke began to emit from his body. Smokescreen allowed him to create clouds of purple smoke, catching opponents off guard. However, using too much smoke could hinder his navigation, and in rainy conditions, the smoke would not disperse effectively. After hearing about their quirks, Izuku turned to the two men facing the wall, the second and third users. The second user sighed before explaining that his quirk was Gearshift, which enabled him to alter the speed of objects moving through space, even defying the laws of inertia. The third user introduced his quirk, Fa Gene. By repeating movements, he could store kinetic energy in his body, releasing it for an explosive boost in speed and power, akin to a well-known martial arts technique. Izuku was amazed by their abilities. Nana then reminded him that he would soon inherit their quirks, making him one of the strongest individuals in the world, potentially capable of defeating All for One once and for all. Filled with determination, Izuku promised to train hard with One for All and become a great hero. Yuichi suggested they help Izuku train, and they all agreed to test his skills. Inside Izuku's dreamscape, he received invaluable guidance from the predecessors of One for All. These experienced mentors were dedicated to helping him master his quirk. They were consistently impressed by his remarkable adaptability and sharp combat intelligence. His ability to swiftly learn and implement their teachings demonstrated that he was not only an exceptional student but also a prodigious wielder of One for All. Through rigorous training sessions, it became clear that Izuku was emerging as the most capable and powerful user of One for All, surpassing all who came before him. Eventually, Izuku had to wake up, and the first user approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. They wished him luck on his journey, encouraging him to make good progress with One for All, unlock their quirks, and defeat the first user's older brother. Daigoro gave him a thumbs up, while Hikage and En wished him good luck in unison. The second and third users nodded in approval, and the golden spirit of Toshinori offered a thumbs up to his student. Nana approached Izuku, telling him to convey her pride to Toshinori for all he had accomplished as All Might and for choosing Izuku as the ninth user of One for All. Her words echoed in his mind as Izuku blinked and then closed his eyes. In the next moment, he woke up and found he could communicate with them. Daigoro remarked on the awkwardness of the situation, while Hikage noted that it would make things easier. Nana encouraged him to get up for breakfast and suggested he text Toshinori. Izuku asked if he could tell his friends about them, though he hesitated about mentioning Igneel, fearing it might cause problems. And reassured him that it was fine since they already knew about One for All. Kudo expressed disbelief at how careless Toshinori had been, while Bruce commented on the incredible luck the kids seemed to have. Izuku messaged All Might and headed off to breakfast with everyone. As he looked at Inko, Daigoro noted how much she resembled Nana, and wondered if they were related, but Izuku explained that his mother was an only child and had no relatives. Nana expressed that she wouldn't mind being called auntie by him. Igneel suggested that it would be best for Inko to be aware of their existence, as she was the parent of Izuku's successor. Yoichi agreed, prompting everyone to look at him. En questioned his phrasing, but Yoichi insisted that it was only fair for her to know. Hikage confirmed his support for the idea, and they all agreed to tell her. But what was their opinion? Yoichi observed that the majority agreed on informing Inko about the situation. Izuku had spoken to his mother and Mizuna at the recent event, shocking her, but ultimately she accepted it quite easily. Mizuna joked that now Igneel wouldn't be lonely. Igneel growled in response, preferring solitude, though Izuku often chatted with him. Soon, they finished their breakfast and headed towards Dagoba to continue their training and discuss the circumstances that had unfolded. Izuku felt nauseous as he struggled to maintain his balance on the moving train. It was a new experience for him as a dragon slayer. Yoichi noted Izuku's struggle and suggested that his black whip or Diagoro's float might help ease the discomfort. Hikage remarked that one for all seemed to amplify Izuku's side effects. En inquired if all dragon slayers experienced such weaknesses, to which Igneel confirmed that even the strongest could not escape it. After enduring the ordeal, Izuku arrived at Dagoba Beach where Toshinori and the others awaited him. He immediately recounted everything that had transpired, including his plans to acquire more quirks and the history of one for all and all for one. Their expressions shifted through awe, shock, and fear upon learning of a villain with such abilities. Katsumi could only express her disbelief with a stunned exclamation. Momo questioned why a quirk capable of stealing others wasn't more widely known. Jiro added that such a villain should be at the top of the wanted list. Toshinori explained that revealing this information could incite panic among the public, leading to paranoia about their quirks being stolen. Himiko wondered if the villain should be very old, while Mizuna speculated that if he could steal quirks, he might possess an ageless quirk. Toshinori reassured them that he had already dealt with all for one and would do so again if necessary. The group remained troubled, considering the possibility that the villain could return, albeit injured. Diagoro remarked that the situation was alarming, only to be playfully smacked by Hikage, who pointed out that he was raising a flag as well. Toshinori then addressed Izuku, emphasizing the importance of focusing on his own growth and promising that he would handle any final confrontation without interference. Nana echoed this sentiment, urging Izuku to concentrate on becoming stronger. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku agreed to the promise, knowing he might struggle to keep it in the future, but for now, Toshinori trusted him to continue his journey. Katsumi bet 1,000 yen that Izuku would break his promise, to which Itsuka whispered that they didn't bet on things they were certain to lose. Further articles indicated that the case had gone cold. In a single day, Kotaro, his wife, his parents-in-law, his children, and even his dog were killed in a horrific manner, their bodies rendered unrecognizable. The ages of the children made it even more tragic. His daughter, Hana, was only 6, while his son, Tenko, was 5. Izuku, Inko, and Mizuna held each other and wept. In his mind, Izuku could hear Nana's wailing and feel the presence of the other vestiges, each comforting her. He wished he could join them, but for now his mother, Mizuna, and he were there, holding on to each other. All Might was distraught upon learning about it, apologizing for Nana, but she dismissed it, having never told him about her family and not wanting to be involved. Unbeknownst to them, this was part of All for One's wicked and sadistic plan. His friends were horrified, even Katsumi, upon learning about what happened to Nana and her family, recognizing the tragedy of it all. Now, with exactly 5 months until the entrance exam of UA High School, Izuku was training with the other one for all users when Igneel sensed something. Yoichi asked if something was wrong, and Izuku stopped sparring with Nana to turn to Igneel, who was looking off into the distance. Igneel revealed that he sensed the presence of a dragon, shocking everyone. Diagoro exclaimed in disbelief, while En suggested it could just be the dragoon hero Ryukyu nearby. Igneel insisted that the shift in ether nano or magic energy indicated that this was a real dragon and not just an overgrown lizard. Diagoro jokingly asked if Igneel was just an overgrown lizard, earning a growl from him, which made Hikage chuckle. Yoichi then asked what they should do, and Igneel suggested that while it might be dangerous, it was best to investigate. Everyone agreed to head there, and as Izuku prepared to leave, he encountered Mizuna. She questioned why he was awake so early and where he was going. Izuku explained that Igneel had sensed a dragon nearby, prompting Mizuna to react with alarm. He urged her to be quiet and asked for her help to get there. Mizuna expressed concern for his safety, worried that the dragon might attack him. Izuku reassured her that they could always run if things got out of hand, and after a moment of thought, she agreed to go with him. They flew towards the location, aware that using their quirks was illegal but feeling they had no choice. Upon arriving at a forest, they remained vigilant as they approached the source of the disturbance. A strong female voice was heard, questioning their presence. A towering green European dragon with black wings and a light green underbelly stood before them. Izuku's instincts kicked in. He recognized that this dragon was incredibly powerful, and he would need to give it his all to survive. Igneel noted that this dragon was unlike any he had encountered, suggesting that it might belong to a different world. The dragon demanded to know what they were, sensing a mix of human and dragon traits in Izuku. Suddenly she winced, and Izuku noticed a sword embedded in her body. The dragon declared that it didn't matter if they were there to kill her, it was her best chance. Izuku, seeing the fear, loneliness, uncertainty, hope, and regret in her eyes, offered to remove the sword, shocking both the dragon and the others with him. No one could believe what Izuku had just suggested. Helping a dragon seemed absurd, almost laughable. According to Igneel, only a handful of dragons had ever sided with humans throughout history, and most were known for their immense strength and ferocity. The idea of aiding such a creature stirred a mix of fear, skepticism, and intrigue among the group. Kudo questioned Izuku's sanity, warning that the dragon could be a threat, while Bruce suggested they should end it if the dragon turned out to be evil. Hikage urged caution, believing they didn't need to be hasty, and En agreed, turning to Igneel for his opinion. Igneel noted that if Izuku went all out, he could likely defeat her, especially since the sword was negating her power. Meanwhile, the dragon was closely inspecting them, particularly Izuku. She tried to discern his true intentions and was surprised to find not just one, but 8 distinct entities within him, one of which lacked a solid form. What truly caught her attention was the presence of a dragon soul within his soul, radiating power. As she continued to study this phenomenon, the dragon soul within Izuku became aware of her scrutiny and responded with a fierce, protective glare that sent chills down her spine. Igneel surprised everyone by revealing that he could only see a silhouette, and wondered if that was a bad thing, to which Igneel reassured them that it wasn't. The dragon was taken aback by the presence of a dragon soul residing within Izuku. She sensed a power within Igneel that was greater than her father's, leaving her curious about the connection. As she continued to observe Izuku, her curiosity deepened. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her, a sensation so profound and comforting that it caught her off guard. This was a soul unlike any she had encountered before, one ablaze with purity and light. Before her stood not just a mere human, but someone whose spirit radiated an unblemished light, contrasting sharply with the chaotic energies she was used to. The warmth wrapped around her like a gentle embrace, soothing her and dispelling her initial fear. In that moment, the dragon realized that Izuku was different from any human she had met. His vibrant, untainted soul radiated an unyielding goodness, a kind of purity that felt almost otherworldly. This warmth spread through her, dissolving her skepticism and fear. For the first time, she began to understand that there might be something truly unique about this boy. Perhaps helping him was not as absurd as it had initially seemed. Izuku declared his intention to help, stating that he didn't want to leave anyone in need of saving. His words were heavy with determination, and although the others were hesitant, they recognized the unwavering conviction in his voice. They wanted to caution him against potential dangers, but something about Izuku's resolve silenced their objections. As he stepped forward, the dragon flinched, a mix of surprise and uncertainty in her eyes. She had never encountered a human so fearless and resolute in the face of overwhelming power. Izuku's pure soul and his unyielding desire to help resonated with her in a way she had never experienced before. He asked if he could help her, and the dragon scoffed, warning him that the holy sword embedded in her was made by gods capable of harming her. She cautioned that if he tried to remove it, his soul would turn to dust. Izuku insisted that they wouldn't know unless they tried, impressing the dragon with his stubbornness. She told him to do as he wished but warned him not to blame her if he died. Turning to Mizuna, Izuku mentioned how she had helped him climb onto the dragon's back. Mizuna was alarmed, reminding him of the dragon's warning, but Izuku's firm gaze made her step back, realizing she couldn't change his mind. Reluctantly, she accepted and took Izuku onto the dragon's back, watching as he attempted to pull the sword free. The dragon thought to herself that it was impossible, but before she could finish her sentence, Izuku pulled the sword out as if it were made of paper, leaving her speechless. The wound closed and healed, and Izuku jumped down from her back, declaring that everything was fine now. The dragon, astonished, thanked him for saving her life and acknowledged him as her benefactor. Izuku, with a captivating smile, expressed his desire to be a hero and save everyone, no matter who they were. He then asked for the dragon's name, to which she quickly replied, Toru. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and mentioned Mizuna as well. Mizuna, curious, asked Toru about the battle she had been in and her origins. Toru nodded and began to share her story, and Izuku listened intently, intrigued by her past. He learned that Toru had once been part of an evil faction, a revelation that confused him. Despite her history, he sensed no current malevolence within her. As a dragon slayer, Izuku had heightened senses that allowed him to discern an individual's true nature. While he could detect traces of past darkness in Toru, he felt no immediate danger. Instead, he sensed a deep weariness and a longing for peace. Toru's eyes reflected a long history of conflict, but also a glimmer of hope, perhaps ignited by Izuku's unexpected kindness. He felt that beneath her formidable exterior lay a being deserving of compassion and a chance at a new beginning. Izuku began to share his own story, explaining that he was a dragon slayer and how his journey began. Mizuna was puzzled by his willingness to share so much with a stranger, but Izuku felt it was the right thing to do. Toru expressed her amazement at the existence of heroes in Izuku's world and the concept of quirks, innate abilities possessed by a large portion of the population. Izuku confirmed her curiosity and explained that he had obtained a dragon soul that taught him the art of slaying dragons, referring to Igneel as a father figure to him. His name is Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. He proudly stated this as they continued to chat, enjoying each other's company until the holy sword vanished. Daigoro remarked that after touching the holy sword, it seemed to have latched onto Izuku. They all noticed a new presence joining them, and then wondered if that meant the sword had a consciousness. Igneel speculated that while it might not have an ego, it was possible they would have another member in their group in time. Nana asked if they should be concerned, to which Igneel replied that they could handle it if necessary. Izuku listened, deciding to wait and see how things would unfold. Eventually, he had to return home and turn to Toru, who needed more support than he had provided earlier. He suggested that if she had nowhere to go, she could come with him. Toru and Mizuna exchanged dumbfounded looks, with Mizuna wanting to voice her opinion but realizing she was in a similar situation to Toru's, making it unfair to stop Izuku from helping. Toru was confused by Izuku's offer and questioned why he would help her. Izuku explained that as a hero, it was his job to assist anyone he could, sharing his dream of becoming a beacon of hope like his idol, All Might. His bright smile made Toru feel at peace, as if everything would be all right. Toru found Izuku's declaration of heroism strange but accepted his offer if he insisted. Izuku was overjoyed, while Mizuna felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of another girl living with them, even in their spacious home. Izuku then asked Toru if she could transform into a human, recalling that some dragons could change form. Toru nodded and began to transform, revealing a young girl with long blonde hair, flaming orange tips, and striking red-orange eyes. She wore nothing but a cloak, and Izuku was mesmerized by her beauty, feeling an instinctive attraction as a dragon slayer. Toru blushed at the compliment, having never received such praise for her human form before. She found herself at a loss for words, managing only a simple thank you. Izuku, realizing what he had said, blushed as well. Daigoro teased Izuku, noting his apparent appreciation for Toru's figure, while the others observed the budding feelings between them. Mizuna, seeing Toru's transformation, realized that her chances of attaining a human form were now possible and eagerly asked Toru to teach her. Toru was surprised by Mizuna's request, but Izuku nodded in encouragement. He wondered if Toru could help him with the effects of being a dragon slayer. Toru agreed, feeling indebted to him for saving her. Izuku smiled warmly and suggested they become friends, which took Toru by surprise, stirring memories of her friends from her own world. She felt an unfamiliar sensation of happiness at his sincere offer of friendship, which contrasted sharply with her expectations of hostility and rejection. Toru smiled and agreed to be friends, and Izuku nodded, blushing again. Before they headed to his home, Izuku hesitated and asked if she could use magic to create clothes, showing her a picture on his phone. Toru was puzzled by his fascination with clothing but felt happy seeing him blush, wondering what this feeling was. A week passed, and Inko was both shocked and curious about Toru's unexpected arrival. Despite her surprise, she welcomed Toru with open arms, extending her renowned warmth and hospitality. Izuku eagerly shared the news with his friends, who were equally astonished. The girls quickly pieced together that Izuku's actions had likely attracted yet another admirer into his already considerable circle of pursuers. They had spent months getting to know him and learning about his magic and its origins. Initially, the news was shocking, but everyone soon accepted Toru's presence and moved on with their lives. However, curiosity about other worlds lingered, sparking countless questions and fantasies. Toru insisted on helping around the house, and Inko happily accepted her offer, putting her to work as a waitress in her restaurant. Surprisingly, the maid outfit suited Toru perfectly, highlighting her charm and making her a popular addition to the staff. Izuku couldn't help but blush whenever he saw her in the outfit, much to the amusement of his mother and others. Diagoro, never one to miss an opportunity for a good tease, poked fun at Izuku's obvious infatuation. However, his playful jabs were quickly silenced by Nana, who lightly smacked him to keep him in check. They didn't often train in Dagoba, as everyone still had schoolwork that took up most of their time. Despite their busy schedules, Izuku found himself getting along well with Toru. She seemed much more carefree and happy compared to when they first met, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. This shift made their interactions more pleasant and relaxed, and Izuku enjoyed seeing this cheerful side of Toru. It was a Saturday, and the time had come for their training session. Toru joined Izuku since she had brought them away from Dagoba and found an island for them to use in case things got out of hand. She was introduced to his friends, and as soon as they saw her, a spark of competition ignited among them, recognizing her as a new rival for Izuku's affection. Meanwhile, Izuku remained blissfully unaware of the budding rivalry unfolding around him. All Might, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of sympathy for Izuku. Managing the interest of one woman was challenging enough, but dealing with multiple admirers was a headache that All Might was glad to avoid. Cammy expressed her excitement as she felt the strong gust of wind, while Jiro mentioned that riding a dragon was now on her bucket list. Itsuka asked Toru how she was holding up, to which Toru replied that she was fine. Normally, she wouldn't do this, but since they were Izuku's friends, she was willing to participate. Himiko gleefully commented on how nice it was to be there. Izuku reminded everyone to be careful as they rode on Toru's back until they finally arrived on a large, uninhabited island. They gathered on the shore and began their training. One of the girls asked if Toru was going to teach Mizuna and Izuku transformation magic. Despite their interest, none of the girls had the time to invest in learning new magic skills, preferring to focus on honing their current abilities. Toru explained that Igneel couldn't hold the transformation for long. The rapid growth of Izuku's power meant it was only a matter of time before he would become a dragon. Unlike Natsu, who had time to prevent his dragon transformation, Izuku's situation was different. The rapid increase in his abilities made it impossible to delay or stop the transformation. Unless Igneel could seal his magic, there was no way to prevent him from becoming a dragon. Himiko voiced her concern, worried that Izuku might lose his sanity in the process. She wanted to ensure that he remained the kind and loving person they all knew. Toru acknowledged the truth in her words, recalling tales of those transformed into dragons, driven by wild nature and negative emotions. Tashinori was ready to step in if needed, believing it was better for Izuku to let out his emotions rather than keeping them bottled up. He knew he was the only one powerful enough to stop Izuku if he began to rampage. Mizuna, excited at the prospect of learning transformation magic, volunteered to go first so Izuku could observe. Tora began to explain the necessary steps, admitting that she had never taught anyone before but would try to explain it as her father had. Izuku was confused when he realized that Toru knew how to use transformation magic but had never taught him. Yuichi politely asked if there was a reason for that. Toru explained that knowing and doing were two different things, and she had not wanted to take the risk when he was younger. Now, however, learning from a dragon would make things easier. Becoming a dragon wouldn't necessarily make Izuku stronger, but it could lead to complications due to his size after the transformation. Izuku focused his attention on Toru as she finished explaining the magic. Kami commented that it sounded complicated, to which Toru replied that it was only complicated for non-magic users. Mizuna couldn't wait to try and gave it her all, but she grew impatient after only a few minutes. She struggled with her desire to become human and confess her feelings for Izuku, feeling disheartened when she couldn't succeed. The other girls understood her frustration, knowing she also had feelings for him. Itsuka saw Mizuna struggle and began to pray for her success. Toru advised Mizuna to relax, explaining that if she let her emotions overwhelm her, it wouldn't work. Mizuna nodded, taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself while Izuku attempted to do the same. Toru instructed them to form an image in their minds of what they wanted to become. Mizuna closed her eyes and focused all her energy on the image of Izuku's smiling face, hoping this would be enough to fuel her transformation. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped her, as if a gentle breeze was swirling around her. Mizuna felt her body tingle and shift, every muscle and bone adjusting in ways she had never experienced before. It was as if the essence of magic was molding her into something new. After a few minutes of imagining her desired form, a puff of smoke appeared. When it cleared, everyone saw a young woman the same age as her friends. When Mizuna opened her eyes, she was greeted by bright sunlight. Her hands were no longer delicate paws but human-like appendages with fingers that trembled in disbelief. She looked down and saw legs instead of her stubby limbs. Mizuna had done it. She had transformed into a human. Momo quickly fashioned a mirror for her, allowing the Exceed to see her new appearance. She had long green hair that cascaded down her chest and reached her tailbone, along with both cat and human ears. Izuku expressed his joy as tears welled up in Mizuna's eyes. She rushed forward to embrace Toru, overwhelmed with gratitude for making her dream come true, allowing her to be with Izuku at last. Toru accepted her thanks, feeling an emotional connection despite not fully understanding it. Their bond had grown strong in just a week. After some time, it was Izuku's turn to let go and become a dragon. Fortunately, Tashinori had asked a friend to block the area to avoid unnecessary attention. Kudo expressed concern about the potential danger of a rampaging dragon who could regain strength by consuming flames. Hikage acknowledged the risk but insisted they had no choice. Igneel had plans in case things went wrong, though he never revealed his intention to sacrifice himself. If Izuku lost control. He had long warned Izuku about the implications of becoming ageless, meaning he would not die of old age once he reached his prime. Izuku understood but felt he would deal with that in the future, not wanting to see his loved ones suffer. Jiro worried about Izuku's safety, while Himiko reassured her that they needed to trust Izuku would succeed. Momo suggested they should stay back if things got out of hand, but Katsumi was eager for the challenge of fighting a dragon. Kami doubted Katsumi could win against Izuku, which prompted a playful bark from Katsumi. Toru offered her support, confident she was now stronger than Izuku. Izuku focused on controlling his senses and emotions, having been trained by his martial arts master on the importance of mental mastery. Igneel's words echoed in his mind, signaling the beginning of the process to slowly release the seal. Gradually, he felt an oppressive weight lift, as if an unseen shackle had been broken. With newfound freedom, Izuku unleashed his magic energy, which surged forth like an inferno. The heat was so intense that it transformed the surroundings into a scorching desert, making the once cool air blistering and nearly unbearable for everyone nearby. Katsumi felt outmatched but was motivated to push beyond her limits. Those in the vicinity felt their throats and lips parching as the moisture in the air evaporated rapidly. The sea, once calm, began to bubble and boil under the influence of Izuku's fiery power. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a testament to the raw strength coursing through him. Toru observed this extraordinary display with a mix of astonishment and apprehension. She marveled at the sheer potency of Izuku's magic, realizing he could easily rank among the most formidable dragons she had ever encountered. The heat and intensity of his flames suggested a power that could rival her own, filling her with both respect and caution. Izuku's transformation continued as scales formed on his forehead, his nails sharpened into claws, and horns sprouted from his head. A pair of dragon wings unfurled from his back, accompanied by a powerful tail. His clothes morphed along with him, adapting seamlessly to his new form. Izuku focused intently, committing the sensations of the change to memory before attempting to revert to his human state. The air around him crackled with raw, unrestrained power, an immense force that made everyone acutely aware of his presence. His gaze turned sharp, his eyes now draconic and filled with an otherworldly intensity. Sharp fangs gleamed as he bared his teeth, an involuntary reaction to the overwhelming surge of power. Everyone present felt a shudder under the weight of Izuku's gaze, as if they were prey before a predator. Even All Might, with his immense strength and courage, felt a momentary tremor of unease. Toru, however, remained unfazed. She stood firm, her eyes meeting Izuku's with a mixture of respect and awe, understanding that he was quickly becoming a force to be reckoned with, one who could potentially rival the greatest of dragons. As Igneel prepared everyone for the final step, time seemed to stand still. An almost tangible shift in the atmosphere was felt by all. Izuku's eyes shot open, glowing with intense light, and his form began to swell larger, enveloped in flames. The heat was unbearable, forcing everyone to retreat, their eyes instinctively turning away from the blinding fire. The flames roared with ferocity, consuming everything in their path, yet the heat began to dissipate. Despite this, the sense of looming danger grew stronger. An unspoken understanding passed among the onlookers. They were held captive by the sheer magnitude of what was unfolding. Then, a pair of red, beady eyes pierced through the veil of fire, radiating predatory hunger and formidable power. The flames slowly receded, revealing the form of a colossal red dragon in all its awe-inspiring glory. Izuku had fully transformed, now towering and magnificent. His scales shimmered like molten lava, and his wings stretched wide, casting a formidable shadow. The red eyes that had first appeared through the flames were now clearly visible, burning with an inner fire that spoke of untamed strength and fierce determination. Izuku let out a thunderous roar, a proclamation of his newfound power. With a mighty flap of his colossal wings, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the flames in an instant. The fiery inferno was swept away, revealing the awe-inspiring sight before them. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with a mix of fear, admiration, and disbelief. Before them towered the majestic form of Izuku in his full dragon glory. His scales glinted like molten metal, each one reflecting the light with an otherworldly sheen. His wings, now fully unfurled, cast an imposing shadow that stretched across the ground. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming. Even the most seasoned warriors among them could feel their hearts racing, the primal fear of standing before such a powerful creature coursing through their veins. Izuku's eyes, those burning red beacons, scanned the crowd, his gaze both commanding and assessing. Toru felt a rush of admiration upon seeing Izuku's form, her instincts as a dragon ignited by his appearance. No one dared to speak, their voices caught in their throats. The only sounds were the crackling remnants of the dissipating flames and the heavy, rhythmic breathing of the dragon before them. It was a moment suspended in time, a meeting of gazes that held the weight of unspoken words. Katsumi was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and concern as she stepped forward, her eyes wide with worry. She feared that the transformation might have caused him to lose control and become a threat to them all. Her heart pounded in her chest as she anxiously awaited his response. Izuku turned to face Katsumi, the intensity in his eyes softening, replaced by a familiar warmth and recognition. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself after the overwhelming surge of power. He reassured her, expressing that he was still himself and in control. A small, comforting smile crossed his face, alleviating her fears. Everyone felt relieved to hear that he was still sane. All Might stepped forward, his voice steady but tinged with awe and concern as he addressed Izuku. He asked if Izuku could transform back into his human form. Izuku, still towering in his dragon form, looked at All Might, recognizing the concern and trust in his mentor's voice. He took a deep breath, feeling the remnants of his fiery power still coursing through him. Slowly, he began the process of reverting to his human form, recalling the sensation from when he transformed and reversing it with ease. The transformation was gradual. The scales on his body began to recede, melting back into his skin. His massive wings folded and then disappeared, the horns and claws retracting. His form shrank, muscles shifting and bones realigning until, at last, Izuku stood once more as a human. His clothes, which had adapted to his dragon form, shifted back seamlessly, ensuring he remained clothed. As the final traces of his transformation faded, Izuku looked up at All Might and the others. He felt a wave of exhaustion mixed with exhilaration. The experience had been overwhelming, but he had managed to control it. All Might stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, commending him for showing incredible strength and control while reminding him that this was just the beginning. Izuku nodded, gratitude and determination in his eyes, expressing his commitment to using his immense power wisely for the good of all. Itsuka stepped forward, her expression a mix of relief and curiosity. She had witnessed the entire transformation and the immense power that Izuku had unleashed, and now she needed to know how he was holding up. She gently asked how he was feeling. Izuku, now back in his human form but still exuding an aura of latent power, took a moment to gather his thoughts. He glanced around at his friends, all of whom were watching him with a mixture of concern and admiration. Finally, he looked at Itsuka, his eyes reflecting both the exhaustion and exhilaration of his transformation. He admitted to feeling a bit overwhelmed, describing the intensity of the experience. He felt stronger and more in control, but also fatigued from the exertion. Igneel noted that it was normal to feel this way and assured him that he would eventually learn to switch between forms, though using his dragon form would deplete his magical power more quickly as he was still getting used to it. Izuku inquired about any changes within him, and his companions reassured him that everything remained the same. They expressed relief that he hadn't lost control, though they acknowledged the risks involved. Daigoro encouraged him to take risks, emphasizing that one would never know the outcome without them. When asked about any violent impulses, Izuku replied that he felt sluggish and hungry instead. Nana jokingly suggested that a few snacks would help him return to his former self. Time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before anyone realized it, 5 months had slipped away. With only 2 months remaining until the UA entrance exam, the pressure was mounting for Izuku. However, these past months had not been wasted. They provided him with a precious window to intensify his training, honing both his magic and his quirk with singular focus. Every day was filled with rigorous practice. Izuku dedicated himself to mastering the delicate balance between his human and dragon forms. The transformation was not just about physical change but also about learning to control the immense power that came with it. The process was challenging, requiring a fine-tuned connection between mind and body, and the ability to summon or suppress his dragon attributes at will. Given the destructive potential of his dragon form, Izuku made a conscious decision to conduct his training in remote, unpopulated areas. He sought out secluded forests, desolate mountains, and abandoned fields, places where the collateral damage of his powerful transformations would be minimized. The wild, untamed landscapes became his training grounds, where he could unleash his abilities without fear of harming others. In these isolated places, he faced numerous challenges. He battled the elements, tested his limits, and pushed his endurance to new heights. Each session was grueling, leaving him exhausted but increasingly adept at controlling his immense power. The isolation also provided him time for introspection, allowing him to understand the depths of his abilities and the responsibilities that came with them. Meanwhile, his friends and mentors offered unwavering support. All Might continued to provide guidance, instilling in Izuku the principles of heroism and the importance of restraint. Toru, with her vast experience as a dragon, shared invaluable insights into managing his transformations and channeling his power effectively. The results of his training were evident. Izuku's transitions between forms became smoother and more fluid. He learned to summon the strength of his dragon form in measured doses, using it strategically rather than relying solely on brute force. His human form also grew stronger, benefiting from the rigorous physical and mental discipline required to control his transformations. Izuku Midoriya remained deeply concerned about the potential consequences of his power, always fearful that a careless use of his immense strength could accidentally harm someone. Despite his progress and achievements, he had yet to fully unlock the quirks of the previous one for all users, recognizing that he still required a specific trigger for these abilities to activate. In the midst of his struggles, he observed a significant sharpening of his instincts, an enhancement that aided him in combat and decision-making. However, one area where his instincts remained frustratingly inadequate was his interactions with women. His obliviousness often left him unaware of their feelings, and it wasn't until they openly confessed their emotions that he realized their affections. It was worth noting that they easily cleaned Dagoba Beach and continued to train in places that Izuku had used. Mizuna became more expressive in her actions after transforming into her human form, which brought about a significant change in her interactions. Inko, initially taken aback by Mizuna's new appearance, quickly shifted to feelings of joy and pride. They wasted no time in updating Mizuna's quirk certificate to reflect her newly discovered abilities. This update was crucial, ensuring that her records accurately represented her transformed powers and capabilities. On the other hand, Toru grew closer to everyone, especially Izuku, who developed genuine feelings for her rather than mere admiration. Though she was a dragon and felt a sense of rivalry among the girls, the dragons grew fond of them, seeing them more as sisters than friends. Toru finally found a place where she belonged and couldn't be happier. She vowed to protect it no matter the choice. At the current time, when everyone was taking a break from training, the girls who had feelings for Izuku gathered in one place, their expressions filled with anxiousness and fear. Kami, the one responsible for gathering everyone, began by thanking them for coming, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Itsuka felt a sense of déjà vu, as if this had happened before, but instead of Kami, she had been the one to gather them. Kami had invited a few friends to a private meeting. She could feel her heart pounding as she glanced around the room, taking in the faces of the girls she had invited. Itsuka Kendo sat at one end of the table, her usually confident demeanor replaced with a curious and slightly nervous expression. Katsumi Bakugo, trying her best to look uninterested, leaned against her chair with her arms crossed. Himiko Toga, her usual playful smile ever present, sat swinging her legs idly. Jiro Kyuka fidgeted with her earphone jacks, while Momo Yaoyorozu looked around, clearly puzzled but willing to listen. Mizuna and Toru exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Kami's mysterious invitation. Kami took a deep breath and stood up, drawing everyone's attention. She began by expressing her gratitude for their presence and explained that it was unusual for them all to gather like this, but there was something important she needed to discuss. Katsumi, not one to hold back, urged Kami to get to the point, expressing her impatience. Kami smiled slightly and revealed that the topic was Izuku Midoriya. A ripple of surprise ran through the group as each girl's expression changed at the mention of his name, confirming what Kami had suspected. Kami continued, explaining that she had realized her feelings for Izuku long ago, but she also knew she wasn't the only one. Each of them had shown interest in him in one way or another. Itsuka blushed slightly, looking down at her hands, prompting Kami to clarify that they should be honest with each other about their feelings. There was a moment of silence, broken by Himiko's giggle as she expressed her affection for Izuku, noting how he had saved her and how interesting he was. Jiro sighed, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink as she admitted her own feelings. Momo nodded slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, acknowledging that she admired and cared for him deeply. Mizuna and Toru exchanged glances before Mizuna spoke up, admitting she had a crush on Izuku for a while and expressing gratitude to Toru for giving her the opportunity to be human. Toru nodded in agreement, sharing that Izuku was the one who gave her a sense of belonging. Katsumi, initially scowling, flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she reluctantly admitted her feelings for him, acknowledging his strength and determination. Itsuka looked around at the other girls before finally nodding, confessing that she too had feelings for him, recognizing his caring nature. Kami felt a wave of relief wash over her as they all shared their feelings, understanding that it was complicated but necessary to be honest with one another. What if they shared him? The room fell silent as the girls processed Kami's suggestion. Jiro raised an eyebrow and asked if she meant all of them. Kami confirmed that a polygamous relationship was legal since the population had dwindled after the meta-liberation era. The casualty rate from dangerous quirks had risen to unsustainable levels, prompting the government to enact a law aimed at maintaining the population. However, this law did not mean that everyone could afford to have a harem, nor did it normalize the practice. Most women were not inclined to share their partners simply because it was legally permissible. Societal expectations still emphasize that relationships should be built on mutual love and respect rather than legal convenience. To ensure fairness, the government mandated that any such arrangements must be equitable for all parties involved, requiring individuals to have sufficient financial resources and time to maintain healthy relationships. Momo expressed her concern, wanting to ensure that Izuku wouldn't feel stressed about managing multiple relationships. Kami acknowledged that having a harem meant that everyone involved needed to agree and feel included. She believed Izuku had a big heart and could care for all of them if they were open to it. They could support each other instead of competing, as they all wanted him to be happy. Katsumi found the idea unconventional but acknowledged that it could work if Izuku was okay with it. Himiko clapped her hands in delight, excited about the prospect of happiness together. Itsuka felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, agreeing to the idea. Mizuna and Toru nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Kami felt a surge of hope as they settled on the plan to talk to Izuku and see how he felt about it, promising to support each other and keep their friendship strong. They shared warm hugs, knowing their decision was the right choice. Izuku would have someone else supporting and loving him, which gave them peace of mind. Meanwhile, a spectator watched from atop a building, vanishing into a burst of flame. After a few moments, they changed the topic. Kami asked when they should confess to Izuku, suggesting they do it after the UA exam. Jiro mentioned wanting to ask him on a date at that time as well, emphasizing the need to focus on UA. Momo agreed, and Mizuna asked who would go first on a date. Toru suggested drawing lots or playing rock, paper, scissors, which Itsuka agreed was fair. Jiro then wondered what would happen if more girls fell for Izuku, and they all fell silent, face-palming at the thought of his charm attracting others. Meanwhile, Izuku was unaware of the important discussion happening among the girls. He was busy designing his hero costume, having trained to use magic more efficiently with Toru's help. After becoming a dragon, he could now make clothes from his scales, preventing them from burning when using magic. However, he knew that any clothing he wore would only gain some resistance, and he needed a costume to avoid raising questions. He noticed an email from Island, recalling his participation in their research. He hadn't visited Island because he was still a minor and didn't want to leave his mother. His research and theories on quirks had caught their attention, making him one of their vital researchers. Izuku had always been fascinated by quirks and contributed to many theories. His friends commented on his intelligence, impressed by his well-put-together theories. Izuku explained that his ideas stemmed from reading comics and that the people from Island saw potential in him and encouraged him to continue studying. He was more focused on being a hero and a beacon of hope rather than seeking strength, unlike Katsumi, who aimed for that title. They discussed theories about animals having quirks, referencing past beliefs about curses and viruses. Izuku clarified that he was using an alias for his research and was compensated for his contributions. Their conversation turned playful, with jokes about swearing and personal preferences. As they laughed, Izuku inquired about the holy sword spirit, which was still in a cocoon, showing no signs of waking up. After finishing his pizza, Izuku replied to the email and decided to take a break from his computer. He headed to get a drink, calling out for his mother and All Might as he entered the room, catching them in a moment that seemed a bit too hasty for his super-speed perception. Yagi-san visited Inko, sharing that he had something important to discuss. Inko stuttered, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Yagi-san continued, expressing his enthusiasm about the next step in Izuku's training. Despite their attempts to hide their blushes, even Izuku, who often seemed oblivious, could see through their facade. He offered a sarcastic smile, curious about what was to come. Yagi-san had been developing a closer relationship with Inko over the past 5 months, and they had started dating without informing Izuku. However, he sensed their happiness and only wanted his mother to find joy, especially after Yagi-san's retirement. Both deserved to be happy together, and Izuku was determined to improve his skills while also healing his own wounds. In the background, and made a comment about the unusual situation, while Daigoro teased Yagi-san, only to receive a light punch from Nana. Hikage remarked on Daigoro's antics as All Might approached Izuku with his signature smile. He shared that a good friend, David Shield, had provided tickets for the 4 of them to train on I-Island for the next 2 months. I-Island was an artificial, mobile island home to over 10,000 scientists researching quirks. It was designed to gather the world's top researchers in a secure environment, complete with advanced security measures. Izuku was granted special access due to his contributions to their research, despite the inherent risks involved. The island also hosted the renowned I-Expo, a citywide event showcasing technological advancements. Pro heroes were invited, and attendees could use their quirks publicly. Katsumi, despite her brash demeanor, teased Izuku about the island being a haven for nerds, even as they had agreed to explore their feelings for him. The group had established that if Izuku met new girls he liked, they would evaluate whether it was true love or mere admiration. They emphasized the importance of strength and support, not just physically but in character as well. Izuku felt confident, noting that the plane was stable, which helped alleviate any motion sickness. As they bickered, Izuku playfully defended himself, and Katsumi challenged him. Their playful exchange continued as they prepared to land, excitement building within Izuku. He noticed his friends were looking at him differently, prompting him to ask if something was wrong. Itsuka admitted her nerves about being away from Japan for the first time, and Momo reassured her, recalling her own experiences. The girls expressed their excitement about the private plane and the wonders I-Island promised. Toru commented on the impressive technology, while Mizuna noted the focus on technological advancement over magic in their world. Izuku encouraged Itsuka, assuring her that they were all in this together, which eased her anxiety. As they descended, the clouds parted to reveal the magnificent island, and Izuku's excitement grew. All Might urged them to get ready as they prepared to land. Upon arrival, they were greeted by advanced robots, and the breathtaking sights of the island left them in awe. They marveled at the bustling atmosphere, filled with people and towering skyscrapers. Daigoro commented on the island's wonders, while En noted how each visit seemed to surpass the last. Izuku asked if they had been there before, and Hikage explained that such technology was not available in their era. Nana added that their knowledge of the island came from All Might. Izuku nodded, glancing at his reflection in the glass, noticing how he had grown taller and more confident, dressed in a form-fitting shirt and baggy pants with high boots. He had grown his hair to resemble horns and spikes. Katsumi wore a brown military jacket over a blue shirt, camouflage pants, and brown combat boots. The Dragon Slayer turned to look at his friends and noticed how appealing they appeared, especially with their outfits. Itsuka sported a short blazer jacket and a green inner dress wrapped with a large belt, paired with sneakers. Jiro wore a white shirt and a black cyberpunk jacket with blue jeans and sneakers, along with a choker accessory. Momo had a simple white button-up dress cinched with a belt, complemented by black stockings and leather shoes. Himiko donned long sleeves that revealed her shoulders and midriff, along with denim shorts, gothic stockings, and boots. Cammy opted for a simple black high-collar sleeveless crop top and black jeans with a jacket. Mizuna wore a long-sleeve dress with a ribbon tie and black jeans, while Toru chose her maid outfit, claiming it was comfortable and eye-catching. Izuku noticed how great they all looked in their clothes and complimented them, which struck a chord in their hearts, as they were unaware of his intentions. He was simply appreciating their beauty. Each of them had an aesthetic that matched their personality. Izuku glanced at his mentor, who took a wide stance as if preparing for something. He asked what All Might was doing, to which All Might explained that he was preparing for the horde of fans, indicating they might be stuck there for a while. The group looked around at the hundreds of people and shuddered. Izuku quickly led them away from All Might to avoid being overwhelmed by the incoming fans. Katsumi expressed relief at their quick escape, and Izuku playfully claimed that Speed was his middle name. Katsumi teased him, reminding him that his middle name was actually Deku. Izuku countered, pointing out that he had just saved her from the crowd, which made All Might feel a bit embarrassed as the people finally recognized the symbol of peace. The crowd erupted with excitement as they spotted All Might, and the group couldn't help but feel apprehensive. En thought about why he decided to go incognito, while Nana reflected on her own level of fame, noting that it had never been this overwhelming. Jiro wondered if this was what awaited them if they became professional heroes, and Itsuka agreed, questioning whether it was too much attention. Cammy admitted she liked attention but not to that extent. Mizuna asked Momo if she had ever experienced such a level of fame, to which Momo replied that she had encountered similar situations at family parties, though nothing compared to the media frenzy. Katsumi firmly stated that she wasn't interested in that kind of attention, aiming instead to become the strongest. Izuku laughed, finding it amusing that his best friend would rather face villains than deal with fans, though he understood her perspective on public opinion regarding her future. All Might enthusiastically addressed his fans, encouraging them to form a line to make things easier. He began signing posters and pictures, but when a group of fangirls approached, one asked if they could give him a kiss on the cheek. All Might respectfully declined, explaining that he was already in a relationship. He didn't want to face the consequences of upsetting his girlfriend or the Dragon Slayer. After a lengthy interaction with his fans, All Might finally finished and wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, expressing relief. Izuku and his friends had been waiting for several minutes. All Might apologized for the delay and announced that they could finally head to the main tower to meet Dave. Katsumi, impatient, exclaimed that they had been waiting for quite some time. Izuku expressed excitement about asking Dave a few questions, and All Might mentioned that perhaps Dave would be interested in Izuku as a potential successor. The group buzzed with excitement about exploring the area. Itsuka was eager to visit all the places, while Momo mentioned the best massage place in the world. Cammy added that she had heard about the best spa, and Jiro expressed interest in the instruments made there. Himiko wanted to check out the stalls for cute souvenirs, and Mizuna suggested taking pictures as mementos. Toru compared the place to a floating island created by gods and sages in her world. All Might, seeing their eagerness, reminded them to keep quiet about One for All and his condition, as Dave was unaware of these details. They all agreed to keep it under wraps. Moments later, they heard something bouncing in the distance and turned to see a beautiful blonde girl approaching them on an unusual red pogo stick. Her blonde hair cascaded over her red cardigan, and her green eyes sparkled behind stylish round glasses. Izuku recognized her from his connection with Island, while the girls shared a look of surprise, thinking, "Another one?" The girl called out to All Might, bouncing off her contraption and landing in his arms for a warm hug. All Might seemed delighted to see her, and she giggled with joy. If the girl didn't call All Might uncle, people might mistake her for being his daughter, as both had blonde hair. "Long time no see, Melissa. I almost didn't recognize you." Melissa pulled back from the hug, but All Might still easily carried her in his arms. She giggled, saying she was 16 now and wondered if she was a little heavier. All Might laughed, assuring her that even with his muscle, she was still the same darling child he used to carry. They shared a laugh, and All Might set her down gently. The others silently watched from the side, 3 women observing as Izuku would soon strike up a friendly conversation without realizing the implications. "Where's Dave, that old rascal?" All Might looked around. "Papa's in his lab, waiting for you. He couldn't come get you himself, so he sent me instead." It looks like he was finishing the last stage of some research he began years ago. You're just in time to see it, Melissa explained. All Might chuckled, curious about the research. Melissa mentioned it was confidential, but she had heard it was about the evolution of animals having quirks. Izuku understood, as he had helped explore the possibility of animals having quirks, with the only known example being Nizu, the principal of UA. That darned Dave, keeping things from his daughter like that. I'll be sure to give him a talking to for you, All Might promised. That's right. You tell him, Uncle. Melissa pouted playfully. All Might patted her head and motioned for his students to come closer, piquing Melissa's curiosity. Melissa, I want you to meet my students, except for the maid. I've been training them for the last 5 months and decided to bring them here for the next 2 months. All Might introduced Izuku and his friends. 2 months? Does that mean you're staying here for a while? Melissa's excitement grew at the thought of spending more time with her uncle, who rarely visited her. She had grown up on Island because her father worked there and was a vital member of the community. Absolutely. This is the best place I can think of for their training. Melissa smiled and turned her curious gaze toward them. All Might cleared his throat and encouraged them to introduce themselves. Katsumi Bakugu, it's nice to meet you. I guess, Melissa said, her English accented but clear enough to spark conversation. Toru, who could speak all languages thanks to magic, listened intently. Come on, Kaken. Put some spirit into it. Izuku teased. Hey, go away, Deku. I'm not a nerd like you, so I don't care. Katsumi replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bleh. As if I could do that, Izuku responded. You want to fight, Deku? Katsumi challenged. Stop it, you two. Itsuka interjected as the two began to bicker. All Might wore an apologetic expression while Itsuka playfully enlarged her fist to give them a light smack, surprising Melissa. Izuku instinctively dodged, and Katsumi followed suit, barely avoiding the playful hit. Not today, big hands, she said with a smirk. Oh, you've grown faster, Kaken, Izuku praised her, causing her to blush even more. Are you two done? Itsuka asked, her voice firm. Kami giggled, enjoying the display of sisterly energy. Yeah, sorry about that, Izuku replied. It's fine, but aren't you two friends? Why are you fighting? Melissa inquired. That's what friends do. We bicker but don't hold hard feelings, Izuku explained. Melissa felt confused by their interaction. She had never been like this with her friends. Most of her time was spent making support gear, and she had never been close to many people. Her limited contact with others her age left her feeling isolated, especially since she spent most of her time in her workshop or lab, surrounded by adults. Hey girls, can you please get along with Melissa? She doesn't have many friends her age or even female friends, All Might whispered to the 3 young girls. They nodded, understanding how lonely it could be to be surrounded by machines and technology without experiencing the outside world. Anyway, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Melissa Shield. I've heard you helped make some pro heroes costumes. Is that true? Izuku asked. It's nice to meet you too, and yes, I did help, but Papa mostly did the work, Melissa replied in Japanese. That sounds amazing. I wish I knew how to make support gear. Izuku mused, imagining a life where he successfully created machinery. Well, making support gear isn't just about engineering, it's about the ideas that allow us to create helpful gear. Maybe I can ask for some ideas from you, Melissa said, feeling surprisingly comfortable talking to him, unlike with others on the island. There was something captivating about his smile. Really? I have a few ideas, Izuku responded, while the girls watched with a suspicious gaze, wondering if another girl was being added to their group. They also thought she could be helpful for Izuku in achieving his goals if they ever needed support gear. The two became engrossed in discussing technology until All Might interrupted, reminding them it was time to move on. I don't want to ruin the fun, but we should get going, he said. Oh right, follow me. Papa would be delighted to see you, Melissa exclaimed. As they continued their introductions along the way, they grew closer to the other girls. They agreed that Melissa seemed innocent and had no bad intentions toward Izuku. Can I ask what your quirks are? Melissa inquired. Mine is glamour, which allows me to create illusions using my breath, but the effect is limited and can be easily disrupted, Cammy explained, showcasing her quirk, leaving Melissa in awe. That's incredible. It's a great quirk for espionage, she commented. Mine is simply enlarging my fist. I can't make the rest of me bigger, Itsuka added, demonstrating her quirk. Fascinating. How about you, Jiro-san? Melissa turned to the pink-haired girl. My quirk, earphone jack, lets me plug into any surface to hear vibrations and use a speaker to transfer the sound of my heartbeat, Jiro explained, showcasing her ability. That is useful for knowing the enemy's location, Melissa remarked, impressed by their unique abilities. Then Melissa turned towards Yaoyorozu, the creation heroine, who explained that she used lipids as materials to create various items, excluding living things, depending on her understanding of their chemical structures. As she spoke, she crafted matryoshka dolls. Melissa then turned to the green-haired girl, Mizuna, who revealed that her quirk allowed her to transform, though it had its limitations. Mizuna sprouted her wings, demonstrating her transformation magic. Himiko chimed in, mentioning that her ability involved drinking blood. Curious, Melissa asked Midoriya, Bakugo, and Toru about their quirks. Toru kept her quirk a secret, and Melissa didn't press further. Katsumi demonstrated her explosive abilities, while Izuku mentioned that his quirk involved fire. Melissa expressed her excitement about the possibility of creating technology for them. Jiro then inquired about Melissa's quirk, leading to an awkward silence as All Might glanced at them, feeling slightly guilty for not granting her a quirk due to the dangers involved. Melissa revealed that she was actually quirkless, causing the others to pale in shock, while Izuku perked up, recognizing the significance of her situation. Jiro quickly apologized for asking, aware of how painful it could be to be quirkless, especially after hearing Izuku's own experiences. However, Melissa reassured them that she had moved on from her dreams of becoming a hero and had chosen to follow in her father's footsteps instead. Izuku encouraged her, suggesting that being quirkless didn't mean she couldn't be a hero. He shared his own experience of being treated as quirkless until his quirk manifested late, inspiring Melissa to reignite her dream of being a hero like her uncle, who always smiled while saving others. The other girls sighed inwardly, realizing that another layer of ambition had been added without the Dragon Slayer noticing. Izuku emphasized that intellect could be a quirk in its own right, suggesting that technology could surpass quirks. All Might thought of Izuku as a beacon of hope, while Melissa pondered the possibility of being a hero without a quirk. She turned to her uncle, asking if someone without a quirk could still be a hero. All Might affirmed that a quirk was merely a tool, and true heroism came from the heart and mind. He explained that logic without emotion could lead to a hollow existence, while a heart without logic could lead to recklessness. Melissa smiled, feeling her uncle's support in her aspirations. As they navigated through the crowd, All Might spotted a middle-aged man with wild brown hair and a goatee, dressed in a simple blue shirt and pants. He was the only person at the office, engrossed in research. Melissa called out to her father, drawing his attention and surprising him with her arrival at Island. He stood up from his chair to greet her. All Might announced his presence with enthusiasm, and David, his old friend, expressed his delight at seeing him, explaining that he had been caught up in an emergency call regarding their latest research. The two shared a fist bump before turning their attention to the youth in the room. David was curious about All Might's students. All Might introduced David Shield, his old friend, to the students, mentioning that Melissa was tagging along. David was eager to meet them, especially someone named Izuku, whom he suspected was the tall boy with dark green hair. Izuku introduced himself, confirming that he was indeed Izuku Midoriya and that David might already know a bit about him. David seemed confused by Izuku's mysterious demeanor, while Katsumi urged Izuku to reveal what he was hiding. David was shocked to hear Izuku referred to as Deku, while the others were puzzled by his reaction. Izuku confirmed that he was indeed Deku, explaining that he had been assisting overseas with theories about quirks. David was astonished to see how a 14-year-old could formulate such complex theories and help him in his research to save his old friend. Izuku proposed further research into quirk animals to discover more about biological healing methods for All Might. Although Island was known for its machinery, it also had bioengineers. David expressed disbelief at Izuku's age, questioning how he could have such advanced theories. Izuku simply acknowledged that he was indeed young. All Might was surprised to learn that Izuku was involved in research at Island and asked why he hadn't been informed earlier. Izuku explained that he wanted it to be a surprise and clarified that he was not an official member, having only been recruited recently. David asked for verification, wanting to ensure he was truly speaking to Professor Deku. Izuku presented the latest file regarding a mutated spider quirk, showcasing a complex formula that confirmed his involvement in the research. David's doubts vanished as he recognized Izuku's contributions. David marveled at Izuku's intelligence, joking that he thought his daughter was smart, but Izuku was on another level. When asked if he had a quirk, Izuku shrugged it off, explaining that he was simply a quirk enthusiast who never expected to reach this point. Shifting the focus back to his friends, Izuku encouraged them to introduce themselves. Katsumi boldly declared her name, while Itsuka Kendo expressed her pleasure in meeting the man who had created so many support items and was an old friend of All Might. Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself, noting that David looked familiar and that she had received a message about their arrival. David smiled as he glanced at his daughter, hoping she would make friends her age. He wanted her to embrace her individuality and choose her own path rather than follow in his footsteps. Himiko Toga introduced herself, expressing how nice Melissa was. Kami Utsushime and Mizuna Midoriya followed suit, sharing their names, while Toru also joined in. Kyoka Jiro added that it was nice to meet them and that Melissa had been wonderful company. David felt reassured by their words but suddenly frowned, giving 2 short coughs. All Might quickly covered his mouth, and everyone except Melissa looked at him with concern. Izuku turned to Melissa and suggested that they discuss the genetics of the spider quirk later, as he thought All Might and she had some catching up to do. He proposed a tour around the island if that was all right with her. David looked at Izuku, then at his daughter, and nodded, knowing they were aware of his condition. He had been teaching them for a long time, after all. He asked Melissa if she could show the group around the island while he caught up with his old friend. Melissa eagerly agreed, turning her attention to the group and inviting them to see the best places on the island. As they left, David turned to All Might, who appeared smaller and frilier than before. He asked if All Might was all right, to which All Might laughed and claimed he had never been better. David expressed his concern, insisting he should check on his condition, knowing that Izuku wanted to help. All Might inquired about David's research, and David explained they were developing a bioengineered serum to help heal his body. Izuku's research had been instrumental in finding ways to assist All Might, though Toru had tried but lacked proficiency in healing magic. All Might then revealed that even if he regained his strength, he had decided to retire from being a hero. David grew pale at this news, unable to accept that the symbol of peace would give up. He questioned what would happen if All Might retired, knowing the impact it would have on the people who needed a symbol of peace. All Might reassured him that the next generation of heroes would rise, mentioning that Izuku Midoriya would one day surpass him and achieve his dream of creating a team of symbols, just as All Might had done. Curious about All Might's past, David offered him a cup of coffee as they moved to the lounging area. All Might began to recount what had happened during the years he was absent, revealing that the kids had unintentionally learned about his condition. He explained how he saw Izuku as a kindred spirit, a boy with a dream for the people who embodied what a hero should be. It struck him that he was not immortal and that he would eventually be gone. David listened in silence, realizing the truth in All Might's words. Even if they found a way to repair the damage, All Might would still face mortality like any other human. He vowed to do his best to extend All Might's life enough for him to see the next generation rise. Grateful, All Might promised to give everything he had to ensure the new generation of heroes would surpass the old. He could already see the spark of aspiration in the smiles of the people. In a lighter moment, All Might asked David for dating tips and advice on being a father. The atmosphere shifted as David reacted with surprise, questioning when All Might had started dating someone. All Might chuckled, telling him to take it one question at a time. As they chatted, a single spider had escaped from its glass cage in a room filled with spider enclosures, crawling through the space and weaving webs in a particular area. Meanwhile, Izuku and his friends explored Island, excited to see all it had to offer. Katsumi announced she would go off to a villain attack attraction she had heard about, prompting Izuku to tease her about not getting lost. Katsumi retorted with her usual fiery spirit before leaving, while Izuku chuckled, and Melissa looked a bit confused. She asked why they always seemed to fight, wondering if they were friends. Izuku explained that they were indeed friends, and that was just how they communicated. Itsuka chimed in, encouraging Melissa to continue the tour. Melissa excitedly led them to an exhibit showcasing advanced technology and machinery created by the brilliant minds of Island. The two tech enthusiasts bonded over their shared fascination, both having faced challenges with their quirks. Melissa had given up on her dream of being a hero, while Izuku continued to push forward. This made Melissa ponder whether it was too late for her to pursue her childhood dream. She recalled what Izuku and her uncle had said, that being a hero was not about power but about the heart. If that were true, then perhaps even those who seemed villainous could be heroes. She pointed out the latest liquid-based nanomachine currently in development, expressing her interest in the innovative technology. Izuku expressed a wish for a larger budget and more intelligence to create something impressive. Melissa inquired if everyone had decided on their suit designs, to which Momo mentioned that Izuku had created some designs for them. Curious, Melissa asked to see them, and Izuku produced his notebook. Mizuna remarked on the mystery of where he kept it. Izuku revealed the detailed designs and features of the costumes his friends needed, impressing Melissa with the level of detail. She noted that he had even included some of her support items in the notes, which surprised her. Himiko praised Izuku's genius, and Toru agreed with her sentiment. Melissa was puzzled by the honorific Sama, but chose to focus on the designs instead. She was astonished to see a note indicating that Izuku could create adamantium and vibranium, metals she recognized from stories before quirks existed. Momo explained that Izuku had helped her figure out the formula, omitting Toru's contribution of similar ores from her dimensional inventory. Excited, Melissa asked if Momo could create a small piece of the metal. Momo agreed, having memorized the process since the material was incredibly useful in combat. She handed Melissa a small piece of metal, which felt different from any other metal she had encountered. Although the ore was the size of a marble, it felt surprisingly light. Melissa marveled at its properties, asking if it absorbed kinetic energy like in the comics. Momo confirmed it did, though it was less durable than the actual metal since it was just a replica. Melissa offered to run tests on it, and Momo insisted she keep it. Their exploration continued until Izuku's hunger led them to a lunch table piled high with food. Melissa was taken aback by the lavish spread and questioned the high prices. Jiro reassured her that their cards provided significant discounts. Mizuna then asked about the Deku nickname, prompting Itsuka to wonder if Izuku had been keeping secrets. Jiro pressed him to share details about being a researcher on Island, and Himiko exclaimed that he hadn't mentioned it before. Izuku prepared to share his story, explaining that it began when he was around 12 years old, after publishing an article about quirks and ideas for machines that could dampen them for use against villains. He had utilized Eraserhead, the underground hero known for his quirk that erased others' abilities, to develop theories for a device that could nullify quirks, which would need to be worn constantly like HNDCFFS. As they enjoyed their conversation, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, causing Izuku to smile. The group soon arrived at a breathtaking stadium surrounded by towering mountains and colossal rocks, with a pristine river winding through the landscape and cascading waterfalls creating a serene backdrop. A giant screen with a ticking timer loomed over the scene. On a platform stood Katsumi Bakugo, her commanding presence drawing cheers from the crowd. She grinned fiercely, her eyes locking onto Izuku, whose smirk only fueled her competitive spirit. Determined, Katsumi prepared for the challenge ahead, removing her shoe and folding her pants neatly. The female announcer's voice electrified the atmosphere, signaling the start of the action. Katsumi focused intently on the arena, assessing the positions of the robots poised to attack. With adrenaline surging through her, she launched herself forward, using the soles of her feet to create explosive blasts that propelled her into the air. As she soared above the arena, her blasts left a trail of smoke and flames, showcasing her raw power. This maneuver was the result of intense training, where she had discovered that her feet could produce explosions just like her hands. In the heat of battle, she put her newfound skill to the test, twisting her body to evade incoming attacks from the robots. When one robot launched a missile her way, she expertly kicked it aside, causing it to detonate harmlessly in midair. Landing gracefully on a larger rock, Katsumi launched herself again, targeting a cluster of robots. Her movements became a blur as she unleashed a series of rapid-fire explosions from her feet and hands, tearing through the mechanical foes with relentless ferocity. Each explosion was a testament to her skill and determination, creating a symphony of destruction in her wake. She was unstoppable, a whirlwind of fire and fury, her every action a testament to her indomitable will and the fruits of her rigorous training. Without pausing, she moved towards the next robot and dismantled it. Then she targeted another and another, until every robot in sight lay in ruins. Instead of using her palm, she employed a single finger, demonstrating precision rather than creating a massive explosion. She lacked the arrogance and destructiveness from another timeline. As the final robot fell, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Katsumi stood amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily but victorious, her eyes shining with the thrill of battle and the promise of even greater feats to come. The announcer's voice boomed, announcing her record-breaking time, igniting excitement among the spectators. Katsuki smirked at the announcement and turned towards Izuku, pointing her finger at him, drawing the crowd's attention. The announcer speculated about a possible rivalry between them. Bakugo used her explosions to leap towards Izuku, smirking as she challenged him. Izuku stepped forward, ready to show his strength. His friends encouraged him, expressing their confidence in his abilities and urging him to be careful. With a cocky grin, he prepared to take on the challenge, leaving Katsumi with her friends. The announcer declared a new challenger, and Izuku, standing on the platform, looked up to see Katsumi smiling triumphantly amidst the defeated robots. Anticipation filled the air as he took a deep breath, assuming his fighting stance. Flames flickered around him, and time seemed to slow as his focus sharpened. With a deafening sonic boom, he exploded into action, a gust of wind marking his departure as a reddish streak blazed through the arena. As the announcer shouted to start, Izuku rocketed forward, colliding with the first. Few robots before the first second had even passed. His movements were a blur, his speed and power overwhelming the mechanical adversaries. He scaled cliffs and raced over hills, his fists and feet leaving trails of destruction as he dismantled every bot in sight with precise, devastating blows. In one seamless motion, he leapt into the air, surveying the battlefield for any remaining targets. Spotting the last bot, he descended with a powerful punch that stopped short of contact, creating a shockwave that obliterated the final robot, scattering its pieces across the ground. As the dust settled, Izuku landed gracefully, his fiery aura slowly dissipating. The crowd erupted into wild applause, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. Izuku looked over at Katsumi, who met his gaze with a nod of respect. The announcer exclaimed in disbelief at his incredible speed, noting that it took him less than 2 seconds to finish them all off. With a satisfied smile, Izuku jumped back to his friends, greeted immediately by Katsumi's annoyed glare. She huffed, crossing her arms defiantly, while Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. He reassured her that there would always be a next time, and Katsumi's glare softened slightly, the competitive fire still burning in her eyes. Their banter was interrupted by the announcer's booming voice, praising their spectacular display of skill and power. The crowd roared in approval, the stadium vibrating with the intensity of their cheers. Izuku and Katsumi exchanged a look, silently acknowledging the respect they had for each other despite their rivalry. As they walked off the platform, their friends joined them, chattering excitedly about the day's events. After a long day, the group decided it was time to rest. They accompanied Melissa back and met All Might, who had been chatting with David. They had been so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice the sunset until it was upon them. All Might learned more about dating and being a father, sharing laughs with his friend. He never expected his old friend to settle down, which made him smile with pride, feeling that he could finally be a little selfish after a life of selflessness. Izuku expressed excitement about the next 2 months, suggesting they share ideas in technology. Jiro offered to teach him how to play the guitar, and Momo eagerly agreed to hang out with them. Cammy expressed her excitement to explore the area. David informed them that they would start their training the next day and that Melissa could guide them there. Izuku agreed to visit the facility first to discuss the mutated spider research. Moments later, they waved goodbye as All Might helped them head to their hotel to rest. Melissa's gaze was filled with deep turmoil, which her father noticed quickly. He understood that she wanted to explore the outside world and patted her head to ease her mind, assuring her that whatever she chose to do, she would excel. Melissa turned to see her father's reassuring smile, reigniting the passion within her heart. Inspired by Izuku's stories and his journey to gaining a quirk, she felt her heart pounding with renewed determination. Melissa felt inspired to make a decision. She thought about her desire to be an inventor and how Izuku's words had sparked a new idea in her. Perhaps she could pursue both paths. Izuku was a remarkable individual, a prodigy in martial arts and a genius even before he acquired his quirk. It was hard to believe he had once been quirkless. Despite the challenges, Melissa was determined to be both an inventor and a hero. It would be a difficult journey, but she believed it was possible. David smiled at her determination, hoping she would find the freedom to explore her potential. As time passed, Melissa returned to her room to rest. She lay on her bed, reflecting on everything that had transpired, a smile spreading across her face. It had been a long time since she had felt such genuine happiness. Izuku's inspiring speech about heroism replayed in her mind, and she couldn't help but notice the similarities between him and her uncle, the Dragon Slayer. Lost in thought, she failed to notice a spider crawling onto her hand until it bit her. Startled, she instinctively swatted the spider away, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Almost immediately, she felt a sharp headache and a wave of numbness wash over her. Before she knew it, she had lost consciousness, her body undergoing a profound transformation. Melissa's genetic structure was being altered, her body feeling as if it were on fire as she struggled to breathe. Thankfully, this transformation occurred while she was safely in her bed. The next morning, she awoke drenched in sweat, her head pounding as she tried to piece together the events of the previous night. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was time for her friends to meet at the training grounds. As she reached for her glasses, she was shocked to find her vision blurry when she put them on. Confused, she wondered why she could see better without them. Izuku had mentioned a spider with a quirk that he and her father had been working on. Her mind raced as she tried to comprehend the implications of her situation. Could it be possible to transfer a quirk from one being to another? Or even create an artificial quirk? Despite the overwhelming nature of her thoughts, Melissa managed to remain calm and analyze her circumstances. The changes she experienced were dramatic, and she understood the potential risks involved. While she felt joy at having acquired a quirk, anxiety lingered in the back of her mind. Artificial quirks were known to be dangerous, often leading to complications, unlike natural quirks that developed gradually over time. Determined to share her discovery, Melissa resolved to tell her father about what had happened. She quickly freshened up, but as she reached for the faucet, it broke unexpectedly, spraying water everywhere and causing her to stumble. While she struggled to regain her balance, Izuku was at the research facility, assisting in the development of mutated spiders. In the lab, he and David examined a display of spiders, each a blend of different species, enhanced with quirk genes from various individuals. David explained that they had successfully created 12 spiders with the genomes for electric and camouflage quirks. Izuku marveled at their progress, noting the evolutionary significance of combining an emitter and transformation quirk within an animal. He expressed hope that the additional information he had developed could lead to a machine capable of healing Tashinori, the symbol of peace. As they worked, Izuku noticed that one of the spider cages was empty, causing him to pale with concern. He alerted David, and they both realized that one of the spiders had escaped. Panic set in as they considered the potential consequences of a mutated spider roaming free. They quickly contacted security to be on the lookout. Izuku spent the rest of the day searching Island for the escaped spider, feeling increasingly anxious about its whereabouts. He worried that it might have bitten someone, but he had to leave the search to David for now. With a heavy heart, he decided to return to his hotel to meet Itsuka. When he arrived, he greeted Itsuka with a bright smile, complimenting her appearance. She blushed at his words, excited about their time together. They agreed to gather their friends before heading to the training grounds, a vast area designed for honing their skills and quirk training. As they arrived, the aspiring heroes were in awe of the original unforeseen simulation joint used by UA, eager to begin their training and sharpen their abilities. David explained the significance of the facility, standing beside All Might as they observed their students, ready to embark on their journey. They had the option of choosing terrain ranging from a simple city to a rocky environment. Jiro expressed excitement about experiencing UA activities before even being accepted, while Mizuna exclaimed about the fun they would have at school. Kami felt a bit sorry for the staff managing the expenses, and Momo saw it as the perfect opportunity to gain experience for the future. Katsumi was eager to start, mentioning her desire to try something explosive, and Himiko echoed her enthusiasm, looking forward to some action. Izuku reminded everyone that All Might still needed to explain their plans. All Might, reading from his notes, acknowledged the students' reactions with a hint of embarrassment. He had never encountered this kind of training before, having relied solely on his strength in every situation. He emphasized that being a hero wasn't just about fighting but also about adapting to different terrains. It was rare for heroes to confront villains in unfamiliar environments, but they needed to be prepared for such scenarios. For instance, Katsumi might struggle in a situation where her quirk was limited, and Izuku would find it challenging in densely populated areas. After explaining the importance of adaptability, All Might instructed the students to draw lots to determine their training locations for the week. They quickly selected their lots and found themselves assigned to various areas. Izuku and Toru in the mountain range, Katsumi in the rainforest, Momo in the tundra, Himiko and Itsuka in the cityscape, Jiro and Kami in a ruined city, and Mizuna in the downpour zone. As they prepared to depart, Izuku wished everyone good luck, and the others reciprocated their well wishes. Momo reminded them to be careful, noting that the terrain would be vastly different from their previous training. Katsumi, confident in her abilities, dismissed the concern, while Izuku appreciated Momo's care. He nodded at the girls before heading toward his designated area, which was a mountainous landscape dotted with a few trees. Once there, Izuku activated One for All, enhancing his strength before leaping high into the air and reaching the highest peak. He scanned the area and spotted several incoming robots ready to engage him. He knew his training was about to begin. After an intense training session, Izuku stood amidst the wreckage of the robots he had dismantled. The artificial mountain had become his personal training ground, showcasing the results of his relentless dedication. He had spent hours honing his skills, pushing his body and quirk to their limits. Each robot had tested his strength, speed, and strategic thinking. He navigated the terrain with precision, dispatching each robotic foe efficiently. Izuku had chosen not to use his Fire Dragon Slayer magic during this training, focusing instead on improving his mastery of One for All in case he needed to rely solely on that power. The training had been rigorous. He practiced new moves, refined his control over One for All, and tested his stamina against increasingly difficult opponents. The air was thick with the scent of scorched metal, a testament to the intensity of his efforts. Despite the exhaustive training, Izuku emerged victorious, showing no signs of fatigue. He climbed to the peak of the artificial mountain, which now served as a throne made of the debris of his mechanical adversaries. Sitting atop the pile, he allowed himself a moment of respite, scanning the horizon of the training ground and replaying the techniques he had mastered. This training was not just about defeating robots. It was about becoming stronger, faster, and smarter for the battles ahead. His mind was already planning his next training regimen, always striving for improvement. For now, he enjoyed a brief break, feeling the cool breeze against his skin, a small reward for his tireless dedication. It was a moment of calm before he would rise once more to face the challenges of becoming the world's greatest hero. In his thoughts, Izuku asked his predecessors how he had performed. They noted his significant improvement, particularly in how he managed to put less strain on his body and reach over 50% without injury. They cautioned him that adding his magic could lead to unforeseen consequences if he wasn't careful. They reminisced about All Might's training, and Izuku inquired whether All Might had ever trained to use 100%. He learned that All Might had achieved that power from the start, which surprised him. They discussed how Izuku's magic might be slowing the unlocking of his quirk, which was why they advised him to refrain from using his Fire Dragon Slayer magic for the next 2 months. Over the past months, Izuku had diligently adapted to his newfound dragon physiology, a transformation that had both amazed and challenged him. Through rigorous training and meditation, he learned to control the immense power that came with this new form, becoming a formidable force capable of overcoming almost any opponent. His scales were impenetrable, his claws capable of tearing through the toughest materials, and his breath a scorching inferno. The power coursing through his veins was both a gift and a burden, one that he had to master with absolute precision. Izuku understood that. Unleashing his dragon form was not merely a display of power but a last resort, a measure taken only when no other options remained and when the stakes were highest. In his human form, Izuku's strength was deliberately suppressed, allowing him to train without the constant risk of collateral damage. This suppression required immense self-control, as even a momentary lapse could lead to unintended destruction. His training sessions were meticulously planned, balancing the need to push his limits with the necessity of maintaining safety. He practiced transforming swiftly and seamlessly, ensuring he could tap into his full power when needed and revert back without losing control. Izuku's days were filled with a diverse regimen. He spent hours in intense physical training, lifting weights that tested his dragon-enhanced muscles and sparring against simulated opponents that could mimic the strength of real foes. His agility and reflexes were honed through obstacle courses that demanded both speed and precision, pushing his limits to see just how far his human form could go before needing to transform. Alongside physical training, Izuku dedicated time to mastering the mental and emotional aspects of his dragon physiology. He meditated daily, focusing on controlling his breathing and heart rate, vital for managing the transition between forms. Visualization techniques helped him remain calm and collected, even in the face of overwhelming power. This mental discipline was crucial, as the dragon form's primal instincts could easily override rational thought if not kept in check. During these months, he developed new combat strategies that incorporated both his human and dragon abilities. He practiced techniques that allowed him to use his suppressed strength to its fullest in human form, reserving his dragon form for critical moments when an overwhelming force was necessary. One of the key aspects of his training was ensuring that when he did unleash his dragon form, the area was devoid of potential casualties. Izuku trained in remote locations, far from the prying eyes of civilians and the fragile infrastructure of the city. These secluded environments provided him with the freedom to push his abilities to their limits without fear of unintended harm. Izuku exited the area and found David talking with Melissa. His instincts quickly told him something had happened to her, prompting him to check on her. He approached Melissa, who looked confused and anxious. David explained that Melissa had been bitten by the mutated spider that had escaped. Alarmed, Izuku glanced at the blonde girl and asked how she felt and if there were any changes in her body. He placed his hands on her shoulders, which surprised David and made Melissa blush. The Dragon Slayer was concerned about any negative side effects from the experimental mutation. Melissa began to explain the changes she had experienced from her metamorphosis. Izuku asked questions about what had happened after she was bitten and if there were any noticeable transformations. She felt calmer now that someone was helping her navigate the sudden changes. Izuku, having trained extensively to reach his power after years of being quirkless, understood how overwhelming it could be for anyone when their powers manifested. He noted that she had super strength and enhanced senses, similar to what one might expect from a spider. David expressed his surprise that his daughter, once considered quirkless, had finally gained a quirk. He felt a mix of happiness and guilt, relieved that she could choose her own path but ashamed that he had neglected the possibility of the spider escaping. As Melissa discovered her power extended beyond just enhanced senses, David handed a scanner to Izuku, who examined her body and found something both intriguing and concerning. When David inquired about the pause in Izuku's analysis, Izuku revealed that Melissa had dormant quirk genes awakened by the spider bite. David was astonished to learn that Melissa was not entirely quirkless. Izuku explained that the dormant quirk gene was essentially inactive, but it had protected her during the transformation. Without it, she might have faced severe consequences. David's expression paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. He asked if Melissa was safe and if there would be any harm to her body. Izuku reassured him that, so far, there were no signs of danger, but the best way to mitigate potential side effects was to train her new quirk until she could manage it. David felt relieved, recognizing that he was an inventor and not as knowledgeable about quirks as Izuku. Izuku then asked David if Melissa could join their training, understanding that awakening a quirk could be daunting. He offered Melissa a reassuring smile, reminding her that he was there to help her overcome the challenges ahead. Seeing the image of her uncle made her feel safe and supported as she embarked on this new journey. David observed how his daughter interacted with the young man, initially frowning but calming down as he recalled what his friend had told him about the trustworthy boy. He decided it was her choice to make, and regardless of what she decided, he would support her. Turning to his daughter, he offered a supportive smile, assuring her that he would always be there cheering for her. Melissa expressed her concern about interrupting his training, but David dismissed her worries. He explained that her training would also help him gather more information about quirks. He had already compiled an encyclopedia detailing all known quirks, which included 100 types, 5,000 variants, and 10,000 subvariants, along with a deviant category. Izuku showcased a catalog of some known quirks, such as Endeavor and Edge Shot, categorizing them into 3 main types: emitter, transformation, and mutation. Each category was further divided into elements, enhancements, fusions, and more. David's eyes widened in shock at how the young man had nearly documented all known quirks, realizing the potential danger if villains were to access this information. He asked Izuku if he had shared this data with the public, fearing the disastrous consequences if it fell into the wrong hands. Izuku reassured him that it was only his personal record and would not be shared anytime soon, knowing that villains would go to great lengths to obtain such information. He had placed it under Keter-class security in his database, having studied programming to ensure its safety, which also served as a way to relax his mind. David was unfamiliar with the term Keter-class, but guessed it referred to a high-security classification. Izuku explained that it was inspired by an old series he had watched, which categorized information based on safety levels. He added that if any breach was detected, all data would be deleted. A month had passed since Melissa awakened her power, and with the guidance of her father, her uncle, and Izuku, she had developed a solid grasp of her quirk. Her progress was remarkable, transforming from uncertainty into confidence as she learned to wield her abilities with precision and control. Today, Melissa was training in a cityscape simulation, an urban environment designed to test her agility and combat skills. By using her fingers in a specific way, she shot webs from her wrists that clung to buildings, allowing her to swing effortlessly through the streets. The exhilaration of flying through the air, with the wind rushing past her face, pushed her to perfect her technique with each swing. Another month had passed, and Izuku and the others had become more experienced in fighting and hero work. All Might expressed his pride in their growth and announced that today would be their final test on Island, declaring himself as their opponent and encouraging them to give it their all. While most of the students participated, Kami, Mizuna, Himiko, Jiro, and Melissa opted out, as Jiro's earphone jacks were ineffective without a support item. Tora watched from the sidelines, not there to become stronger or a hero, but to support Izuku. During this time, Melissa had grown closer to everyone, especially Izuku, who often became flustered by Kami's questions. They had accepted her into the unofficial harem squad surrounding Izuku, who remained oblivious to the attention he garnered. With the entrance exam approaching, they had not forgotten to study, even outside of school. With a friend as knowledgeable as Izuku, their learning progressed quickly. As they prepared for the test, Izuku generated 80% of One for All into his body, enhancing his strength to match All Might's current 90%. He took a stance, focusing on his breathing to avoid harming himself, determined not to use his Dragon Slayer magic during training. The energy enveloped him in a greenish electricity, his eyes flickering with the same hue. Itsuka took her stance, ready to attack alongside Momo, who covered her body in thick vibranium. Katsumi, grinning, challenged them to come at her. As they charged, the air crackled with tension. All Might met their assault head-on, his presence overwhelming. Izuku and All Might collided with a thunderous crash, their fists meeting in a shockwave that reverberated through the area. All Might's punches came in quick succession, each one faster and stronger than the last, pushing him back despite his immense strength. Itsuka moved in with precision, enlarging her hands to deliver powerful blows. She landed several solid hits before All Might countered with a strong punch, sending her skidding across the ground. Determined, she rolled to her feet and rejoined the fight. Meanwhile, Momo prepared a concoction designed to numb an opponent's senses. She hurled a canister at All Might, which exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of the numbing agent. All Might staggered slightly, his movements becoming sluggish as the chemical took effect. Momo seized the opportunity, creating a shield and charging forward, using her vibranium-coated body to deflect All Might's attacks while landing powerful blows. Katsumi moved with precision, her finger guns firing small explosive blasts that kept All Might on the defensive. She weaved in and out of the fight, targeting All Might's vital points with accuracy. A well-placed blast caught him off guard, causing him to stumble. Izuku recognized his opening. Channeling the full power of One for All, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Each strike landed with tremendous force, driving All Might back further. Despite his efforts, All Might struggled to keep up with the combined assault. Rallying his remaining strength for a final stand, All Might charged at Izuku, his fist aimed to land a decisive blow. However, Momo's numbing agent fully kicked in, slowing his movements. Itsuka and Momo coordinated their attacks, keeping All Might off balance. Katsumi unleashed a powerful finger gun explosion, and Izuka followed up with a forceful punch to All Might's midsection. The symbol of peace fell to one knee, unable to continue the fight. He raised a hand in surrender, a proud smile on his face despite his defeat. All Might reflected on the battle, noting how young Momo's quirk had been enhanced by young Midoriya's creativity, while Itsuka's effective strikes had surpassed the limitations of her quirk. He observed his students' exhausted bodies, with Izuku and Katsumi standing out as the only ones showing minimal fatigue, which was ironic considering Katsumi's need to sweat for her explosions. Izuku and Katsumi stood side by side, their breathing steady and their eyes focused. Despite the intensity of the battle, they displayed little sign of weariness. Katsumi wore her usual confident smirk, her hands still crackling with the remnants of her explosive power. In contrast, Izuku radiated calm determination, the green electricity of One for All flickering around him. All Might straightened up, his proud smile unwavering. He praised them for their exceptional performance, his voice filled with warmth and pride. The teamwork and strategy they had displayed were remarkable. Momo, still recovering from the exertion of using her quirk, managed a tired but triumphant smile. She acknowledged Izuku's quick thinking, which had been crucial to their success. Izuku, modest as ever, credited the entire team for their efforts, emphasizing that everyone had played a vital role. Itsuka nodded in agreement, her hands returning to their normal size. She noted how they had all pushed their limits and supported one another, which had made a significant difference. Katsumi, still grinning, added that her pinpoint explosions had been impressive. All Might chuckled, affirming that each of them had contributed uniquely to the fight, which made them a formidable team. The students gathered around All Might, their exhaustion forgotten in the glow of their victory. The battle had tested their limits but had also revealed the strength they possessed when working together. As they looked up at their mentor, they understood that this was just the beginning of their journey. With each challenge, they would only grow stronger, ready to face whatever came next. Izuku playfully declared that he would surpass All Might, while Katsumi teased him about needing their help. She was too proud to admit it but acknowledged their support. All Might advised them to rest, his tone gentle yet firm, reminding them they would need their energy for the upcoming entrance exam. He assured them he would be watching, encouraging them to strive for greatness. After Kanna explained her situation on Earth and why she couldn't return home, Izuku and Inko were taken aback by the revelation that she had been banished for a prank. Diagoro, curious about dragon parenting, asked Igneel about their nature. Igneel explained that in their world, it was common for female dragons to care for the offspring while fathers rarely met their children, showing no shame in this tradition. Nana, having had to leave her family for their safety, inquired if Igneel had ever had a child. He revealed he had named his son Igneel before leaving, unsure of his fate but hopeful that he had survived and grown strong. Meanwhile, Toru remarked on Kanna's love for practical jokes, questioning whether banishing her was too extreme. Izuku felt sadness for Kanna, who was holding back tears. When Izuku offered Kanna a place to live with them, she hesitated, expressing her distrust of humans. Inko gently reassured her, promising safety and support. Touched by Inko's kindness, Kanna felt a warmth she had never experienced before. She accepted the offer, allowing her tears to flow as Inko embraced her. Toru complimented Inko, and Izuku agreed, proud of his mother's compassion. Kanna apologized for her earlier harsh words, acknowledging Izuku's goodness. He reassured her that it was fine, understanding her worries about her friend. They agreed to get along, and soon Kanna was given a room in their spacious house. Izuku shared a picture of Kanna with his friends, who expressed their delight and disbelief at her situation. As Izuku stepped out of his room, he found Kanna with her tail plugged into an outlet, which he found amusing. When she greeted him as Papa, he was momentarily taken aback. Kanna explained that Inko had encouraged her to call her Grandma and him Papa. Seeing her sad expression, Izuku smiled and assured her that he would be honored to be called her Papa and would treat her like his daughter. Kanna beamed with happiness at his words. Meanwhile, the spirit of the holy sword reacted unnoticed by anyone, even Igneel. The next day, the day before the exam, Izuku Midoriya made his way toward his mom's restaurant to help out. He hadn't been there since his return, and according to his mom, there was a new employee who had applied for a waitress position. As he turned a corner, a faint, desperate cry for help reached his ears. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He paused, scanning the area. The cry came again, more urgent this time. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the sound, his hero instincts kicking in. Down a narrow alley, he saw a pink-haired child, no older than 5 or 6, running frantically. Behind her loomed a menacing figure, dark energy crackling around him. The villain's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he closed in on the girl. Izuku shouted with determination, activating One for All, his body crackling with green energy as he launched himself forward. The villain turned, surprised by Izuku's sudden appearance, but it was too late. With a powerful punch, Izuku sent the villain flying, crashing into a wall with a loud thud. The villain groaned, slumping to the ground, unconscious. Izuku landed gracefully, his eyes immediately searching for the child. She stood a few feet away, her big green eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Her pink hair was disheveled, and her small frame trembled slightly. He knelt down to her level, asking gently if she was okay. The girl shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. She managed to thank him, her voice trembling. Izuku gave her a reassuring smile, telling her it was okay now and that she was safe. He hesitated for a moment before asking her name. She replied that her name was Anya, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Izuku then asked if she knew where her parents were and if he could help her find them. Anya shook her head vigorously, saying she didn't have any parents, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's heart ached at her words. He glanced around, pondering what to do next. He couldn't just leave her there alone. His mind raced with thoughts, wondering if he should take her to the police or bring her home. Unbeknownst to him, Anya was listening intently to his thoughts. Her ability to read minds had always been a secret, and she intended to keep it that way. But when his thoughts wandered to dragons and magic, Her eyes lit up with excitement. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she blurted out her excitement for dragons and magic. Izuku blinked, taken aback, and scratched the back of his head, realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud. He asked if she liked dragons and magic, to which Anya nodded vigorously, a big smile spreading across her face. Izuku chuckled at her contagious excitement and suggested that he could tell her some stories on the way home. He offered to keep her safe and figure out what to do next. Anya's eyes sparkled with joy as she reached out and took his hand, gripping it tightly. As they walked together, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this chance encounter was more than just a coincidence. He glanced down at Anya, who was now skipping happily beside him. He felt that their paths had crossed for a reason, and he was determined to find out what that reason was. He asked Anya if she liked heroes, and she nodded again, her eyes twinkling as she declared him her hero. Izuku's heart swelled with pride and warmth, and he told her to just call him Izuku, promising to do his best to protect her. Soon, Izuku's heart beat steadily as he approached his mom's restaurant, a quaint place that radiated warmth and comfort. The familiar scent of delicious food filled the air as he pushed open the door, the bell above it chiming softly. Anya's small hand clung to his, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Inside, the restaurant bustled with the dinner crowd. Izuku spotted his mother, Inko Midoriya, moving gracefully between tables, her warm smile making every patron feel at home. Standing behind the counter was Toru, the cheerful and slightly eccentric dragon maid. Toru's eyes lit up when she saw Izuku, welcoming him with joy. Izuku smiled and waved, guiding Anya through the tables. He noticed a new face behind the counter, a tall woman with dark hair tied in a neat bun. She moved with quiet efficiency, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of the room. Inko must have hired her while he was training. He greeted his mom and introduced himself to the new employee, Yabrier, who smiled warmly and bowed slightly. Inko beamed at him, her eyes softening with maternal pride as she welcomed him back and praised Yo as a wonderful addition to the team. Izuku felt a sense of calm amidst the chaos of the day. He asked his mom and Toru if they could talk in the back for a moment. Inko's brow furrowed with concern, but she nodded, asking Yo to watch the front for a bit. Toru leaned down to Anya, sparkling with friendliness, and asked if she would like to watch some cartoons with Kanna while they talked. Anya's face lit up, and she eagerly agreed. Kanna peeked out from the kitchen, and Toru encouraged her and Anya to go watch something on the TV. Izuku watched them for a moment, a smile tugging at his lips before he followed his mother and Toru to the back room. Once they were alone, Inko turned to Izuku, her eyes filled with worry. He took a deep breath and recounted the events that had led him to bring Anya home. Toru listened intently, her expression serious and thoughtful. When he finished, both women exchanged a glance, concerned about the danger Anya had faced. She didn't have any parents, so Izuku brought her to keep her safe. His voice was tinged with sadness as he expressed his concern. Inko reached out, placing a comforting hand on his arm, reassuring him that he did the right thing. Toru nodded in agreement, affirming that Anya was safe now and they would figure out what to do next. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as Inko assured him they would take care of Anya. Inko smiled softly at Izuku and Toru, grateful for their support. They returned to the main area, where Anya and Kanna were giggling at the antics on the screen. Izuku's heart swelled with warmth at the sight. Inko gently called to Anya, asking if she would like to stay with them for a while and be part of their family. Anya looked up, her eyes wide with happiness and relief, and nodded eagerly, expressing her delight. Izuku crouched beside her, ruffling her pink hair and welcoming her to the family. Anya beamed, receiving warm pats from Izuku, while Kanna, feeling a bit jealous, also got a head pat, prompting Inko to giggle at the scene. Inko then asked Anya if she would like something to eat. Anya nodded shyly, and Inko headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Izuku sat down on the couch next to the girls, smiling as he watched them interact. Kanna had taken Anya under her wing, pointing out different characters on the screen and explaining the story in her own quiet way. Izuku asked Anya if she liked the show, and she nodded enthusiastically, declaring it fun. Kanna then asked if Anya wanted to see something cool, and Anya's eyes widened with excitement. Kanna raised her hand and summoned a small, glowing orb of light, letting it float around the room. Anya gasped in delight, her earlier fear and sadness momentarily forgotten. Izuku watched them, his heart swelling with pride and relief. Despite the challenges they faced, he knew they had the strength and support to get through it together. With Anya's immediate safety addressed, Inko returned to the kitchen, her skilled hands deftly preparing the evening's meals. The comforting aroma of simmering dishes filled the air, bringing a sense of normalcy back to the restaurant. Izuku decided to help serve the customers, his friendly demeanor quickly winning over even the most impatient patrons. Between taking orders and delivering plates, he found moments to chat with Toru and the new staff member, Yabrier. Toru, ever the bundle of energy, was bustling about, refilling drinks and engaging customers in cheerful conversation. However, she kept a watchful eye on Izuku and Ya, a faint frown tugging at her lips. Izuku handed Ya a tray of drinks and asked how she was finding it at his mother's restaurant. Ya smiled warmly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze, expressing her appreciation for the kindness and welcoming atmosphere. Izuku laughed, noting Toru's helpfulness. Toru overheard this and shot Izuku a pleased smile but felt a twinge of annoyance at Ya's blush deepening. She knew how charming Izuku could be and felt a bit jealous, though she kept it to herself, focusing on her work. As the evening wore on, the restaurant's pace began to slow. The last few customers were finishing their meals, and Inko was wrapping up in the kitchen. Izuku found a moment to catch his breath, leaning against the counter beside Ya. He asked her what made her decide to work at his mother's restaurant. Ya hesitated, her blush returning as she explained that she was looking for a job that allowed her to help others and be part of a close-knit community. After meeting Inko, she knew she made the right choice. Izuku appreciated her sincerity and expressed his gladness that she was there, noting they could always use more hands. Toru joined them, her eyes flickering between Izuku and Ya. She then asked Izuku about his training, trying to change the subject. Izuku smiled at her attempt and shared that training was tough but rewarding, though he still had no progress with his quirk. Ya listened intently, her admiration for Izuku growing as she respected his dedication and hard work. She found herself wanting to know more about him, her curiosity deepening. Izuku asked Ya about her quirk, trying to clarify her name. She told him that Ya was fine and explained her quirk, which allowed her to shape and create thorns. She demonstrated by creating a long needle-like thorn and a vine filled with thorns. Izuku pulled out a notebook, excitedly asking questions about her abilities. Ya found his enthusiasm rather cute, while Toru let the two be, knowing Izuku was too dense to be aware of his charm. Soon, Inko stepped out from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She thanked everyone for their hard work and praised Ya for being a fantastic addition to the team. Ya's face lit up with a radiant smile as she expressed her happiness to be there. As they began closing up the restaurant, Anya and Kanna wandered over, having finished watching their cartoons. Anya ran up to Izuku, her eyes shining with excitement, asking if they could come back tomorrow. Izuku laughed, scooping her up into his arms and assuring her that she was part of the family now and could come anytime. Toru watched them, her heart swelling with affection for both Anya and the young hero who had brought her into their lives. Meanwhile, Ya couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and budding affection for Izuku. She felt compelled to get to know him better. As they left the restaurant, the stars twinkling above them, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment with Anya and Kanna nestled comfortably in his arms. Inko smiled, and Ya thought about how amazing he was with kids. It was finally the day. Izuku wore a skin-tight fitness tank top and baggy pants, taking a deep breath as he walked with his head held high, mentally preparing for the practical exam ahead. When he looked up, he was in awe of the gigantic gates of UA, watching many students walk past him inside. He was waiting for his friend to arrive so they could take the exam together, excluding Momo, who had received a recommendation, and Melissa, who had done the same but wouldn't start as a first year. Itsuka had errands to run, which was why she was late and went to get Jiro. Himiko and Kami were in the same situation. Izuku looked at Mizuna, who was resting her head on his shoulder, and asked if she was ready. She replied that while she wasn't physically strong, she could still handle herself. Just then his phone vibrated. He quickly pulled it out and checked his messages, a smile spreading across his face. Momo wished him good luck on his practical exam, encouraging him to do his best and pass with flying colors. Melissa also sent her support, mentioning that she and her uncle would be cheering for everyone. Before he could respond, Katsumi called out to him, asking what he was waiting for. Izuku smirked, teasing that she was ready to lose. Katsumi lightly hit him, insisting that even if she lost, she wouldn't let that stop her from surpassing him. Kami, with Himiko behind her, joined in, commenting on how cute they were when they fought. Himiko greeted them cheerfully, and Izuku returned her greeting with a bright smile. Katsumi then asked if they were going inside, reminding them not to be late for orientation. Izuku decided to wait for Jiro and Itsuka, suggesting that Mizuna go with them. Kami picked up Mizuna, and they headed inside, leaving Izuku to relax and listen to some music Jiro had recommended. As he waited, he noticed a girl shorter than him with brown shoulder-length hair and big round brown eyes. She wore a nervous expression, fanning her face with her hands and taking deep breaths. Realizing he had been staring, he looked away, not wanting to seem creepy before school even started. Suddenly, the girl tripped on a crack in the ground and nearly fell. Reflexively, Izuku reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her back just in time. She leaned against him, their eyes meeting as she looked up at him, both curious about each other. Apologizing for pulling her too hard, Izuku asked if she was all right. He felt a blush creeping up as he noticed the attention they were drawing from passers-by. The girl blushed as well, waving her hands in front of her face, flustered. She exclaimed that she was nervous and hadn't been paying attention, then gasped in recognition, realizing he was Izuku Midoriya. Confused about how she knew his name, Izuku listened as she explained that she had seen him in tournaments and that he was her inspiration. She had taken up martial arts to earn money for her parents and had won a few local tournaments. Izuku was impressed and asked what kind of martial arts she practiced. She replied that she practiced Aikido, which led him to share that he had learned it too. He guessed that her quirk might be related to gravity, to which she responded with surprise. He explained that Aikido focuses on grappling and control over the center of gravity, making it suitable for capturing opponents. She then asked how many martial arts he knew, and he listed a few, including Taekwondo and Muay Thai. She was in awe, asking when he had started training and what his quirk was, but he smiled and remained silent, causing her to pout cutely. Before she could ask more, he requested her name. Realizing she hadn't introduced herself, she quickly said her name was Ochako Uraraka and that it was nice to meet him. Izuku told her to just call him Izuku, and she blushed, agreeing to do so. With a smile, he wished her good luck in the exam, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his new acquaintance. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye as he parted ways with Ochako. He never expected someone to admire him before he became a hero or stepped into the spotlight. A voice called out to him, and he turned to see Itsuka, wearing a casual green blouse and jeans, alongside Jiro, who sported a dark shirt with a punk rock design and jeans. "You two look as beautiful as ever," he complimented, genuinely praising their appearance. This caused them to blush, recalling how they had confessed to each other at the after-party following the exam. "You too, Izuku-kun. Sorry we took some time to get here," Jiro said, fidgeting with her earphone jacks to hide her embarrassment. Izuku shook his head, dismissing her apology. "Nah, it's only been a few minutes since I arrived. How about we head inside? The others are already waiting." Itsuka sighed, noting how he could flirt so smoothly without realizing it. While Izuku was smart in many areas, especially regarding quirks, he was oblivious when it came to romance, resembling a dense harem protagonist. However, that would not last long. "Anyway, let's head inside before we're late," he suggested, leading the way to the classroom where they would take their written exam. Izuku entered a separate room and saw the teacher preparing to hand out the exam. "My name is Kana Tsutsumi, and I will be your written examiner. You all have roughly an hour to finish. No erasures. If any erasure is detected, the answer will be marked wrong," Kana announced, scanning the room until her gaze met Izuku's, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. Izuku smiled softly, remembering her from when he was 13 years old. She had dined at his mother's restaurant, appearing troubled and distraught. He had decided to talk to her, sharing his experiences as a quirkless boy. Despite his challenges, he had managed to find hope and magic again, even while facing discrimination. Kana tried to compose herself, recalling her past as a weapon for the Hero Public Safety Commission. The weight of her past actions haunted her, but Izuku's kind smile had reignited a spark of hope within her. She remembered his words clearly. "I don't know what you're going through, but it seems you are too fixated on the past. My sensei often said that the past is a series of chapters already written, yet it does not dictate the narrative of your future. Each day offers a blank page, a fresh opportunity to shape your destiny. It is up to you to decide whether to let the shadows of your past shackle you or to break free and forge a new path of freedom and possibility. Remember, while you cannot change what has been, you hold the pen that writes what is yet to come." Those words had resonated deeply with her, and from that day on, her life began to shift. With the help of Nizu, the principal of UA, she escaped the clutches of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Now, she had a stable life and a job at UA, all thanks to the young man she had never had the chance to thank properly. After some time, the written exam concluded, and everyone made their way to the amphitheater, finding their assigned seats organized by schools or groups. Izuku sat next to Katsumi, who nodded at him before focusing on the platform. He returned her nod and directed his attention to the front. He noticed Himiko, Itsuka, and Jiro sitting beside Kami, while Ochako sat below him, appearing both anxious and excited. Soon, a pro-hero with signature long blonde hair spiked upward and a unique costume approached the podium with a grin. It was the voice hero, Present Mike. "Welcome one and all here today. Everybody say he shouted, cupping his ear toward the audience, only to be met with silence as everyone was too nervous about the upcoming test. Izuku felt tempted to cheer but held back. Present Mike smiled, pointing finger guns at the crowd, which quieted down a little. "Oh, tough crowd. Don't worry, I'm just as nervous as you all are." He pressed a button on a remote, and large screens appeared around the room, displaying a replica city. "Alright, we'll be testing your skills through a 10-minute practice run in our replica city district. Take anything you want and gather at your designated areas after the presentation. You got it?" Izuku glanced down at his paper to see his assigned area, only to notice that Katsumi was also looking at his paper, revealing they had been assigned to different locations. Katsumi smirked and shot him a look. "If we were on the same site, we'd probably dominate and force the others to be disqualified." Izuku simply smirked in response. Present Mike continued explaining the exam, detailing that the students' main goal was to earn points by defeating various point-valued robots within the district, with the caveat that they could not interfere with or attack other students. He also warned everyone about a 0-point robot that would emerge as an obstacle, advising them to avoid it. Izuku pondered the implications of villain points, wondering why they were labeled as such. Is there another way to earn points? His green eyes narrowed as he considered the various factors that defined a hero, realizing that it wasn't solely about defeating villains. Izuku knew there were alternative methods to acquire points without drawing attention. Of course, there had to be another way to earn points. If not, those without combat quirks would be at a significant disadvantage and might struggle to pass. He began to stretch, his mind still focused on the point system. Izuku understood that there was more to the exam than met the eye. Hero points, he thought. A hero's role extends beyond simply battling villains. It involves saving people as well. UA had truly thought this through. With the examinees preoccupied with fighting for points, the teachers could easily identify those who embodied the spirit of heroism and those who did not. Izuku nodded, contemplating how the exam seemed unfair for non-combat participants. As they prepared to head to their designated areas, he spoke to his friends. They would be in different locations, and he hoped they would stay safe and not overexert themselves. His friends reassured him that they could handle themselves, especially after their training on Island. Himiko mentioned that her body had grown stronger thanks to her unique ability, allowing her to briefly access the quirks of those whose blood she had consumed. In this instance, she had gained temporary dragon-like abilities from Toru's and Izuku's blood, with the former being so potent that she could access it at will, albeit for a limited time. Jiro expressed confidence in her quirk, noting that they were only up against robots, not people. Mizuna acknowledged her limitations with her transformation magic, while Kami admitted that her illusion quirk wasn't particularly effective against robots. Izuku reminded them that there were other ways to earn points, such as helping others during the exam, like rescuing them from danger. He mentioned that Melissa and All Might would be observing, indicating that UA teachers would also be watching. With that, Izuku wished them well for the after-party and headed to his area, where he noticed the determined expressions on the girls' faces. Jiro felt more anxious about the party than the actual test. Meanwhile, Toru and Izuku's mother were preparing for the celebration. Itsuka reassured Jiro that Izuku was too kind to reject them outright, while Jiro questioned whether they were okay with sharing him. Itsuka admitted she was, emphasizing their friendship and their plans together. As the girls discussed their future relationship with Izuku, he stood before a large gate, gazing at the bustling town beyond. He observed a few examinees who appeared calm despite their evident nerves, their determination to pass the test shining through. Among them was a familiar-looking boy with glasses and a shorter kid who seemed overly interested in the girls, prompting Izuku to glare at him, causing the boy to shudder and refocus on the test. Spotting Ochako in the corner, Izuku smiled and called out to her. She greeted him with a delighted smile, though she seemed tense. Izuku checked on her, noting her anxiety about facing robots for the first time and her fear of failing. He encouraged her to smile and embrace the challenge, reminding her to believe in herself and those who believed in her. Ochako felt motivated by his words, and Izuku reassured her that being a hero wasn't just about fighting, it was about inspiring others. He reflected on his training under his martial arts master, recalling fond memories and making a mental note to visit him soon. His thoughts were interrupted as the present mic announced the opening of the gates. As the gates swung open, a wave of eager examinees surged forward, scattering across the training field. Izuku cracked his knuckles, excitement coursing through him. It was time to show them what he was made of. With a burst of speed, he dashed into the fray, spotting a towering three-pointer robot rolling into his path. His grin widened in anticipation. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his fire dragon's iron fist, his fist engulfed in roaring flames. The punch connected with the robot's chest, melting through its metal armor and causing it to explode in a fiery blaze. Parts flew in every direction, but Izuku barely noticed as he moved on to his next target. He spotted a group of examinees struggling against a horde of one-pointers and two-pointers. Without hesitation, Izuku leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight, ready to assist his fellow examinees. Twin jets of fire shot from Izuku's hands, slicing through the robots effortlessly. The other students watched in awe as the robots collapsed in heaps of smoldering metal. Izuku urged everyone to keep moving, inspiring them to press on as he continued to blaze a trail through the mechanical foes, showcasing his strength and training. As the timer counted down, Izuku faced another group of three-pointer robots. He clenched his fists, determined to finish strong. He brought his hands together, creating a massive sphere of fire that he hurled at the robots. The explosion was magnificent, leaving nothing but molten scraps behind. Izuku sprinted ahead, his senses sharp and body primed for combat. Almost immediately, he encountered a one-pointer robot. With a fierce roar, he ignited his fists. He smashed through the robot with explosive force, the pieces of the destroyed machine barely hitting the ground before he was off again, seeking out his next target. He reveled in the thrill of the hunt, his flames dancing in sync with his movements. One by one, the mechanical foes fell to his relentless assault. After a few minutes, Izuku climbed above the rubble to check for anyone in trouble, only to see a small figure running in fear. He face-bombed at the sight of the cowardice. He was surprised that this person had passed the general education department. Suddenly, he noticed that the small figure had led a robot straight to someone in danger, a person who was being held by a pair of clothes. Hagakure was about to be attacked by the robot that had detected her. In an instant, Izuku dashed forward, a red streak racing through the air. Without hesitation, he charged toward a group of robots surrounding several struggling examinees. With a swift motion, he summoned flames around his fist, imbuing it with power. The air crackled with heat as he unleashed a torrent of fiery punches that tore through the robot's defenses. The explosive impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, shattering the surrounding pavement and sending the robots flying in all directions. The nearby participants were baffled, unable to comprehend how someone could possess such a powerful quirk. Izuku, however, was focused solely on saving others. He turned to Hagakure, concerned for her well-being. Although he couldn't see her expression, he sensed her shock at seeing the same green-haired boy who had saved her months ago standing before her once again. She felt a surge of admiration, thinking of him as her hero. A few minutes earlier, Toru Hagakure had been feeling anxious about the test, knowing her quirk was not suited for it. She had enrolled in UA with dreams of becoming a hero and meeting her idol, the White Knight who had saved her without hesitation. However, as Present Mike explained the test, doubt crept in. Pushing herself forward, she was shocked to find her hero, but felt disheartened when he began talking to another girl. Jealousy bubbled within her as she listened to their conversation, but it also motivated her to prove herself. Unfortunately, her quirk only allowed her to remain undetected by the robots, and she struggled to find a way to shut them down. Along the way, she helped other participants until she encountered someone injured. Just as she helped them stand, a small figure passed by, trembling in fear as a robot approached. As she braced herself for the worst, a bright light struck the robot, obliterating it. Toru was astonished, witnessing the power before her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku's unforgettable voice. He assured her that he would bring her to safety, and in a flash, they appeared in a different location, leaving her stunned. Izuku told her it should be safe enough and prepared to leave, but Toru felt a pang of disappointment as he vanished in an instant. She frowned, recalling how he had saved her twice now, and her determination to enter UA grew stronger, knowing her crush would be a student there. Meanwhile, as the students fought the robots, Melissa watched everything unfold on the screen alongside UA's teachers. She felt her spider sense tingling and frowned. All Might, in his skinny form, asked if she was all right. Melissa assured him she was fine, but her instincts were on high alert. Nizu, the principal of UA, observed the test with satisfaction while sipping his tea. He noted that the exam was more challenging than in previous years, thanks to Melissa's help in making it faster and tougher. They witnessed examinees ignoring those in need and engaging in actions unbecoming of heroes. All Might smiled, recognizing that true heroes would shine in such moments. They saw students helping others, saving those in danger, and teaming up to assist the injured. A female teacher remarked that the exam seemed too easy for Izuku and Katsumi, particularly noting Izuku's impressive fire quirk. Melissa, feeling competitive, glared at the teacher, who smirked in response. She wondered what made Izuku so interesting. Even while battling the robots, both he and Katsumi were also helping other examinees, though Izuku's contributions stood out. One of the male teachers asked about the name of Izuku's quirk. Melissa replied that it was called Fire Dragon Slayer, leaving everyone intrigued. Nizu inquired about the young hero's quirk, curious to learn more. Melissa explained that Izuku could transform into a mythical dragon, similar to Ryukyu, but with the added ability to wield fire-based powers. This revelation astonished the teacher, prompting him to ask if there was more to it. Melissa continued, revealing that Izuku could consume fire to recharge his energy, leaving everyone in awe. The idea of him being able to absorb Endeavor's flames was mind-boggling. One of the observers exclaimed about Izuku's impressive abilities, while another questioned if he was essentially invincible. Melissa clarified that Izuku did have a weakness. He struggled with vehicles and boats. This revelation sparked surprise among the group. They were intrigued yet apprehensive, realizing that Izuku's actions could lead to complications during the exam. As they watched the examinees, a man in a cowboy outfit and gas mask commented on a situation unfolding before them. He noted that one contestant had inadvertently led a robot to another examinee, who seemed ill-equipped to defend herself. The group collectively agreed that the smaller contestant might not pass due to this misstep. However, they acknowledged the bravery of the young girl who had chosen to assist others despite her quirk, recognizing that true heroism often lay in identifying and exploiting weaknesses. Before the man could finish his thought, A blinding flash of white lightning illuminated the screen, leaving everyone stunned as buildings crumbled in the aftermath. Melissa identified the spectacle as Izuku's Fire Dragon King's Destruction Fist, which piqued the teacher's curiosity. One of the female teachers playfully asked Melissa to elaborate on her boyfriend's impressive move, causing her to blush slightly. Observing this, another teacher, Aizawa, intervened, suggesting that teasing would distract Melissa. As the scene shifted back to Izuku, he felt a pang of guilt for leaving Toru behind but knew he had to focus on the exam. With determination, he raced toward the cries for help that echoed through the chaos. His keen eyes spotted several three-point robots charging at him. He felt the familiar surge of energy and, with a powerful punch, shattered the first robot. The second robot lunged at him, but Izuku was faster, delivering a precise kick that sent it crashing into another robot. The resulting collision triggered a chain reaction, scattering debris like confetti. Without pausing, Izuku propelled himself forward, a blur of speed and strength, rescuing other participants along the way. A massive robot loomed ahead, and Izuku steeled himself for the challenge. The mechanical arms swung at him with tremendous force, but he dodged with agility, countering with a series of precise strikes that dented the robot's armor. Suddenly, the robot's arm caught him off guard, sending him skidding across the pavement. With a fierce yell, he charged back, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that tore through the robot's core, leaving it in ruins. Izuku calculated that he had secured enough points to place in the top 10, and he resolved to continue helping others rather than seeking glory for himself. He was determined not to overshadow anyone else's chance to be a hero. His master had taught him the importance of humility and the dangers of being consumed by power. Spotting more people in danger, he leaped down, delivering a downward kick that obliterated a one-pointer, creating a small crater upon impact. Before the remaining robots could react, Izuku swiftly dismantled them, moving with remarkable speed. He launched himself into the air, generating a powerful gust that propelled him toward the nearest robot. With a swift elbow strike, he incapacitated it before moving on. In a dazzling display of red flames, the robots fell one after another, presenting no real challenge. Deciding to elevate his efforts, Izuku held his hands together and summoned his magic, forming a blade of fire. He shaped the flames into a sleek, black stiletto sword, radiating intense heat and pulsating with power. Izuku smirked to himself, recalling his mentor's teachings. The effort he had put into learning molding magic, despite only hearing about it in passing, had paid off. With a grin, he swung the fiery sword at a nearby robot, eager to test its capabilities. The blade sliced through the air effortlessly, and the robot was vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched remnants. Izuku noted that the weapon lacked durability, as it crumbled after some use. Despite its fragility, the destructive power of the cruel sun blade was undeniable, reducing everything in its path to ash and cinders. The UA staff examined the variety of students showcasing their skills and powers as they dismantled robots left and right, keeping track of many students on the television screens. Nizu grinned as he leaned back in his chair, watching the students with keen interest. He remarked to Tashinori that this year's students looked quite promising, noting how well they were performing in the test. All Might watched beside him, focusing on Katsumi, who was on the screen shooting compressed blasts of explosions from her fingers toward robots perched on top of buildings. Katsumi was a blur of motion, her palms sparking with energy as she controlled it effortlessly. She charged into the fray, her explosions propelling her into a group of one-point robots. With a fierce grin, she moved her palms forward and unleashed a powerful blast, disintegrating the robots instantly. She muttered to herself that it was too easy, her eyes scanning for more challenging targets. A two-point robot lumbered toward her, its mechanical arms whirring menacingly. Katsumi dodged its swipe with a graceful roll, planting a hand on the ground to launch herself into the air. She somersaulted over the robot and landed behind it, delivering a point-blank explosion to its back, causing it to shatter into pieces. Katsumi shouted out, eager for more formidable opponents. As if in response to her call, a massive three-point robot crashed through a nearby building, its red eyes glowing ominously. Her grin widened. This was more like it. She sprinted toward the robot, her explosions propelling her faster than her legs could carry her. Leaping into the air, she spun to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick amplified by a burst from her palm, connecting with the robot's head and sending it reeling. Before it could recover, she landed and followed up with a barrage of rapid explosions, each one chipping away at its armored hide. The robot swung its arm down, trying to crush her, but Katsumi was too quick. She darted to the side, her reflexes honed by years of intense training. With a final, deafening blast, she reduced the robot to a smoking heap of metal. Breathing hard but exhilarated, Katsumi surveyed the battlefield, which was in chaos. Examinees fought robots and each other in their desperation to score points. Her heart pounded with adrenaline, but she forced herself to stay focused. There was no time to waste. She launched herself into the fray, her hands crackling with energy as she released a powerful blast, obliterating the first robot in a fiery explosion. Spinning around, she dispatched two more with a series of precise blasts. Katsumi scoffed at how easy it was, but she didn't slow down. She was a whirlwind of destruction, her explosive quirk making short work of the lower-level robots. The sounds of battle filled the air, metal clashing, energy crackling, and the determined shouts of other participants. As she rounded a corner, she spotted a group of examinees struggling against a larger three-point robot. It had them cornered, its metallic claws swiping dangerously close. Without a second thought, Katsumi intervened, moving her hands forward and releasing a concentrated blast of energy that pierced the robot's armor, causing it to explode in a shower of sparks and metal. The other students stared at her, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. One of them managed to stammer a thank you, but Katsumi snapped back that they should just try not to get in her way. She wasn't there to make friends, she was there to win. She executed a drop kick into the three-point robot and shot at the two that were about to grab her, showcasing her skill. All Might observed that it was the first time he had seen her shoot out explosions like a gun. Though the explosive power was weaker, its penetrative power was impressive, and she expertly used them like a pro. He glanced over at Izuku, who was throwing a robot onto another larger robot with a satisfied smile. It seemed Izuku had shifted his focus from fighting to helping others. All Might noted that this young man exemplified what it meant to be a hero, easily capable of taking points from others but choosing instead to assist those in danger. Nizu shared a satisfied smile with everyone else, as his goal was not to be on top but to foster true heroism. However, Nizu's expression shifted as he pressed a big red button in front of him. Melissa, who was enjoying a lollipop, looked at the screen with concern for her friends. She recalled how they had fought All Might and managed to win through overwhelming teamwork, but her feelings for the Dragon Slayer made her worry. Izuku stood at the edge of a building, looking down at the other examinees. He had accumulated a significant number of villain points, and if his theory was correct, he should also have some hero points. For now, he observed the students below him as they destroyed robots. Using his one for all, he enhanced his eyesight, allowing him to see several hundred meters away. Suddenly, he heard vibrations in the surroundings, and the ground began to shake, causing him to wobble momentarily. He looked back to see a robot larger than any other in the exam. It was massive, towering over the buildings in the vicinity as it marched through the street, demolishing anything in its path while glaring down at the students. Upon seeing such a colossal threat, nearly all the students ran away in panic, unwilling to face the robot. Izuku frowned, not because of the robot, but because the examinees seemed to abandon their fellow students, pushing and pulling each other as they fled. No one was helping those who tripped or were injured, they were leaving them behind. He understood that it was a normal instinct to flee, but he felt a pang of disappointment. With determination, he opened his eyes, flickering with white lightning, and jumped down from the building, ready to help those in need. Using the wind pressure from his smash to lessen the impact of his fall, he quickly flashed towards the fallen and injured examinees. He heard words of encouragement from his peers, which filled him with happiness. As he scanned the area to ensure no one was left behind, his gaze landed on Ochako, whose ankle was trapped under some rubble. He watched the gigantic robot approaching her, and time seemed to slow down as his determination surged. With a focused mind and a burst of power, he dashed towards Ochako. He lifted the debris off her ankle, spinning before tossing it aside, directing it toward the zero-pointer. Immediately, he turned his attention back to her. "Ochako-san, are you all right?" he asked as he scooped her up into his arms. Despite the urgency of the situation, she felt a rush of warmth and surprise at being carried by one of her idols, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you for the help, Izuku," she stammered, her face hidden behind her hands. He glanced back at the robot that was now pursuing them but quickly maneuvered through the building, carrying Ochako while assisting others in need. With swift movements, he dispatched the robots blocking their path, using one for all to create powerful gusts of wind that sent them crashing down. Moments later, they found themselves a few hundred meters away from the colossal robot, which was rampaging through the city. "I need to defeat it before anyone else gets hurt," he thought, determination fueling his actions. You can put me down now," Ochako said, her voice a bit shy. "Ah, sorry. Can you stand?" he replied, and after she nodded, he gently set her down, momentarily captivated by her adorable cheeks. "She's quite cute," he mused inwardly, before redirecting his focus to the behemoth that was wreaking havoc. Izuku enveloped himself in multicolored lightning, readying himself for the confrontation. All Might glanced at his niece, Melissa, who was gripping her glass of orange juice tightly, causing it to crack as she stared at the screen. "What is it, Uncle Might?" she asked, her voice flat. The spider girl radiated a dark aura as she watched the dragon slayer carry another girl, sending shivers down All Might's spine. Though she understood he had a harem he was unaware of, jealousy still stirred within her. "Nothing," she exclaimed, trying to dismiss her feelings. Meanwhile, a certain heroine observed Melissa with a teasing smirk, noticing the jealousy on her face. Both their gazes shifted to the green-haired boy, who was carrying a cute girl with short brown hair as he zoomed past, dispatching robots along the way. "I'm curious about what makes him special," the female teacher thought, her interest piqued. She shuddered when she noticed Melissa glaring at her, which only fueled her delight. "Once he accepts, I'll talk to him," Melissa thought, her heart racing as she watched the boy who had changed her life forever. "Stay here, I need to handle that thing before more people get hurt," he instructed, and Ochako nodded in agreement. A gust of wind propelled him forward as he raced towards the enormous machine, searching for any other participants who might be trapped or injured. Once he confirmed everyone was safe, he focused on his opponent. An excited smile spread across his face as he realized all the robots had come for him, with the zero-pointer releasing smaller robots in the process. "Come to me, I love a challenge," he declared, taking a deep breath as he spread 80% of one for all throughout his body. His gaze sharpened, devoid of any hesitation, before he vanished and reappeared next to one of the flying robots. "Eat this," he thought, gathering all the latent energy in the atmosphere. With immense effort, he concentrated it into a massive, glowing ball of flame, pulsating with incredible heat and power, ready to unleash it upon his foes. Summoning all his might, Izuku launched the colossal sphere of fire directly at the formidable zero-pointer. As the ball of flames hurtled through the air, it illuminated the surroundings with a blinding light. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the zero-pointer in a fiery inferno. The intense heat and force of the explosion obliterated half of the giant robot, reducing it to molten debris. The resulting shockwave reverberated through the entire area, shaking the ground and structures alike. The sheer power of the attack left the onlookers in a state of awe and disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration for Izuku's incredible display of strength. Izuku nodded at the results before returning to where Ochako was, arriving just as people stood dumbstruck at the sight. Present Mike announced that time was up. Everyone remained completely still after witnessing the Dragon Slayer's feat, but they all sighed in relief, grateful that nothing else would be coming at them. A short old lady appeared, walking down the street. She wore a large visor and a lab coat, holding a cane shaped like a syringe. She informed the students that they could go home now, as she would take it from there. Izuku instantly recognized her as the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, understanding how Yue could handle such dangerous situations with the best healing support. She instructed those who were injured to stand to her right, assuring them that she would patch them up soon. Searching her pocket, she took out something and handed it to some examinees. She offered gummy bears, encouraging them not to be shy. She handed more gummy bears to Ochako, who had an ankle sprain, telling her that it would help her heal immediately. Ochako accepted the gummy bears and began chewing them, while Izuku watched as the old lady gently kissed Ochako on the forehead. Recovery Girl was known as one of the best doctors in Japan, her quirk allowing her to accelerate her patients' healing processes. Izuku moved closer to check on Ochako, who stumbled slightly, but he managed to catch her just in time. He reminded her to be careful, not wanting her to get injured again. Ochako thanked him and asked if he had any injuries, noting that he had fought the zero-pointer. Recovery Girl chimed in, expressing concern about the strain using his quirk might have put on his body. Izuku shook his head and flexed his bicep to demonstrate his condition, declaring that he had no injuries and was tough as a rock. Recovery Girl smiled, relieved that he wasn't as reckless as his teacher. Izuku pondered her words, feeling a bit wry about the comparison. Ochako, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked Izuku if she could get his contact information to thank him later for saving her. He told her she didn't have to thank him, but if she wanted his contact info, she could simply ask. She eagerly confirmed that she would like to have it, excited about attending UA together and having someone familiar with her. Izuku thought about how different she was from the other girls he knew. While Itsuka had the same maturity as Momo, she lacked Momo's innocent vibe. Jiro was shy yet straightforward, and Melissa had a girl-next-door charm. Kami was carefree and extroverted, while Himiko had a uniquely cute quirk. Mizuna acted mature and serious but loved being pampered, and Toru expressed herself freely and could be extreme at times. Ochako, however, felt like a cute childhood friend type. Izuku agreed to hang out sometimes and promised to introduce her to his friends. Just then, he heard a voice and turned to see Toru behind him. He greeted her and asked how she felt. Toru replied that she was fine but preferred to be called Toru instead of Midori. Izuku thought it was amusing and introduced Toru to Ochako, mentioning that he had met her during the entrance exam. After exchanging numbers, Izuku said his goodbyes and headed toward his friends. He found Katsumi with a large smirk on her face, clearly waiting for him. She teased him, claiming she thought he would get injured before the exam even started. Izuku shot back with a grin, suggesting that she was the fragile one. Katsumi grew infuriated, but Izuku ignored her outburst, noticing the arrival of more friends, which made him smile. Katsumi calmed down upon seeing the others, giving one last glare at Izuku. Itsuka commented on how she had only left them for 10 minutes and they were already trying to fight each other. Kami added that Katsumi was just being a tsundere, which made Katsumi yell in response. Mizuna wondered how Katsumi's throat managed to keep up with all the shouting, while Himiko joked that it was probably another quirk. Jiro asked Izuku how it went, teasing him about taking plus ultra literally. Izuku promised to tell them everything along the way and suggested heading to the after-party. Everyone agreed and made their way to Inko's restaurant, which was closed for the occasion. As they walked, Izuku recounted everything that had happened, from easily dispatching a large number of robots to saving people. He shared his joy at being a hero, expressing that he never wanted to be the best but simply wanted to save someone and bring smiles to their faces. It may have sounded naive, but that was who he was. This was why the girls around him were drawn to him, but their smiles quickly turned into frowns as they realized they had seen two new friends during the entrance exam. Their names were Ochako Uraraka and Toru Hagakure, and perhaps they would be introduced next time. The other girls radiated a dark aura that sent shivers through those passing by. Izuku tilted his head, wondering why the air felt colder. His charm for attracting a harem was a quirk, but the drawback was his density. They seemed nice, and he would love to meet them, but it would have to be next time since they already had plans for tomorrow. Izuku happily expressed his excitement, unaware that dates had been arranged, causing the girls to blush, especially Jiro, who planned to confess her feelings along with the others. There were also things that others wanted to tell him later, which piqued his curiosity. Moments later, they arrived at Inko's restaurant, where she immediately embraced her son. She welcomed him back, bombarding him with questions about the exam, whether it was hard, if he got hurt, and if he was hungry. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, playfully protested against the affection, while the girls giggled, and Katsumi smirked at her crush's misfortune, only to frown upon seeing his mother. Inko introduced herself as Kanna Kamui Midoriya, and Anya Midoriya followed suit. Kami exclaimed how cute they were, while Anya smiled, trying to listen to their thoughts. She thought about giving Izuku a cute baby like them, while Anya wondered if Kanna was their mother. Mizuna thought about confessing to Izuku, hoping it wouldn't ruin her friendships. Anya was surprised to learn that all the girls liked their father, and she shivered at Himiko's enthusiastic thoughts about Izuku. Mitsuri asked Inko if she had adopted the girls, to which Inko clarified that they were Izuku's adopted daughters. The girls' eyes widened in surprise. A few minutes later, Melissa and Momo arrived at the gathering, and Izuku frowned slightly, noticing All Might was absent due to an errand. However, he continued the party without him. Inko had prepared a large variety of dishes, ensuring to include Izuku's favorite, katsudon. They shared their experiences from the entrance exam, capturing the adults' interest. Inko beamed with pride, while Bakugo's mother, Mitsuki, commented on the potential for many grandchildren, giggling at the thought of spoiling them. Toru entered with her friend Fafnir, a handsome young man with long black hair tied in a loose ponytail, wearing a butler outfit. He expressed his disdain for life, making everyone uneasy. Izuku asked Toru if Fafnir was always like this, to which she explained that he was an ancient dragon who guarded his treasure. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Toru opened it to reveal a tall, fair-skinned woman with striking features and vibrant hair. She wore a casual outfit that drew attention, and Izuku's face turned red at the sight. The other girls were equally shocked by her appearance. Toru introduced her as Quetzalcoatl, but she preferred to be called Lukoa. As she joined the party, the girls couldn't help but notice her impressive figure, leading to a mix of admiration and envy. Anya excitedly accepted peanuts from Kanna, and soon everyone was enjoying the festivities. Lukoa, Inko, and Mitsuki shared drinks while Katsumi played a fighting video game with Fafnir, who was beginning to take an interest despite his losses. Kami, Itsuka, Jiro, Momo, and Kanna engaged in a friendly card game, with Kanna winning more often than the others. Anya watched cartoons while the rest chatted about the recent exam. Tora felt she had found a wonderful home, and Lukoa agreed, opening her eyes to reveal a different perspective from the others. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie as they all enjoyed their time together. Her right eye was green on the outside with intricate designs and black on the inside, featuring a yellow, slit pupil. Toru smiled, expressing her contentment in being with Izuku. Lukoa observed Izuku, thinking he was an adorable human with dragon powers. She sensed his soul was among the purest she had encountered, reminiscent of heroes chosen by the gods of various worlds. As she examined the essence within Izuku, she noted a relatively powerful dragon comparable to herself. Izuku gazed at the sunset, taking a moment to appreciate its beauty, especially with the girls illuminated by the sunlight before him. He noticed their fidgeting, particularly Jiro, who looked incredibly cute with her ear jack. Kami had suggested they visit Dagoba Beach, a spot they had cleaned up months prior, which had since become a popular destination for dates. They used Toru's dragon form to reach the beach, employing invisibility spells. Although Izuku typically disapproved of using powers for personal reasons, he made an exception this time, as their actions posed no danger to anyone. Kami informed Izuku that the girls had something to share with him. Curiosity piqued, he observed their anxious expressions, their faces flushed. Taking a deep breath, he encouraged them to express their feelings. One by one, they began to recount the moments they had shared and the emotions they held. Itsuka stepped closer, surprising Izuku when her lips brushed against his. She poured her feelings into the kiss before they parted. Before he could react, Mizuna took her place, kissing him as well, leaving him bewildered. Jiro followed suit, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then Momo joined in. Toru in her human form was more assertive, wanting to join the others. Katsumi, noticing the playful chaos, called out to Toru, urging her to stop. Toru playfully resisted, wanting more attention. Katsumi then turned to Izuku, who appeared utterly confused by the unfolding events. She leaned in for a kiss, pulling him closer before stepping back, followed by Himiko, who eagerly kissed him as well. Finally, Melissa cupped his face before their lips met, leaving Izuku wide-eyed and speechless. He expressed his confusion, asking why they had all kissed him so suddenly. The girls giggled at his innocent question, finding his bewilderment endearing. They collectively confessed their feelings, declaring their love for him. Izuku was taken aback, having never intended to pursue romantic relationships with any of them. He had only sought friendship and to help them. Cammy explained that she had helped everyone confess their feelings, revealing that they all liked him. Izuku realized that the teasing he had received from others was connected to this revelation. Itsuka spoke first, sharing how she had admired his dedication and passion during their training sessions. She expressed how witnessing his growth inspired her and made her fear losing him. Mizuna followed, sharing her journey of confusion and how Izuku had welcomed her into his life, making her feel like part of a family. She admitted that her feelings had intensified upon Toru's arrival, igniting her desire to support him as more than just a friend. Cammy then expressed how her initial admiration for Izuku had deepened into something more meaningful as she got to know him. She realized that being a hero meant bringing happiness to others, inspired by his example. Himiko eagerly proclaimed that Izuku was the light of her life, having saved her from despair. She reflected on her past and how she had once considered becoming a villain but now aspired to be a hero, wanting to prevent others from experiencing the pain she had endured. There are many like her, and she knows she can be an example to those who have gone through similar experiences. This is all thanks to Izuku. However, this is not the only reason for her admiration. Himiko expressed her gratitude with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to her usual wild demeanor. After she finished speaking, Jiro stepped forward. Initially, Jiro felt indebted to Izuku for saving her, but gradually he became her guide during moments of confusion about her path. He helped her realize that she could create music that would help others while also being a hero. Izuku had always been an inspiration to everyone around him. Jiro's dream had been to become a hero, but now she wanted to stand beside him and achieve their dreams together. She placed a hand on her heart, finally able to reveal her true feelings instead of keeping them bottled up. Momo shared her thoughts next, lifting the weight that had been on her heart. She appreciated how Izuku never treated her like a princess but as a normal girl with flaws. He reignited her old dream of being a hero who selflessly helps others. She wanted to be by his side, supporting him while also pursuing her own path as a pro-hero. Melissa, despite having acquired a quirk, re-evaluated her dream after Izuku explained what it truly means to be a hero. Toru reflected on her past, feeling lost and unsure of her decisions. She had thought she would never find the answers she sought until Izuku appeared. His flame burned brightly enough to reignite hope and fill her heart with warmth she had never known before. Toru felt as if she had been renewed by his compassion and kindness. She often wondered what her past self would say to her, wishing she could tell that lost girl that everything would be all right. There would be someone, a true hero, who would look beyond her past and toward her future. Once everyone had shared their feelings, only Katsumi remained. She began with frustration, recalling how she had hated the way Izuku looked down on her when she fell into the river. The thought of someone she believed was supposed to be her rival being above her infuriated her. Yet, deep down, she understood that he had always been ahead of her. Katsumi remembered their childhood when Izuku was quirkless, feeling sadness for her best friend who was meant to stand beside her as they both aspired to be heroes. She felt betrayed and alone on her path. She had tried to protect him, fearing for his life, knowing that he still wanted to be a hero but was in danger. In her moment of realization, she understood that the reason Izuku was ahead of her was not due to power but something deeper, the flame of a true hero. As she walked the path of heroism, she recognized that Izuku was already at the finish line, while she had been the one chasing him. That was why she had fallen in love with him. He had saved her despite everything she had done, never holding a grudge. Izuku listened in silence, speechless at their heartfelt confessions. He wondered how this could be happening. Yoichi, watching from the sidelines, encouraged him, reminding him not to doubt himself and that these girls held a special place in his heart. Hikage added that Izuku was a remarkable young man, and more people would come to love him for being like a flame that spreads uncontrollably. Daigoro chimed in, confident that Izuku wouldn't simply reject their feelings. Nana urged him to trust that the women around him genuinely cared for him, acknowledging the courage it took for them to express their emotions. Izuku took a deep breath, looking at each of them. He felt overwhelmed and uncertain about what to say. If this was how they felt about him, he couldn't deny it, but he questioned whether they would truly want to give their love to him when they could choose someone else. He didn't want to hurt them in the end. Their smiles reflected their understanding of his selflessness, as he prioritized their feelings above his own. Jiro reminded him that they had already made their decision and believed he would do everything to make them happy. Izuku stuttered, expressing his concern about their well-being and not wanting to see them hurt because of his selfishness. Mizuna questioned if he was willing to reject their feelings, to which he quickly replied that he would never outright reject them. He couldn't see himself doing that, but he felt confused about how to navigate this situation. Despite his intelligence, he was unprepared for the attention from multiple girls. He was not one to pursue a harem, he simply wanted to make them happy. The girls reassured him, telling him not to worry. They believed in him and knew he would pull through, no matter what happened. The only thing they wanted was for him to accept their feelings. Momo expressed her sentiments clearly. Izuku hesitated, admitting that he also liked all of them. He appreciated Itsuka's elder sister personality, which he could rely on for advice, Mizuna's mature yet pampered demeanor, Kami's bold confidence, Himiko's carefree and playful nature, Katsumi's tsundere attitude, Momo's elegance mixed with innocence, Jiro's beautiful voice and shyness, Melissa's passion for machinery and heroism, and Toru's straightforwardness akin to Himiko. His honest feelings made them blush, and they responded with sweet smiles and gentle kisses on his cheek. He could have listed more, but it would have taken too long. Jiro questioned if that meant he would accept their feelings, to which Izuku confirmed he would and promised to make them happy, though he expressed his fear of failing. Momo reassured him that if he stumbled, they would work together, emphasizing that their happiness was a shared responsibility. Melissa echoed this sentiment, stating that love was mutual, and Mizuna reminded him of their bond during their time at Island. Izuku realized he had been oblivious to the depth of their feelings, and he wondered if others, like Toru and Achiko, might also share similar sentiments. He decided it was too early to make assumptions, still amazed that he had gone from being single to having 9 wonderful girlfriends. They blushed at his compliment, and he pondered who he would date first. Kami quickly reassured him that they had a plan. Those who knew him the longest would go first: Itsuka, Katsumi, Mizuna, Momo, and Himiko, followed by Jiro, Toru, and finally Melissa, who would be busy for a few days. Unbeknownst to them, someone was listening to their conversation, intrigued by the effect Izuku had on people. The next day, after a chaotic morning where his mother expressed her joy over his newfound relationships, Izuku felt both stressed and fortunate. He dressed in a crisp green button-up shirt, perfectly tailored, tucked into dark trousers with sharp creases. His vibrant red shoes added a bold touch to his outfit. He hoped he wasn't late when he turned to see Itsuka arriving in a light green blouse and dark leather jacket paired with blue jeans and white sneakers. Her hair was down, enhancing her appeal. He complimented her, and she smiled, taking his hand as they set off on their date. They enjoyed arcade games, winning prizes, and trying a dancing machine. Izuku encouraged Itsuka to dance, assuring her that it didn't matter if she didn't know how. They laughed together, enjoying the moment until the game ended. Their next stop was a nearby mountain, where they watched the sun set while sharing boxes of pizza. Itsuka leaned against him, savoring their time together. She leaned in for a kiss, and they shared a passionate moment as the sun dipped below the horizon. Later, Izuku stood nervously outside a movie theater, checking his watch repeatedly. Just as he was about to do it again, he heard a familiar voice. Katsumi approached, her messy ash-blonde hair and red eyes sparkling with confidence. She wore a stylish outfit that made her look amazing. He greeted her with her childhood nickname, and she complimented his appearance. They exchanged playful banter, and she led the way into the theater, where the smell of popcorn filled the air. Izuka bought the tickets while Katsumi insisted on getting the snacks, handing him a large bucket of popcorn and sodas. They settled in for a high-octane action film filled with explosions and daring stunts. Katsumi was completely engrossed, her eyes glued to the screen as she munched on popcorn, and Izuku felt a sense of excitement and contentment as they enjoyed the movie together. Izuku found himself glancing at her more often than at the movie. The way her eyes lit up during the fight scenes and the little smirk that tugged at her lips whenever the hero triumphed was mesmerizing. As the credits rolled, Katsumi stretched and turned to him with a satisfied grin, expressing her excitement about the film. Izuku shared his enthusiasm, noting the incredible fight choreography. Katsumi agreed, standing up to grab their empty popcorn bucket and suggesting they get some spicy hot pot, as she was starving. They left the theater and walked to a nearby restaurant known for its hot pot. The warm, inviting aroma greeted them as they stepped inside. A friendly hostess led them to a cozy booth, and soon they were seated with a bubbling pot of broth in front of them, surrounded by plates of fresh vegetables, thinly sliced meats, and various dipping sauces. Katsumi took charge, adding ingredients to the pot with practiced ease, explaining the importance of timing in the cooking process. Izuku admired her confidence and skill, acknowledging her expertise. Katsumi smirked, teasing him about being lucky to have her as a guide. Izuku agreed, feeling a warmth in his chest as they shared a moment of connection. The bubbling broth provided a comforting background sound as Katsumi expressed her happiness at his growth. Izuku felt his face heat up at her words, grateful for her acknowledgement. She playfully urged him to eat before the meat overcooked, and they enjoyed their meal in comfortable silence, savoring the rich flavors and warmth of the hot pot. As they finished their meal, Katsumi leaned back with a satisfied sigh, suggesting they should do this again sometime. Izuku's heart swelled with happiness at the thought. As they left the restaurant and stepped into the cool night air, Izuka felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He reached out and took Katsumi's hand, intertwining their fingers. She glanced at him, surprised at first, but then her expression softened, and she squeezed his hand in return, suggesting they head home. Izuku nodded, a smile spreading across his face as they walked together. Izuku Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He adjusted the collar of his shirt, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Today was a special day. He was going on a date with Mizuna, his adopted sister, and he wanted everything to be perfect. He heard a soft knock on his door, and Mizuna's voice called out, asking if he was ready. After a moment, he opened the door to find her dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit that complemented her hair. She looked up at him, her expression composed but with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Izuku complimented her, and she returned the sentiment, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. They left the house together, walking side by side down the familiar streets of their neighborhood toward a small cafe that Mizuna had mentioned wanting to try. As they walked, Izuku felt a sense of pride for planning this date carefully, hoping to give Mizuna a day to relax and enjoy herself. The cafe was charming, with a cozy interior and a menu full of delicious pastries and drinks. They found a table by the window, and Izuku ordered a selection of Mizuna's favorite treats. As they waited for their order, Mizuna's serious expression softened slightly, revealing her anticipation for the day. Izuku reached across the table to gently squeeze her hand, expressing his desire for her to feel pampered. Mizuna's blush deepened, but she didn't pull away, thanking him for his thoughtfulness. Their order arrived, and they spent the next hour enjoying the delicious treats and discussing everything from their hero training to their favorite books. Izuku loved seeing Mizuna's eyes light up as she talked about her passions, and he made sure to give her plenty of compliments and encouragement. After the cafe, they took a leisurely walk through a nearby park, where the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the lush greenery. They found a quiet spot by a small pond, sitting on a bench and watching the ducks glide across the water. Mizuna leaned her head on Izuku's shoulder, letting out a content sigh. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close and expressing his happiness that she was enjoying the day. Mizuna acknowledged that she sometimes forgot to take a break and enjoy moments like this, and Izuku reassured her that he was there to remind her to relax. She looked up at him with gratitude, thanking him for always looking out for her. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the park, they made their way back home. The day had been perfect, and Izuku could see the change in Mizuna's demeanor. She seemed lighter and more at ease. Back at the house, Mizuna paused at her bedroom door, turning to face Izuku. She expressed her appreciation for the wonderful day, and he assured her that he would always be there for her whenever she needed to unwind. In a rare moment of affection, Mizuna stepped forward and hugged him, thanking him once more before saying goodnight. Izuku Midoriya paced back and forth in front of the amusement park entrance, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. It wasn't his first date, but it was his first with Kami Atsushimi, the bubbly and unpredictable girl. She had suggested the amusement park, and Izuku had eagerly agreed, looking forward to spending the day with her in a fun and lively setting. Just as he checked his watch for the third time, a cheerful voice called out to him. He turned to see Kami approaching, a wide smile on her face. She wore a cute sundress, her long light blonde hair flowing freely in the breeze. She looked effortlessly radiant, and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. He greeted her with a smile, complimenting her appearance. She returned the sentiment with a playful wink and asked if he was ready for some fun. Feeling his nerves melt away in the warmth of her enthusiasm, Izuku eagerly agreed. As they entered the park, the sounds of laughter, music, and the distant cheers of thrill-seekers created an exciting atmosphere. Kami grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him toward the nearest ride, a roller coaster that twisted and turned high above them. Normally, he would be scared due to motion sickness, but Izuku had learned to seal this magic temporarily, allowing him to enjoy the ride. Kami exclaimed that they should start with something exhilarating, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh in agreement. The roller coaster was a whirlwind of adrenaline, and by the time they got off, both of them were breathless and laughing. Kami's carefree spirit was infectious, and Izuku found himself relaxing and enjoying the moment. They spent the day exploring the park, trying various rides and indulging in carnival games. Kami managed to win a large stuffed bear at one of the booths, proudly handing it to Izuku. He accepted the gift with a grin, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks as she called him Hero Boy. As the sun began to set, they found themselves near the Ferris wheel. Kami's eyes lit up as she pointed to it, suggesting it would be a perfect way to end the day. They climbed into a carriage, and as it slowly ascended, they were treated to a breathtaking view of the park and the surrounding city bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Kami leaned against the window, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a rare moment of quiet reflection. She softly remarked on the beauty of the scene, and Izuku agreed, his gaze lingering on her more than the view outside. There was something magical about the way the light played on her features. Kami turned to him, her expression unusually serious, expressing how much she enjoyed their day together. Izuku felt his face heat up as he thanked her, sharing that she made everything feel alive. She laughed, a soft, melodic sound, and complimented him on his special qualities. Before Izuku could respond, the Ferris wheel stopped at the top, giving them a perfect view of the sunset. Kami moved closer, her shoulder brushing against his, and whispered that this was their moment. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as they sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun dip below the horizon. As the sky turned shades of pink and purple, Kami reached out and took Izuku's hand, intertwining their fingers. She expressed that this might be one of the best days she had in a long time, and Izuku squeezed her hand gently, agreeing wholeheartedly. When the Ferris wheel finally descended, they walked out of the park hand in hand, the magic of the moment lingering in the air around them. Kami's playful demeanor returned as they made their way to the exit, but there was a new warmth in her eyes when she looked at Izuku. She thanked him for the day and suggested they do it again sometime, to which Izuku eagerly agreed, his smile matching hers. Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of the park, shifting his weight nervously from one foot to the other. He was going on a date with Himiko Toga, a girl he had known for a while but had only recently grown closer to. Unlike her counterpart in another world, this Himiko was kind-hearted and genuine, without a trace of the insanity that plagued her other self. However, she could be fiercely protective of those she cared about. He spotted her approaching, her blonde hair tied up in twin buns and a cheerful smile on her face. She wore a cute floral dress that fluttered in the gentle breeze, making her look even more radiant. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as she came closer, greeting him with an energetic wave. He returned her smile and complimented her appearance, which she playfully acknowledged. They walked into the park together, the sounds of children playing and birds singing creating a serene atmosphere. Izuku had planned a simple but heartfelt date, starting with a visit to a small botanical garden within the park. As they wandered through the garden, admiring the vibrant flowers and lush greenery, Himiko slipped her hand into his, sending a pleasant warmth through him. Himiko expressed her love for the place, and Izuku agreed, squeezing her hand gently. She remarked that he always knew how to make her happy, and they continued their stroll, stopping occasionally to take pictures of the flowers or simply enjoy each other's company. After exploring the garden, they found a cozy spot under a large oak tree and sat down on a picnic blanket. Izuku had brought. He unpacked a basket filled with sandwiches, fruit, and homemade pastries. Himiko's eyes widened with admiration as she learned he had made everything, and he shyly explained that he wanted to do something special for her. Her beaming smile lit up her face as she thanked him. They enjoyed their picnic lunch, chatting and laughing about everything from school to their favorite heroes. Izuku loved the way Himiko's eyes sparkled when she talked about her dreams and passions. Her vibrant energy was contagious, making him feel more alive and hopeful. After lunch, they decided to rent a paddle boat for a leisurely ride on the park's small lake. Izuku felt at ease, having sealed his fire dragon magic temporarily to avoid motion sickness. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the water. As they paddled, Himiko leaned back, closing her eyes with a content smile. She expressed her wish for every day to be like this, and Izuku watched her, his heart swelling with affection as he echoed her sentiment. They floated in comfortable silence for a while, the gentle rocking of the boat and the sound of water lapping against its sides creating a soothing rhythm. Himiko opened her eyes and looked at Izuku, her gaze intense yet tender. She began to express how much he meant to her, and the moment felt charged with emotion. Izuku had always appreciated the support he received, especially during tough times. He reached out and took her hand, gently tracing circles on her skin with his thumb. Himiko meant a lot to him, and he felt grateful that they had found each other. They shared a quiet moment, feeling as if the world around them had faded away, leaving just the two of them connected by an unbreakable bond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, they paddled back to shore. After returning the boat, they walked through the park, the fading light casting long shadows on the path. Himiko expressed her enjoyment of the day, thanking Izuku for everything. He felt pleased that she had a wonderful time and welcomed her warm hug, feeling a rush of affection as she suggested they do it again soon. The following day, Izuku found himself in a clothing store that catered to rock music fans. The place was filled with leather jackets, studded belts, and band t-shirts, a stark contrast to his usual attire. He felt a bit out of place but glanced over at Jiro, who was clearly in her element. She wore a sleeveless violet shirt, ripped jeans, and edgy boots, her enthusiasm captivating him. Jiro was excited to update Izuku's look. Before he could voice his uncertainty, she grabbed his arm and pulled him deeper into the store, surrounding him with an overwhelming selection of rock-inspired apparel. She quickly piled clothes into his arms, pushing him toward the dressing room with contagious excitement. After trying on several outfits, Izuku stepped out in a white shirt under a leather jacket, ripped jeans, and spiked boots. Jiro examined him thoughtfully, combining elements from previous outfits until she declared they had a winner. She playfully ruffled his messy hair, suggesting he should grow it out. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as she assured him there was nothing wrong. After changing back into his clothes, he joined Jiro at the register, insisting he could pay for the new outfits. However, she insisted on treating him, dismissing his concerns and leading him to a music store filled with instruments. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight, recalling their time at Island and how he had yet to learn to play. Jiro led him to a soundproof room, explaining they could test out the instruments without worrying about anyone hearing. Feeling relieved, Izuku sat down, and Jiro placed a guitar in his lap, guiding his hands into position. With her encouragement, He began to strum a few notes, quickly picking up the rhythm. Jiro praised him for being a fast learner, and Izuku joked about writing her a love song. Her reaction surprised him, as she blushed and seemed taken aback by the idea. He reassured her that it was something nice he wanted to do, and she hesitated before encouraging him to go ahead. Izuku gently ruffled her hair, reminding her it was okay to ask for things. He promised to create a love song for her, and within minutes, he composed a simple yet heartfelt tune. As he played and sang, Jiro listened intently, feeling warmth spread through her chest with each word. When he finished, Izuku looked at her with hope, and she stepped closer, expressing her love for the song. They shared a tender moment, wrapping their arms around each other, both breathless and filled with emotion. Jiro thanked him, and Izuku smiled, feeling his heart swell with affection for her. Anything for Jiro, he thought, knowing he would always be there for her. After the excitement of his date with Jiro, Izuku Midoriya found himself preparing for a different kind of outing, this time with Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo, who had grown up in luxury, wanted to experience something simple and ordinary. Izuku was determined to give her just that. He decided on a plan that involved a picnic at a local park, followed by a walk through a nearby market. It was a humble idea, but Izuku hoped it would give Momo a taste of everyday life. When he arrived at Momo's house to pick her up, he felt a bit nervous. The grandeur of her family estate was intimidating, but Momo greeted him warmly, dressed in a casual yet elegant outfit of a white blouse and a flowing skirt. She looked radiant, her excitement palpable. Momo expressed her eagerness for the day, and Izuku returned her smile, feeling reassured. They made their way to the park, where the weather was perfect for a picnic. Izuku had prepared a simple yet delicious lunch, sandwiches, fruit, and some homemade pastries. They found a quiet spot under a large tree and spread out the picnic blanket. Momo admired the peaceful surroundings, and Izuku felt more at ease, sharing that sometimes the simplest things could be the most enjoyable. As they sat down to eat, they chatted about their classes, friends, and dreams. Momo listened intently as Izuku spoke about his training and aspirations as a hero, while he found himself fascinated by her insights and goals. Momo complimented the food, curious if Izuku had made the pastries himself. He blushed slightly, feeling proud of his efforts. After finishing their meal, they packed up and took a leisurely stroll through the park, observing children playing and couples enjoying the sunny day. Momo took everything in with a sense of wonder, expressing her gratitude for the experience. Their next stop was a bustling market nearby, with narrow streets lined with stalls selling fresh produce and handmade crafts. The air was filled with enticing aromas and lively sounds. Momo's eyes widened in delight as they wandered through the market, stopping at various stalls to admire the colorful displays. Izuku enjoyed watching her enthusiasm, and when she pointed out a stall filled with handcrafted jewelry, he asked if she wanted to get something. Momo hesitated, appreciating the craftsmanship but content to simply look. They continued exploring the market, sampling different foods and soaking in the vibrant atmosphere. Izuku felt a sense of contentment seeing Momo so happy and relaxed. As the afternoon turned to evening, they decided to head back. On their way, they passed a small ice cream stand, and Izuku suggested a sweet treat to end the day. Momo agreed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. They each got a cone and sat on a bench to enjoy their treat as the setting sun cast a warm glow over the park. Momo expressed her gratitude for the perfect day, and Izuku felt a warm sense of accomplishment, realizing that sometimes it was the simple things that meant the most. Momo leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, causing him to blush. She whispered that he had given her a memory she would always cherish, and Izuku smiled, his heart swelling with affection, promising to always share these moments with her. As the city lights twinkled, Izuku, dressed in a casual green hoodie and jeans, waited nervously outside the cinema. He glanced at his watch, feeling excitement build in his chest. He was going on a date with Toru, the dragon maid who had captured his heart. A sudden gust of wind made him look up, and there she was, approaching him with her usual bright smile and shimmering golden eyes. She wore a simple but elegant dress that complemented her human form beautifully. Toru greeted him enthusiastically, and Izuku felt a bit bashful as he replied. She was eager for their date, and they quickly found their seats in the bustling cinema. The movie was a light-hearted romantic comedy, filled with laughter and touching moments. Toru's laughter was infectious, making Izuku enjoy the film even more. As the credits rolled, Toru turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She thanked him for bringing her to the movie, and he felt warmth spread through him. When she expressed eagerness for dinner, Izuku suggested a nearby restaurant known for its all-you-can-eat buffet. Toru's eyes lit up at the thought of the endless array of food. Inside the restaurant, Toru's enthusiasm was palpable as they piled their plates high with various dishes. She savored every bite, and Izuku enjoyed watching her happiness. After indulging in the buffet for what felt like hours, they finally decided they were full and left the restaurant, the night air cool and refreshing. Izuku took Toru's hand, ready to show her the last part of their date. He led her to a secluded park on the outskirts of the city. Once they were sure no one was around, he turned to her, his expression serious yet gentle, asking if she was ready to fly. Toru grinned, and in an instant, they transformed into their dragon forms, ready for an adventure together. Izuku's majestic scorched dragon form and Toru's grandiose green dragon form took to the skies, their powerful wings cutting through the night air. They soared higher and higher, the city becoming a mere cluster of lights below them. The night sky was clear, the stars twinkling brightly. They flew together, performing loops and gliding side by side, their hearts beating in sync. Eventually, they found a serene mountain peak, covered in soft grass, and landed gracefully. In their human forms once more, they lay side by side on the grass, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starlit sky. Toru expressed her awe at the beauty surrounding them, and Izuku agreed, turning to look at her. Toru blushed as she complimented him, and Izuku took her hand, their connection deepening. He confessed his love for her, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes as she reciprocated his feelings. They leaned in closer, sharing a tender kiss under the blanket of stars, knowing this was just the beginning of a beautiful journey together. The sun rose gently over Mizuna, casting a warm golden glow across the city. Izuku Midoriya stood outside the dormitory building, adjusting the straps of his backpack and checking his itinerary one last time. Today was a special day. He was going to show Melissa Shield, his dear friend from Island, the wonders of Japanese culture. Melissa soon appeared, her blonde hair catching the morning light, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. She wore a casual but stylish outfit, a white blouse paired with a flowy skirt, perfect for a day of exploration. She greeted Izuku cheerfully, and he felt his heart skip a beat as he replied, asking if she was ready for their adventure. Her enthusiasm was palpable as she expressed her eagerness to see everything. They started their journey in the bustling district, famous for its rich history and traditional atmosphere. The scent of street food filled the air as they walked through the lively market leading to the Grand Temple. Melissa marveled at the vibrant stalls selling everything from handcrafted souvenirs to delicious snacks, and Izuku grinned, suggesting they try some taiyaki. They approached a stall, and Izuku ordered 2 fish-shaped pastries filled with sweet red bean paste. As Melissa took a bite, her eyes lit up with delight, and Izuku felt glad she enjoyed it. Next, they made their way to the entrance of the temple, where a grand torii gate stood proudly before them. Melissa was in awe of the towering red lantern and the statues guarding the gate. Inside the temple grounds, they participated in traditional customs, washing their hands at the purification fountain, offering a prayer, and drawing omikuji fortunes. Melissa's fortune predicted good luck, and she smiled as she tied it to the designated rack. They then headed to a nearby kimono rental shop, where Izuku had arranged for them to wear traditional Japanese attire for their next destination. Melissa emerged in a stunning blue kimono adorned with cherry blossoms, while Izuku wore a dark green yuka. He complimented her, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks, and she returned the sentiment, equally flustered. Their next stop was a traditional tea ceremony. In a serene tea house, they were guided through the delicate process of making and drinking matcha tea. Melissa watched intently as the tea master demonstrated each step with precision and grace. She remarked on the beauty of the art form, taking a sip of the frothy green tea, while Izuku nodded in agreement, sharing his appreciation for the calming experience. After the tea ceremony, they strolled through a picturesque Japanese garden, the tranquility of the koi ponds and meticulously pruned trees providing a peaceful respite. As the day turned to evening, they made their way to an izakaya, a traditional Japanese pub. The cozy atmosphere and tantalizing aromas welcomed them as they ordered a variety of dishes: yakitori, tempura, sashimi, and more. Melissa savored each bite, expressing her enjoyment and gratitude for the experience. After dinner, they walked to a nearby festival. Lanterns lit up the night, and the sound of laughter and music filled the air. They played games, won prizes, and watched a stunning fireworks display together. As the final fireworks lit up the sky, Melissa turned to Izuku, her eyes reflecting the vibrant colors above. She expressed her appreciation for the perfect day, and Izuku felt a warmth spread through him as he shared in her happiness. Hand in hand, they walked back to the dormitory, pausing under the starlit sky. They leaned in, their foreheads touching, and shared a gentle kiss, sealing the promise of a beautiful journey together. Izuku was currently carrying boxes of pizza while wearing a simple black hoodie and ripped jeans, heading to a particular dojo. Upon entering, he noticed something behind him and swiftly executed a roundhouse kick, only to have it evade his eyes and catch an orange cloth. He smirked as he easily evaded the onslaught of his opponents, using his skills while holding the box of pizza with one hand and redirecting their attacks with the other. Suddenly, he threw the pizza boxes into the air, distracting his opponent before lowering himself and tripping the person. Izuku smugly caught the pizza boxes without a problem. He looked down at his defeated opponent, a young man slightly older than himself with blonde hair wearing an orange bandana. The most striking feature was the turtle shell on his back and a few scales on his cheek. Mikey, also known as Michelangelo, was one of Master Splinter's adopted sons and had a mutant quirk resembling a turtle. He immediately got back up, feeling defeated and wanting the pizza boxes all for himself. Ever since the enticing aroma of cheese wafted through the air, Mikey had seized the opportunity. Izuku shook his head at his fellow disciple, noting his lack of discipline when it came to simple desires. Mikey exclaimed that he had bought 10 boxes, 2 for each of them, and asked where Donnie and Leo were. Izuku instructed him to follow, and Mikey asked if he could take his share now. Izuku told him it would be later. Mikey made a sad puppy face but was ignored as they headed toward the training area where the rest of the ninjas were practicing. They soon arrived at an open space where a humanoid rat stood with his hands behind his head, surrounded by 3 young men. One of them, resembling Mikey but more muscular with spiky hair and a red bandana, charged forward with dual sai, attempting to strike without a plan. The old man easily sidestepped and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Distracted, the old man faced another young man with longer hair tied in a ponytail, wearing blue and wielding dual katanas. He swung his blades, but the old man ducked and countered with a swift kick to his stomach, sending him reeling. The old man then dodged an attack from a skinnier young man wearing glasses and a purple bandana, retaliating with a precise strike that knocked him down. Sighing in disappointment, the old man addressed the 3 on the ground. "None of you have improved. Raphael, never attack without a plan for your next move, it makes you predictable," he scolded. He then praised Leonardo for taking advantage of his blind spot but pointed out that he should have used only one blade in case his opponent evaded. Lastly, he criticized Donatello for lacking speed and power, reminding him that while his work in machinery was commendable, he had neglected his training. Turning to Mikey, the old man acknowledged his arrival with Izuku, noting that he could easily detect the scent of pizza. His attention then shifted to Mikey, who attempted to sneak a piece of pizza from Izuku but was thwarted. Izuku evaded Mikey's grab and kicked him toward the old man, who stood over him. Mikey felt dizzy, looking up at his father and calling out for him. The old man told Izuku to hold on while he disciplined Mikey. Mikey pleaded for a piece of pizza, but the old man reminded him that it was his punishment for neglecting training. He had already given them time to relax and had instructed them not to slack off. Mikey's protests were silenced by the old man's firm declaration that he was the one to decide whether Mikey could have any pizza. The old man welcomed Izuku back, expressing hope that he had not neglected his training. Izuku assured him that he had been diligent and explained that recent events had kept him from visiting. The old man noticed the change in Izuku's hair and listened intently as Izuku recounted his experiences, surprising his master with the profound changes he had undergone. Though Izuku omitted details about All Might, the old man respected his privacy. Donatello expressed amazement at Izuku's time on Island, while Raphael teased him for being a nerd in front of the pizza. Leonardo congratulated Izuku on his strength and was relieved to see that he had not changed much since their last meeting. The old man felt heartened that Izuku had not forgotten his teachings about the true essence of power. Izuku shared that Itsuka was doing well and that she had become his girlfriend, along with a few others. The old man raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the situation. Izuku was surprised when the old man revealed that he had learned a thing or two about relationships over the years. As the day continued, Izuku decided to spend some time with his adopted daughters, Anya and Kanna. He took them to get some treats and asked if they were ready for something delicious. Anya eagerly nodded, requesting strawberries with sprinkles, while Kanna bounced in her seat, wanting to try some as well. Izuku chuckled and promised to get both of those along with a few surprises. They arrived at a quaint little ice cream shop nestled in a corner of the city, its windows adorned with colorful drawings of ice cream cones and smiling faces. As they entered the shop, a cheerful chime announced their arrival, and Izuku felt a surge of warmth seeing the excitement in Anya and Kanna's eyes. The shop owner, an elderly woman with kind eyes, greeted them warmly. She recognized Izuku and expressed her delight at seeing him with his daughters. Izuku introduced Anya and Kanna, who bowed politely. The woman remarked on their good manners and playfully questioned Izuku's ability to handle the responsibility of being a father at such a young age. Izuku chuckled, explaining that he was not alone in caring for them, as his mother also helped out. The woman beamed at them and asked what ice cream they would like. Anya eagerly stepped forward, requesting a scoop of strawberry with sprinkles. Kanna, equally excited, leaned over the counter and asked for the same, but with marshmallows added. Izuku placed his order for a scoop of matcha green tea ice cream, and as they waited for their treats, he engaged the girls in conversation about their day and what they enjoyed. When their ice creams arrived, Anya and Kanna's eyes lit up with joy. They received towering cones adorned with colorful toppings, and Izuku watched fondly as they dug in, their faces smeared with melted ice cream and pure happiness. After finishing their ice creams, they wandered through a nearby park, basking in the warm afternoon sun. Izuku taught Anya and Kanna how to skip stones across the pond, and they laughed together as their attempts often resulted in satisfying splashes. As the afternoon drew to a close, Izuku felt a deep sense of contentment settle over him. On the train ride home, Anya and Kanna chatted excitedly beside him, already planning their next adventure. Izuku glanced at them, his heart swelling with love for his two precious daughters. Izuku was doing push-ups in his room, having moved into a large 3-story mansion with his family after achieving financial stability. The house featured 7 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a master suite on the first floor, a pool, a garage, a kitchen, a minibar, and an underground gym. Their mansion was situated in an affluent area of Multiverse City, not far from Momo's villa. Momo lived in her villa with Melissa and a staff of maids, butlers, gardeners, and drivers, as her home was quite a distance from UA. Walking from Izuku's house to Momo's took about 20 minutes, less if one jogged or rode a bike. Izuku's room was spacious, accommodating a queen bed, a large closet, 6 high-tech PC monitors, a 55-inch TV, and still had room for more. He had a shelf filled with trophies and medals from tournaments he had won, along with a collection of rare hero merchandise. As middle school ended, spring arrived swiftly for Izuku. He was tying his high-cut red rubber shoes, leaving his blazer open as it felt irritating. Today marked the first day of UA class, and he was excited to be in Class 1A alongside friends like Katsumi, Momo, Kami, Himiko, Toru, and Ochako. Toru asked if he had everything he needed for school, and Izuku confirmed he was ready, jokingly hoping she wouldn't accidentally burn their home down. Toru promised to take care of things, while Inko advised them to listen to their teachers and make friends. Mizuna playfully doubted Izuku's ability to do so, prompting him to question her teasing. As he prepared to leave, Kanna wrapped her arms around his leg, expressing her sadness at his departure. Anya joined in, asking if he could stay. Izuku reassured them that he had to go to the school he had always dreamed of attending to become a hero, but he would return in the afternoon. Inko suggested they watch cartoons together, which Kanna agreed to. Before leaving, Inko hugged Izuku tightly, expressing her pride in his accomplishments and the hard work he had put in to reach this point. She encouraged him to show the world what he could do. Izuku grinned and saluted her before stepping out of their home, promising to play together when he returned. Tora mentioned she would clean the floor and take out the trash, while Inko led Kanna and Anya to the living room to enjoy some cartoons. Izuku and Mizuna walked to the street, waiting for a few minutes until a black stretch limo pulled up. Momo's head peeked out of the window, smiling at them and inviting them to hop in. Mel and Jiro were already there. Izuku smiled as he greeted her back, then opened the door and stepped inside, taking a seat beside Momo, with Melissa on the other side. He expressed his gratitude for the ride, and Momo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling to her driver, Alfred, to proceed. The driver nodded and drove them toward their destination, picking up Itsuka, Kami, and Himiko from their homes before heading to UA. Izuku looked at his girlfriends, with Momo on his right and Jiro on his left, while Melissa sat on his lap and Itsuka was in front of him next to Himiko and Mizuna. Katsumi was already at UA, eager to be the first to arrive, and she had won that round. Melissa commented on Izuku's uniform, saying he looked quite handsome and warned that girls might fall for him. Izuku shared her sentiment, appreciating how their uniforms highlighted their individual beauty. They had grown closer over the past few months, feeling less shy about their playful banter. His mother had also given him advice on flirting and recognizing when someone was interested. He complimented all of them, saying they looked extra stunning. Leaning in, he whispered to Melissa and shared a brief kiss, feeling the warmth of their connection. After a moment, he pulled away, noticing Melissa's sparkling eyes. Jiro playfully tugged at his blazer, pouting slightly, and soon received her own kiss. Izuku had become more confident in these moments as the day progressed. Kami then pulled him in for a kiss, followed by Mizuna, who remarked on how sweet it was. Himiko giggled, eager for her turn, and Momo politely asked for a kiss as well. Itsuka, too, had learned to share a kiss with Izuku. As they continued their journey, they chatted animatedly. Itsuka asked Izuku about the two girls he had met during the entrance exam, Ochako and Toru. He expressed his excitement about seeing them again. Kami teased him, questioning what he would do if they developed feelings for him, but Izuku dismissed the idea, saying it would be up to them if they wanted to join their unique group. Melissa declared that they would be the judges of any new additions to the Izuku harem squad, raising her fist in determination, which made Izuku chuckle. They soon arrived at UA, and after exiting the limo, Izuku and his girlfriends rushed toward the school, excitement coursing through them. Izuku grinned widely, reflecting on how this was his first step toward becoming a hero, the culmination of 11 years of hard work. Melissa eventually separated from the group to head to the third-year section of the hero course, while Izuku, Mizuna, Himiko, Kami, Jiro, and Momo searched for their own class. Itsuka was headed to Class B. Itsuka expressed her disappointment at not being in the same class, but Izuku reassured her that they could still meet during lunch breaks, and she nodded in agreement. After a few minutes of searching, they finally found the door to Classroom 1A, which was impressively large, almost twice Izuku's height and nearly 3 times as wide as his shoulders. He speculated that the size was meant for students with mutation-type quirks. The thought filled him with excitement as he realized he would be learning alongside the select few who had passed the exam, some of whom could potentially be great teammates. Out of nearly 1,000 applicants, only about 40 had been accepted into the hero course, while others were placed in the general education course, where they could still assist heroes as sidekicks or agency assistants, though becoming a pro was nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Izuku glanced at his girlfriends, who smiled and wrapped their arms around him. Mizuna asked if he was ready, to which he admitted he wasn't, but their presence helped ease his nerves. Momo assured him they would be by his side every step of the way. Himiko declared that with them beside him, nothing was impossible, and Kami encouraged him, saying he was the one who made the impossible possible. Jiro urged them to head inside before they were late on their first day. Upon opening the large door, they were greeted by a spacious room with 20 seats arranged neatly. A blue-haired teen demanded that a familiar ash-blonde teen remove her feet from the desk, emphasizing that it was disrespectful not only to the furniture's creators but also to the seniors who had studied there before them. Katsumi responded with a sneer, questioning whether the blue-haired teen had been overly strict at his previous school or if he was simply born that way. He then remarked on her attire, suggesting she should be ashamed of her appearance. Katsumi retorted that she wore a shirt underneath and implied that he was the one with inappropriate thoughts, leaving him embarrassed. Just then, a tall young woman with an athletic build interjected, urging them to quiet down. She had small golden eyes and long dark green hair tied into a short ponytail, with fringes framing her face and glasses perched on her nose. One of the students noticed Izuku standing in the doorway and remarked that he was the record holder. Katsumi snorted at Izuku from across the classroom, which made the Dragon Slayer smirk while the explosion boy shot him a glare. The other students, most of whom were seated, turned their attention to him simultaneously. Izuku greeted the class, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden attention. His participation in the martial arts tournament had made him somewhat well known. A student named Ida Tenya introduced himself, expressing admiration for Izuku's record-breaking achievement at the entrance exams. Izuku felt a boost in his self-esteem and thanked Ida, although he remained humble, aware that his master would not tolerate arrogance. As the students discussed Izuku's impressive score, a red-haired boy remarked on his achievement, while a pink-haired girl chimed in with details about the previous record. Another student recognized Izuku as a title holder from the Shunlong martial arts tournament, prompting curiosity from a dark-haired boy about the tournament's significance. Jiro, a fan of Izuku, introduced himself and expressed his admiration. Izuku politely responded, hoping not to receive any additional titles. Jiro then asked if they could spar, and Izuku agreed, intrigued by Jiro's unique fighting style. They took their seats, with Jiro at the back, Momo on his right, and Mizuna on his left, while Katsumi sat in front of him. As they waited for their teacher, Izuku listened to Jiro's recommended song until someone entered the room. Two familiar voices called out to Izuku, and he turned to see Uraraka Ochako and Toru Hagakure in their UA student uniforms. He noted how cute Ochako looked while feeling a pang of sadness for Toru, who seemed to be stuck in invisibility since awakening her quirk. He contemplated offering to help her, wishing to alleviate her loneliness. Izuku greeted Ochako and Toru warmly, introducing them to his girlfriends. A moment of silence followed as the others processed his words, leading to a flurry of surprised reactions. The pink-haired girl eagerly asked Momo if Izuku truly had a harem, to which Momo confirmed their polygamous relationship. The revelation left Ochako and Toru feeling both relieved and disappointed, as they had feelings for Izuku but now had to share him with others. Ochako introduced herself, and Toru followed suit, both eager to meet the new friends in Izuku's life. Just call her Toru, and she hoped they would get along. Both introduced themselves, making a good impression while Izuku's girlfriends observed them closely, considering if they should join their club. Mizuna Midoriya introduced herself, clarifying that she was adopted to avoid any misunderstandings. Himiko Toga expressed her desire to be friends, while Kami Utsushime shared her excitement about working with them. Momo Yaoyorozu greeted Uraraka and Toru with a polite smile, and Kyukajiro also joined in the introductions. They took their seats beside Jiro after chatting for a while, with Izuku smiling as he waited for their teacher to arrive. Izuku felt a cold glare directed at him and turned to face the other girl in the room. He hesitantly greeted her, but she merely narrowed her eyes and remained silent, leaning back in her seat. Ida explained that her name was Shoko Todoroki and reassured Izuku that she was usually like that. He mentioned that their families moved in the same social circles and that he had seen her at parties, always alone. Shoko seemed indifferent, keeping her eyes closed. Izuku furrowed his brow, trying to recall where he had heard that name before. He decided to focus on the other green-haired student, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. However, she simply clicked her tongue in response, expressing her disinterest in joining their club. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, feeling a shiver run down the girl's spine as she noticed his girlfriend glaring at her. Confused, she wondered why she felt that way about him. Apologizing for any discomfort, Izuku inadvertently made her frown, causing her to feel a bit guilty. She introduced herself as Maki Zenin, and his bright smile made her blush, leaving her puzzled by her reaction. She had always maintained a distant demeanor due to her upbringing. Izuku then put on his earphones, listening to music from the pre-quirk era. After a few minutes, he sensed a presence in the room. Suddenly, a man in a yellow sleeping bag interrupted their activities, looking tired and disheveled. He stepped out of the bag, revealing a slender figure with messy shoulder-length black hair. The man pointed out that they had been so engrossed in their own activities that they hadn't noticed him enter. He stared at several students, including Maki, Jiro, Mizuna, Himiko, Momo, Kami, Katsumi, and Izuku, before making a serious comment about how they would have been in danger if he were a villain. The class fell silent, with only a few remaining calm, including Momo, Kami, Izuku, and Katsumi, who grinned at the scruffy figure. The man welcomed them to UA's hero course, noting that it took them too long to quiet down. He scolded them for their lack of awareness, emphasizing the importance of time. He then took his seat, leaving the students to ponder who he was. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Izuku hesitated, knowing he could run around the globe in mere moments if he pushed himself. He decided to use only one for all and a minor amount of Fire Dragon Slayer magic to avoid overwhelming his classmates. He was aware of how they would feel after witnessing his abilities, but he held back enough to avoid drawing attention from Aizawa, knowing not to underestimate a pro-hero's intuition. Momo partnered with Ochako, and they shook hands, both eager to do their best. Momo preferred to be called by her first name, and they smiled at each other as they prepared for the test. As the robot announced the start, Ochako sprinted forward, using her quirk to dash toward the finish line. Momo, however, created a powerful blast of air to glide ahead. Momo's time was recorded at 1.40 seconds, while Ochako finished a second later, catching her breath. Momo encouraged her, and Ochako complimented Momo on her impressive quirk, to which Momo responded with a smile, attributing her success to the support of a special someone. Momo glanced at her boyfriend, who noticed her gaze and waved his hands with a smile, while Ochako pondered if she still had a chance with him. Next up were Mizuna and Jiro, but Jiro's quirk wasn't suited for speed. However, Mizuna, using her quirk, moved incredibly fast. 1.2 seconds, Mizuna announced, finishing first, with Jiro following closely. 4.5 seconds. Once they completed their runs, it was finally Izuku's turn, smirking as he prepared with Katsumi. The two stared at each other, grinning widely, their rivalry evident to everyone around. Izuku teased Katsumi about taking second place, to which she confidently replied that she would claim the top spot. They positioned themselves at the starting line, waiting for the signal to go. Izuku activated full cowling, feeling one for all surge through him, while Katsumi rolled up her sleeves, taking a deep breath to heighten her senses. With a powerful shout, Katsumi unleashed her attack, and Izuku shot forward at lightning speed. The resulting explosion from Katsumi's attack created a massive cloud of dust that enveloped the area, causing everyone to shield their eyes in shock at their power. Mizuna shook her head in embarrassment at their antics, while others expressed their astonishment at the display of strength. Ida, witnessing the challenges ahead, muttered about the difficulties he would face at Yue Aizawa's side, slightly annoyed at their over-the-top performance, but the track remained intact, allowing the test to continue. The next test was a grip strength test. Izuku took hold of the grip machine, watching his classmates attempt their turns. Channeling one for all, he gripped the machine until it broke apart with a loud crunch. Toru, amused, remarked about the strength of dragons, causing Ochako to question her. Kanna looked at Toru with a deadpan expression, while Izuku noticed Maki's impressive grip strength, wondering about her quirk. He also observed Momo and Jiro's scores, noting that Katsumi achieved 103.7 kilograms, Jiro got 88.3 kilograms, and Momo scored 89.4 kilograms. Kami surprised him with a score of 66.8 kilograms, while Ochako managed 69.3 kilograms. A student with multiple arms impressively scored 540 kilograms. The next test was the standing long jump, where only a few cleared the sandbox. Izuku, Momo, Jiro, Maki, Katsumi, and Tsuyu. In the sustained sideways jump, Izuku excelled, moving so fast that he created an afterimage, followed by Momo, who used springs on her feet. The fifth trial was the softball pitch, starting with Ochako. She cheered herself on as she threw the ball high into the sky, and after a few moments, Aizawa announced her score, leaving everyone stunned. Infinity? Holy cow! She got an infinity! The class reacted collectively, causing Ochako to blush when she saw Izuku giving her a thumbs up. Next was Katsumi, who stepped into the outline circle, rotating her arm and tightening her grip on the ball. With a powerful shout, she launched the ball with explosive force, achieving a remarkable distance. 1,511.3 meters. Aizawa announced, and the class was left in disbelief. Momo followed, creating a bazooka to launch the softball, reaching 975.6 meters. While she could have used Katsumi's explosive power, she knew her strengths lay in versatility. When Aizawa asked Izuku if he wanted to retake the test, he declined, feeling a bit tired after the series of challenges and knowing he might score lower if he tried again. Aizawa was determined not to repeat past mistakes after witnessing the student's abilities. He felt energized, knowing that if he pushed himself to his limits and unleashed 80% of his Fire Dragon Slayer magic, he could achieve an even higher score, but he chose to hold back and not show off. After completing 3 more tests, Aizawa instructed everyone to gather around him to reveal their rankings. Those without combat-related quirks appeared more anxious than the others. Once the results were tallied, Aizawa displayed the rankings on a holographic screen. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Katsumi Bakugu. 3. Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Maki Zenin. 7. Mishiro Ojiro. 8. Mizo Shoji. 9. Kyokujire. 10. Himiko Toga. 11. Ochako Uraraka. 12. Kami Utsushimi. 13. Ijiro Kirishima. 14. Mizuna Midoriya. 15. Mina Ishido. 16. Tsuyu Azui. 17. Fumikage Tokoyami. 18. Hantasiro. 19. Denki Kaminari. 20. Toru Hagakure. Toru cheered for Izuku, inadvertently revealing herself to Aizawa and the entire class while playfully poking his nose. Realizing her mistake, she felt a rush of embarrassment and nervously chuckled. A red-haired student expressed surprise at her sudden appearance, while Izuku casually mentioned that she and Kanna were there to check on him. Toru gasped in disbelief, realizing that Izuku had known they were present all along. Kanna then revealed herself, stunning the students. She introduced herself with a sweet smile, hoping to make friends. The reaction from the class was overwhelming, as everyone, even the shyest students, couldn't help but be captivated by her charm. Aizawa maintained his stoic demeanor, but internally, he was taken aback by Kanna's cuteness. One of the girls exclaimed how adorable Kanna was, prompting her to clarify that Izuku was not her brother. As Katsumi counted down, Kanna announced that Izuku was her father, leading to gasps from the students, who were shocked to discover that one of their peers was a dad. Izuku was startled by Kanna's revelation, and Aizawa demanded an explanation. Toru quickly clarified that Kanna had been kicked out of her home and that Izuku had taken her in, adopting her as his daughter. Aizawa regarded Izuku, who nodded in affirmation. Toru then added that this also made her the mother since she and Izuku were dating. Denki, overwhelmed by the situation, exclaimed his disbelief at Izuku's luck with girls. Aizawa interrupted with a smirk, revealing that his earlier comments about expulsion were meant to motivate the students. The class reacted with shock, and Izuku whispered to Toru that Aizawa was indeed serious, recalling how their previous teacher had expelled an entire class deemed hopeless. Momo was left in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation and feeling a pang of fear for not taking it seriously. She turned to Izuku, pouting as she asked why he hadn't informed her sooner. He shrugged, explaining that he thought she was aware. Izuku chuckled at her reaction before turning his attention back to Aizawa, who had resumed his serious demeanor. Aizawa announced that the day was over and that they should prepare for another challenging day ahead. Katsumi and Izuku exchanged glances, both appreciating Aizawa's coolness as a teacher. Izuku then rushed toward Aizawa, notebook in hand, ignoring the calls from his classmates. He called out to Aizawa, who turned to face him, noting the similarities between Izuku and a certain heroic figure from his past. Izuku, slightly taken aback by Aizawa's words, showed him his notebook and pen, asking for an autograph. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, surprised by the request, as he rarely received such attention. Izuku explained that he had been informed about Aizawa by Master Splinter, which intrigued Aizawa, who had thought only a select few knew of his identity. Curiosity piqued, Aizawa inquired about Master Splinter's well-being. The students observed the unexpected camaraderie between their teacher and Izuku, both surprised by the calmness of their exchange. Izuku shared that Master Splinter was alive and still strict, adding that he should visit soon or face consequences. Aizawa mentally noted to pay a visit to his sensei before it was too late. Aizawa then took the notebook from Izuku, flipping through the pages filled with signatures from various heroes, including All Might and Hawks. He was taken aback by the number of names, realizing the significance of this moment for both of them. He even got her autograph. However, Aizawa didn't dwell on it for long and flipped through the pages until he found a space to write his hero name before signing it. He closed the book and handed it back to Izuku, stating that he would be leaving now. Seeing that Izuku was already focused on his notebook, Aizawa decided to go, though his curiosity got the better of him as he asked how Izuku knew about him. Izuku shrugged and explained that he pieced together some information from the internet, and Sensei had provided a description. Aizawa nodded, satisfied with the answer. It was rare for anyone to earn Master Splinter's trust, and just mentioning his name was enough to convince Aizawa. Izuku watched Aizawa leave with a smile before returning to his friends and classmates, who were surprised that he knew their teacher. He mentioned that he was going to change and would meet them later at his mom's restaurant. Toru then remembered she needed to pick up some groceries and opened a magic portal, jumping through it while telling Kanna she could walk home with Izuku if she wanted. Kanna nodded in agreement. Mina was amazed, exclaiming that Toru could create portals. Izuku chuckled nervously, wondering how he would explain everything when the secret of dragons eventually came out. In the boys' locker room, everyone was changing back into their regular uniforms. The students were both mentally and physically exhausted, except for Izuku. One of the boys, a blonde with black streaks, asked about Izuku's quirk. Izuku turned to him, slightly confused, and the boy introduced himself as Denki Kaminari. Izuku replied that his quirk was called Fire Dragon Slayer, explaining that he essentially had the abilities of a mythical dragon. Denki was impressed, expressing his admiration for Izuku's quirk. Izuku demonstrated by turning his hand into a dragon before reverting it back. Denki exclaimed how manly that was and wished he had something similar, feeling that his own quirk wasn't as flashy. Another student with red spiky hair and pointy teeth showed off his quirk, which involved hardening his body. Izuku recognized it as a useful ability for both defense and offense but noted that the boy seemed to be subconsciously holding back. The boy introduced himself as Jiro Kirishima and asked what Izuku meant by holding back. Izuku then guessed that Kirishima was a huge fan of Crimson Riot, to which Kirishima enthusiastically confirmed, saying that Crimson Riot was his favorite hero, even more than All Might. Izuku explained that hardening wasn't just about making things solid. It involved condensing and expanding. Their classmates listened intently as Izuku shared valuable insights about quirks. When one student expressed confusion, Izuku suggested they wait until they started doing heroic activities, promising to help them improve their quirks. He had a wealth of knowledge about heroes from around the world, which he used to analyze their strengths and weaknesses. Kirishima thanked him, appreciating the offer of help, and Izuku assured him that it was normal for classmates to support each other. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, the discussion revolved around different topics. Kami remarked on how unexpected the first day had been, and the other girls agreed. Toru expressed her initial fear of failing on the first day, while Momo admitted she was still processing the fact that she almost failed due to misunderstanding Aizawa's intentions. Ochako wondered if everything they missed during orientation was covered in the papers Aizawa had told them to read. Tsuyu commented on her surprise at Izuku's quirk, while Mina excitedly recalled how Izuku and Katsumi had excelled in the 50-meter run with their abilities. Katsumi smirked, eager to showcase her strength. Kami then asked if any of the girls were interested in Izuku or his friends, causing Mina and the others to perk up at the topic. Ochako blushed, while Toru giggled. Tsuyu appeared mildly interested, while Shoko and Maki seemed indifferent. Kami playfully pointed out the absurdity of discussing crushes when one of them was dating Izuku. She noted that harem dynamics existed, using Izuku as an example of someone who had captured the hearts of multiple girls. The boldness of her comments made everyone blush, prompting Mizuna to suggest changing the subject to avoid awkwardness. Mizuna, curious about her classmates' feelings, wanted to know more about them before discussing their relationships. She found it strange how they had slowly adjusted to the idea of sharing Izuku. Kami, with a playful tone, expressed her openness to the idea of inviting others into their group, which caused everyone to blush again. Maki and Shoko looked annoyed, while Mizuna shook her head, wondering about the future of their relationships. Mizuna then asked if anyone was curious about their experiences with Izuku. Mina, intrigued, wanted to know how someone could maintain relationships with multiple girls. Mizuna explained that while their relationship wasn't perfect, especially with the challenges of sharing him, they did their best. She emphasized that Izuku always prioritized them over himself. Jiro added that his selflessness was part of what they admired about him, and she encouraged the others to seek his help with their quirks if needed. He was obsessed with quirks and would find ways to improve abilities. Momo spoke from personal experience. Without Izuku, her quirk would be less unorthodox. Mina commented that he sounded like a hero enthusiast, which Momo found amusing. Mizuna giggled, imagining how it would turn into a mutterfest once they started discussing their quirks. She added that he was a reliable person, making everyone feel safe when he was around. Himiko mentioned that Izuku's dream was to be a hero, and he had always been saving people since they were young. Tsuyu asked about the honorific used for Izuku, and Katsumi explained that it was just what Himiko called him. After changing, they headed home, leaving the other girls curious about the Dragon Slayer. Izuku walked with his girlfriends, feeling exhausted. He mentioned how tired he was, and Itsuka chimed in about an annoying kid who kept bragging about their class not attending orientation and guidance counseling. She inquired where they had been. Kami explained they had been doing a quirk assessment test, which was nerve-wracking, while Katsumi found it thrilling. Mizuna suggested they might gain a few more members in Izuku's harem because of Kami. Before Itsuka could scold Mizuna, Izuku expressed his disbelief, insisting he hadn't done anything to attract attention. Kami reassured him that he had shown amazing skills and that they had talked about him, which was good. Izuku remained skeptical about anyone actually falling for him and turned the conversation back to Itsuka, asking about her class. She said everyone was friendly except for one blonde guy, and Vlad-sensei seemed scary but was nice. Izuku compared him to Splinter-sensei, implying he was less intimidating. Katsumi thought he was cool, and Kami asked if his master was really that strict. Izuku's silence answered her question. They were then joined by Melissa, who arrived just in time, and they chatted in the limo about their day. The next day, everyone was already in class, chatting when a spiky, red-haired boy with jagged teeth approached Izuku. He greeted him enthusiastically, expressing excitement about his quirk's potential for growth. Izuku responded with a smile, appreciating the boy's positive attitude. Denki Kaminari, a yellow-haired boy with a lightning bolt design in his hair, joined in, amazed by their strength and curious about their training. Izuku explained that training involved pushing oneself until exhaustion, recalling his own rigorous training under Master Splinter. Denki was taken aback, while Kirishima was impressed. Ojiro, a boy with a tail, asked who Izuku's master was, and upon hearing it was Master Splinter, expressed his admiration, having heard of him as a legendary martial artist. Izuku described his master as kind compared to Aizawa-sensei, which made his classmates shudder at the thought of his strict training methods. A pink-skinned girl with horns excitedly mentioned that All Might would be teaching at UA. Mina agreed, believing he would be an awesome teacher. Izuku cringed at the memory of his first training session with All Might, and Katsumi bluntly stated that he was not a good teacher, which surprised everyone. Izuku and his girlfriends chuckled at the shared memory of their trainer. Ochako asked how they knew that, and Tsuyu was shocked to learn they had been taught by All Might. Denki expressed disbelief, and Izuku confirmed that they had trained with him, reiterating his lack of teaching skills. Ida, adjusting his glasses, urged everyone to refrain from disrespecting their potential teacher. Mina pointed out that only Izuku and his friends could speak poorly of All Might. Izuku explained that while All Might lacked teaching experience, he had likely improved since then, but they shouldn't expect top-notch instruction. Mina introduced herself, and upon seeing Izuku up close, remarked on his charm, which drew the attention of his harem, causing them to narrow their eyes at her. As the English teacher, Present Mike, began the lesson, the students sat in silence as he wrote 4 sentences on the board and asked which one was incorrect. Izuku found the situation mundane, knowing that even at a hero school, there were still regular classes. The reason everyone felt out of place was due to the events of the previous day. Tension lingered in the air, but now they appeared ordinary. A few students raised their hands, and Present Mike, with a smile, pointed at Izuku, who raised an eyebrow in confusion since he hadn't raised his hand. He sighed but accepted the attention. The last one, Present Mike announced, and when Izuku confirmed, he received 2 thumbs up in response. Although Izuku had studied English, he knew it wasn't perfect. The next subject was math, where the class observed Momo solving a problem on the board, with ectoplasm, the cloning hero, watching and nodding in approval. After a moment, Momo finished and turned to Ectoplasm, who acknowledged her work. "That's correct. You may return to your seat," he said. Izuku stared at the board in slight amazement, reflecting on Momo's intelligence. He wondered who was smarter, her or Melissa, but realized comparing them was unfair since Momo focused more on chemistry while Melissa specialized in machinery. The next subject was modern hero art history, which many boys struggled to concentrate on due to their teacher, the 18-plus hero, Midnight. However, Izuku remained focused, not because of her outfit, but because the subject revolved around heroes. He rolled his eyes at Denki, whose gaze was glued to Midnight. Despite her public persona, Midnight was professional and serious while teaching, even scolding Kaminari for his lack of attention. Izuku thought to himself that she was a teacher for a reason. Midnight approached him, leaning in slightly. She asked him about the 3 types of quirks and their descriptions, her tone drawing attention from his friends and harem. Izuku glanced at his rival, who snickered at his predicament. While they felt conflicted about Midnight's attention on him, they dismissed it as her usual antics. Momo, however, felt annoyed watching Midnight flirt with Izuku, and Jiro shared her sentiment. Izuku sighed and answered her question. Midnight found Izuku intriguing. Not only was he strong, but he also had an impressive intellect, having scored perfectly on the written test. She thought about how he was not conventionally handsome but had a certain charm that drew her in. She had dated many guys before, but none had piqued her interest like Izuku. There are 3 types of quirks. The first is the emitter, which allows the user to generate or control certain things. Emitter-type quirks can have a wide variety of properties. The second is transformation, which causes the user to temporarily alter their body in various ways. Finally, there are mutations which create permanent abnormalities related to their powers. Mutant-type quirks can grant complex abilities that emitter and transformation quirks cannot provide safely. Izuku's detailed explanation surprised Midnight, who became increasingly interested in him. She commented on his impressive knowledge, which only made Izuku respond with a deadpan acknowledgement. The class was amused by their teacher's antics, though Izuku knew his explanations were outdated, having discovered much more about quirks since then. As the class continued, Nana disapproved of Midnight's attention on her self-proclaimed nephew, while Daigoro joked about how he wouldn't skip any classes if he were her student. Hikage and En exchanged comments about Izuku's appeal to older women, but he ignored their banter as the next teacher entered the room. The new teacher introduced herself as Kana Tsutsumi, also known as the sniping hero, Lady Legant, and she would be teaching philosophy. She scanned the room and her gaze landed on Izuku, sparking a different light in his eyes as he recognized her. He explained to Momo that Kana had been a customer at their old location and that he had spoken to her when she seemed troubled. Kana continued her lesson until the bell rang, signaling lunchtime. Before dismissing the class, she requested to speak with Izuku privately, leaving everyone curious, but they decided not to dwell on it as he and his girlfriends headed to the cafeteria. Mizuna remarked on the situation, while Kami teased about Izuku's charm. Jiro expressed her frustration with the way they spoke, and Himiko commented on Izuku's effect on people. Izuku joked about their enthusiasm, noting it felt like he had gathered an entire female cast from an anime. Momo suggested they head to lunch before the cafeteria became crowded. Just then, they heard Ochako and Toru, followed by Mina and Tsuyu, calling out to them. Jiro asked Toru about her name, and Toru explained that she could be called by her last name if preferred. Ochako asked if they could join their table, and Tsuyu introduced herself. Izuku welcomed them with a bright smile, thinking it would be a great opportunity to get to know each other since they would be classmates for 3 years. The UA cafeteria buzzed with students from various years and departments, showcasing the school's ability to accommodate everyone. The atmosphere was lively, and the food was delicious. It was almost as good as his mother's cooking, Izuku thought as he enjoyed the meal prepared by Lunch Rush, the pro hero known for his disaster relief efforts. His quirk allowed him to cook high-quality food with the speed and efficiency of a team of 30 chefs, which meant UA could save on staff costs. Sitting at his table were his female classmates, all engaged in the meal. Katsumi remarked that while the food was great, she still preferred her mother's cooking. Momo waved at Melissa as she approached, eager to introduce her to the group. Melissa greeted them warmly, introducing herself as Melissa Shield. Tenya Ida introduced himself next, followed by Mina Ishido, who insisted everyone call her Mina. Ochako Uraraka and Toru Hagakure also introduced themselves, while Tsuyu Azui simply stated her name, adding a playful Karo at the end. Mina's curiosity piqued when she asked if Melissa was Midoriya's girlfriend, which caught the attention of Ochako and Toru. Melissa hesitated but confirmed the question, leading Tsuyu to express her surprise that Midoriya had 4 girls interested in him, something she thought only happened in manga. Mina's curiosity continued to flow as she asked how they shared their time with Midoriya and if they ever felt jealous of one another. Toru, slightly embarrassed by Mina's directness, tried to redirect the conversation, but Mina playfully insisted that Toru was just as interested. As they chatted, Mizuna noticed her friend being followed by 6 other girls, each with distinct features. One girl with dark green hair approached, startling everyone as she got close to Izuku's face and asked if he really had a harem and if she could join. Ida quickly interjected, reminding her of proper manners, while Setsuna smirked, enjoying the moment. Setsuna introduced herself, and Pony Tsunatori, a blonde girl struggling with her Japanese, also joined the conversation. Melissa surprised everyone by speaking perfect English, revealing she was American too. The 2 girls bonded over their shared background, and soon everyone was introducing themselves, with Yui speaking softly in the background. Pony expressed her curiosity about why Class 1A had missed orientation, adding a spooky note that puzzled the others. Izuku explained that their homeroom teacher had put them through a quirk assessment test, which prompted Ida to defend their teacher. Ochako wondered if Aizawa-sensei would be upset with Izuku's comments, but he shrugged it off, confident that nothing would come of it. Pony was intrigued by the assessment test, asking what it entailed. Tsuyu explained that it involved middle school exercises, but they were allowed to use their quirks. Kinoko sensed something was off, and Himiko revealed that anyone who placed last would be expelled, causing a wave of concern among the group. Toru reassured them that it had just been a trick by Aizawa-sensei. Ibra noted how strict their teacher seemed, while Setsuna compared their situation to her own, mentioning that Vlad-sensei was easier to talk to, even if he was a bit intimidating. She then teased Izuku about being a record holder, suggesting he must be strong. Ibra reminded Setsuna to be considerate, as her teasing was making Izuku uncomfortable. Mina, ever the playful spirit, admired Setsuna's straightforwardness and encouraged a change of topic, suggesting they discuss their upcoming basic hero training. The mention of All Might as their teacher sparked excitement, especially when Melissa revealed her connection to the renowned inventor David Shield, who was also a close friend of All Might. The revelation that Melissa and Izuku had been trained by All Might excited the group, with Mina expressing her eagerness to learn from such a top-ranking hero. Izuku hoped that All Might had learned effective teaching methods during his time with them, wishing for a more structured approach to their training. Setsuna expressed envy over their opportunity, while Katsumi bluntly stated that All Might was not the best teacher, leaving the others surprised. Kinoko and Reiko echoed their admiration for the legendary hero, while Pony expressed her desire for an autograph. Melissa offered to ask All Might for one, and the group continued to bond, sharing their interests and reasons for wanting to become heroes. Ochako felt a bit embarrassed that her goal was simply to earn money, but Izuku disagreed, explaining that it wasn't selfish to help her parents. He had always wanted to be a hero since childhood, aspiring to be a beacon of hope like All Might, shining in the darkest corners. Everyone admired his goal. While some sought fame and status, Izuku's aspiration was to be a true hero. Melissa chimed in, mentioning that she had made some changes to Ochako's costume, adding a few upgrades to areas that lacked ingenuity. Izuku expressed his eagerness to see the upgrades. Toru asked if Melissa made support items, to which she confirmed that she could help with upgrades alongside Izuku. Tsuyu inquired if Midoriya also created support items, and he modestly replied that he provided ideas for Melissa, who was exceptional at this type of work. Melissa teased him, but Kami laughed, encouraging Izuku. They continued chatting and giggling until lunch ended, and the next subject was about to begin. Melissa returned to the third-year hero course after giving Izuku a brief kiss, causing the girls to blush. Itsuka also gave Izuku a kiss, which Setsuna playfully teased her about as they walked back to their classroom. Upon entering, Izuku noticed that Maki and Shoko seemed more focused on their own activities than socializing. Suddenly, Izuku perked up at the sound of a familiar voice. All Might burst through the classroom door, sliding it open with enthusiasm. The students were stunned to see him there. Kaminari exclaimed in excitement, while Kirishima remarked on how unbelievable it was that he would be their teacher. Maki thought about All Might's impressive presence, recognizing the strength of the symbol of peace. Tsuyu pointed out that All Might was wearing a costume from the Silver Age, and Mashireo commented on its unique style, giving him goosebumps. All Might proudly introduced himself as their teacher for basic hero training, a subject focused on training and learning various aspects of heroics. He emphasized the importance of the subject, playfully crouching down and flexing his muscles. With enthusiasm, he announced that they would be engaging in combat training, which brought a grin to Bakugo's face. Even Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of testing himself against his classmates, including Momo, Katsumi, and Jiro. All Might reminded them that they couldn't be pro-heroes without their costumes, pressing a button on a remote that revealed tall drawers filled with cases, each labeled with a number. He explained that these were the costumes they had designed based on their quirks before school started and instructed everyone to get dressed and gather in the gym afterward. The class responded with fervor, ready to embrace the challenge. Izuku decided to make his costume look cool, featuring armor plating that resembled a demon king, complete with horns and a tail, along with his signature scarf. Melissa felt a thrill of excitement as her senses tingled, prompting a smile. She sat beside Nijire Hato, a member of UA High's prestigious Big Three, who was eager to learn more about her. Nijire, curious, asked about Melissa's boyfriend and their first meeting as well as her quirk. Melissa smiled, unbothered by the directness of her classmate, recalling her own enthusiasm for invention before meeting. Izuku. In Gym Gamma, All Might awaited the arrival of the students, ready to introduce them to hero work through various scenarios and sparring to enhance their quirks and combat skills. He had entrusted the sparring aspect to his successor, who had more experience with quirks. When Izuku Midoriya arrived in his hero costume, All Might was surprised by how quickly he had changed. Izuku shrugged, explaining the wonders of nanotechnology. All Might, slightly offended, noted that he was surprised Izuku wasn't taking notes. Izuku expressed his skepticism about All Might's teaching methods, recalling a past lesson that could have ended badly if he hadn't been careful. As they conversed, All Might noticed shadowy figures approaching the gym entrance, announcing the arrival of the new heroes with a grin. Izuku turned to see his classmates entering dramatically, each in unique costumes that reflected their quirks. Some outfits seemed less suited for their abilities than others. Momo wore a nanotech suit designed by Melissa, allowing her to use her quirk without exposing her skin. Mizuna sported a similar outfit made from protective materials. Jiro's costume featured a black leather jacket and a long salmon-colored shirt, complete with support items designed by Izuku to enhance her abilities. Katsumi's outfit was strikingly black with an orange X across her body, complemented by a mask and oversized gauntlets resembling grenades. Kami's costume was a sleek black catsuit with a zipper, while Himiko Toga donned a skin-tight bodysuit adorned with knives and a mask that added a menacing touch. Ochako wore a pink and black skin-tight suit that accentuated her figure, and Maki's outfit was a black and green bodysuit paired with a 3-section staff. Ida's costume resembled a blend of a robot and a medieval knight, complete with sleek white plates and boosters on his legs. Izuku recognized him as Ingenium's brother. As the students approached, Uraraka greeted Izuku with enthusiasm, complimenting his costume. She admitted her own outfit felt embarrassing, designed to STMLT her pressure points but tighter than she expected. Momo reassured her that her costume was effective, while Jiro expressed her own insecurities about her appearance. Izuku encouraged Jiro, reminding her that he appreciated her just as she was, regardless of any comparisons. Their conversation drew curious glances from nearby classmates, but Izuku remained focused on supporting his friends. Jiro blushed, hiding her face against his chest. She called him a fool, but before Momo could respond, All Might began speaking. He greeted the students with enthusiasm, his smile growing wider as they entered the waiting room. He emphasized that the clothes make the hero and expressed confidence that they would make a strong impression when they debuted. With a loud cough, he commanded their attention. All Might declared that they all looked the part of future professionals, but reminded them that they lacked the experience and skills necessary to truly embody that role. He announced that they would begin combat training. Tenya, moving with the precision of a robot in his hero suit, asked if they would be conducting urban battles again in the battle center from the entrance exam. All Might clarified that they were taking things 2 steps ahead with indoor anti-personnel battle training. He explained that while villains often operate outdoors, the most cunning ones tend to hide indoors, where many nefarious activities occur. Therefore, for this test, they would be divided into heroes and villains for a 2-on-2 indoor battle. Surprise rippled through the class, and Tsuyu bravely questioned the lack of basic training. All Might passionately responded that this battle was meant to help them understand those basics. He emphasized that this time, there would be no robots to defeat. Momo asked what would determine victory, while Katsumi grinned at the thought of using her powers. Ochako nervously inquired about the consequences, and Tenya raised his hand to ask how they would be split up. All Might, with a sweat drop trailing down his face, proclaimed that he would answer their questions one at a time and urged them to settle down. He reassured them that no one would be expelled like Aizawa and explained that their task was to introduce them to hero work. He then outlined the scenario. A villain had hidden a nuclear weapon in their hideout, and the heroes had to go in and dispose of it. The heroes would have a limited time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon by touching it for longer than 3 seconds. The villains, on the other hand, needed to either secure the weapon until time ran out or capture the heroes. All Might announced that teams and opponents would be determined by drawing lots. Tenya expressed shock at this method, but Izuku noted that it made sense since professionals often had to team up with others on the spot during emergencies. All Might confirmed that time wouldn't allow them to wait for their preferred partners. Once the teams were formed, All Might prepared to announce the matchups. He mistakenly called Team F as both villains and heroes before quickly correcting himself. Team A was designated as the hero team, and the students called out stepped forward. The villains would have 5 minutes to plan their defenses before the heroes entered, and everyone else would monitor the action from a separate room. All Might encouraged the villain team to adopt a villainous mindset and assured them that they should go all out without fear of injury, although he would intervene if things went too far. Izuku and Toru stood outside the building, with Toru trying not to stare despite her invisibility. Izuka hesitated before asking her about her costume, wondering if it was DNA-based rather than just gloves. Toru was confused and blushed at his question. Izuku was taken aback by her lack of knowledge about her own costume. He felt frustrated that the hero costume department hadn't informed her about the options available. He assured her that they would go to the support class later to create a proper hero costume, hoping to help her gain control over her quirk. Toru was baffled by the idea of seeing her face again, as loneliness and jealousy had followed her since her quirk had awakened. Toru struggled to connect with her female friends over makeup and hairdressing, feeling a pang of jealousy that she couldn't shake off. To mask her sadness, she adopted an outgoing and straightforward demeanor, hoping to stand out while hiding her insecurities. Izuku noted that her quirk was an emitter type, which seemed to only affect her body, unlike mutant types that were characterized by animalistic traits or the growth of extra appendages. He wondered if he might be mistaken in his assessment. Toru eagerly asked if she could see her face again, and Izuku assured her that nothing was impossible as long as he was there. His words made her heart flutter, and she expressed her gratitude with enthusiasm. After a moment, Izuku gently patted her head to help her calm down. Once she regained her composure, they decided to discuss her costume later and headed inside together. Inside the building, Katsumi glanced at her partner, contemplating their upcoming match. She remarked that they would be partners for the day, reflecting on how Himiko Toga might not be the best match against them. Himiko, who adored Izuku deeply, felt it was a tragedy that she would have to fight him but was determined not to disappoint. Before the match began, everyone gathered in the monitor room to watch the trial unfold. Ida raised his hand, asking Sir All Might for assistance. He questioned the fairness of giving the villains a 5-minute head start while the heroes remained unaware of their plans. Kirishima supported Ida's concern, noting the disadvantage faced by Midoriya and Hagakure. All Might explained that, as professional heroes, there would be times when they would have to operate without knowledge of the villain's strategies. It was crucial to assess situations and act accordingly. He emphasized the importance of time and planning in hero work, as inadequate training could lead to severe consequences. The group began discussing their bets on who would win the match. Kirishima believed Bakugo would come out on top, while others offered their opinions, weighing the strengths and weaknesses of each contender. Momo expressed her confidence in Izuku but acknowledged the challenge posed by Katsumi. As the conversation continued, they all turned their attention back to the screen, eager to see the outcome. Izuku and Toru successfully infiltrated the building, only to be met with an unexpected challenge. Izuku understood the complexities of Himiko's quirk and knew it had evolved significantly. He realized that the confined space would limit their ability to fight without causing collateral damage. With Katsumi likely to seek him out immediately, he had to strategize carefully to protect Toru. Toru, feeling anxious and powerless, asked Izuku what their next move should be. He reassured her, explaining that while Katsumi would likely come straight for him, they would split up after encountering her. He instructed Toru to search for the bomb and to avoid fighting Himiko, as she wasn't a match for her. Izuku placed a comforting hand on Toru's head, acknowledging her importance in their plan. His encouraging words ignited a spark of determination within her. With a newfound resolve, they prepared to move forward, and as they entered the building, Izuku remained vigilant. Suddenly, he sensed danger and instinctively shielded Toru just as a large explosion rocked the area, shattering walls and windows. Dust and debris filled the air as he embraced her, checking to see if she was all right. Toru blushed, concerned for his safety after he took the brunt of the explosion for her. Izuku reassured her not to worry about him. Izuku's suit was specially designed to withstand explosions. He turned to check for Katsumi, only to find she was nowhere to be seen, which surprised him before he smirked. He realized that she had discovered something new, understanding the situation they were in. The entire building had been rigged to explode by Katsumi, a skill honed through her training. The Dragon Slayer recalled his rival's mention of a new discovery back at Island. He helped Toru to her feet, then focused on the clear path ahead. He speculated that their opponents were unsure of which floor they would be entering, giving them a chance to sneak through. They set off to locate the bomb, though Izuka hesitated, concerned for Toru's safety after what Katsumi had done earlier. It didn't take long for them to reach the floor where Katsumi was located. Izuku instructed Toru to leave Katsumi to him and search for the bomb, warning her to be careful as Himiko was a formidable opponent. Toru nodded, removing her boots and gloves to turn invisible. Katsumi's voice rang out, challenging Izuku to reveal himself. She grinned when she saw him emerge from the entrance. Before the fight began, Izuku congratulated her on improving her quirk, expressing curiosity about how she had created an explosion without being present. Katsumi laughed, declaring her attack with enthusiasm. Izuku recalled a beloved anime where a character had explosive abilities, widening his eyes as Katsumi struck a pose reminiscent of holding a detonator. As he advanced toward her, the entrances erupted in explosions, a testament to how much his rival had grown. The Dragon Slayer moved to attack, but Katsumi countered with a blast that knocked him back. They exchanged blows, showcasing their impressive skills as they danced around each other in combat. The spectators were captivated by the display. Mina exclaimed in excitement, marveling at Izuku's movements, while Kaminari pointed out that he was not actually dancing. All Might recognized the martial art Izuku was using, explaining its origins and characteristics. The students were amazed to learn that a form of martial arts could incorporate dance, with Ojiro expressing his desire to learn it. As the fight intensified, the two combatants moved faster, their actions becoming a blur. Denki was astonished by their speed, while Ojiro noted that Izuku had a speed advantage, but Katsumi was adept at handling danger. Maki observed that while Izuku was trained in various martial arts, Katsumi was naturally gifted. Momo added that their frequent sparring sessions had led to their current level of skill, noting that they were holding back to avoid causing destruction. All Might emphasized the importance of strategy in battle, reminding the students that a strong quirk does not guarantee victory in every situation. Tsuyu pointed out the impressive display on the screen as Katsumi executed a handstand and spun around, using her quirk while Izuku skillfully dodged. Izuku blocked Katsumi's kick, then took a stance before launching a counterattack. The two were evenly matched, and excitement filled the air as they clashed once more, their increased power causing the building to tremble. Izuku lunged, aiming for her face, but she dodged with ease, countering with a swift kick to his ribs. He blocked it, feeling the impact resonate through him as they circled each other like predators. Katsumi unleashed a rapid series of punches, which Izuku barely managed to deflect. Her movements were a blur, each strike precise and powerful. He retaliated with a spinning kick that she narrowly avoided. The fight continued across the atrium, both using their surroundings to gain an advantage. Izuku vaulted over a fallen pillar, launching a downward strike that Katsumi blocked with crossed arms. She responded with a sweep kick, knocking his legs out from under him. He hit the ground hard, rolling to avoid her follow-up strike, and sprang back to his feet. They were breathing heavily now, sweat glistening on their skin. Izuku's mind raced, searching for an opening, a way to gain the upper hand. Katsumi was relentless, her attacks coming faster and harder. With a roar, he launched himself at her, their bodies colliding in a flurry of fists and feet. He feinted to the left, then struck to the right, his fist connecting with her side. She grunted in pain but didn't back down. Instead, she drove her knee into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Desperation fueled his next move. He grabbed a broken piece of marble from the floor, swinging it at her head. She ducked, the slab shattering against the wall. In that split second of distraction, Katsumi's fist connected with his temple, sending him staggering. She followed up with a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku struggled to his feet, his vision swimming. He could see Katsumi advancing, could feel the end closing in. But he wasn't done yet. Her fist sliced through the air, aiming for his jaw. He ducked, feeling the rush of wind as her punch narrowly missed. He countered with a swift kick to her midsection, but she twisted away, her movements fluid and precise. They exchanged blows in a brutal dance, each strike met with a block or a dodge. Izuku felt his muscles burn with the effort of keeping up with her relentless pace. He threw a feint, his fist veering towards her face, only to pivot and deliver a crushing elbow to her ribs. Katsumi grunted, the impact staggering her for a brief moment. But she recovered quickly, launching herself at him with renewed fury. Izuku squared his shoulders, readying himself for her next attack. Katsumi's eyes flashed with determination as she charged, her fists a blur of motion. He blocked her punches with raised arms, feeling the force of each blow reverberate through his bones. He lashed out with a knee strike, catching her off guard and sending her stumbling back. The two stepped back, staring at each other, and smirked. Katsumi challenged him to take the fight seriously, while Izuku responded with enthusiasm, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. Soon after, Izuku and his newfound mentor helped him grow stronger than ever before. Time passed quickly, and another 2 months flew by as Izuku focused on studying and learning more about his new quirk. During this time, he had not yet gained their quirks, believing that it required more time since the previous users had somehow assisted him in avoiding the transformation into a dragon and losing his human form. His relationships with others also improved as they shared hobbies and spent time together, leading the girls to develop deeper feelings for him. Everything was going smoothly until one particular day. Izuku reflected on his progress, feeling frustrated. 2 and 3 had been uncooperative as usual, and his search for information on Yoichi, Hikage, Daigoro, and En yielded no useful results. Just then his mother and Mizuna knocked on his door. Inko asked what he was doing, while Mizuna pointed out that it was getting late. Izuku explained that he was researching the past users. He mentioned that one of the villains had the same last name as Yoichi, which sparked Inko's interest as she gasped at the connection. Izuku continued, detailing his findings. He had found no information on Yoichi, almost nothing on Hikage, and while Daigoro had the most information regarding his hero career, he had no surviving family. And had a few leads, but he was unaware of his biological family, and there was little information on his adoptive one. Izuku was about to search for Nana's information next, knowing her son's name was Kotaro Shimura. Inko expressed hope for their search, and Izuku nodded as he clicked on the search engine. However, 20 minutes later, they wished they hadn't. After some searching, they finally found the correct person, only to discover a news article from 15 years ago stating that Kotaro and his entire family had passed away.